Sorry about that. I forgot. Always got to unmute the mic, friends. Remember, always unmute the mic. But welcome in anyways. Oh, sorry about that. I was saying hi to Ems and Jay Steele and all of our friends. Lilith is coming in. We've got a bunch of people starting to come in now that the stream's open. Super appreciate everyone being here. We should have a fun night. The God is good topic always ends up being it's at least a good topic, even if the God of this topic is shit. We know how this is going to go. It's going to be a lot of fun. All the audio should be working at this point. God cut the audio. I think we should be good. Let me double check. Yeah, the audio should be working on YouTube, and it should be working on TikTok. I think we're good to go now. So either way, the guest boxes should be open now. I want to grab the first couple super chats. We'll get right into the shindig. And Sarah, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, I became an atheist at the age of 7. You are amazed. I think you mean amazing, but you're probably younger than me. That amaze or amaz is probably a thing that young people are saying. But hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Big W for supporting the stream. And our friend Carlos is with us. Carlos, great to see you tonight, my friend. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the 200 MX. Big W, friend. Thanks for supporting the stream the way you do. Says, hey, Justin, no audio from your side. Yeah, I had the microphone muted. I think we're good to go now. I do appreciate the warning. So let me know if we have any technical issues as we move forward. Nick sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted membership right off the rip. Thank you so much. And also big W for Rick and Morty in the profile pic. Love me some Rick and Morty. Great show. Great show. And Evan, our friend, the other rock, says, Chef Justin, let's cook. Appreciate all your work. Well, Evan, thank you so much for supporting my work. It means a lot to me. It really means a lot to me that people support what I do. And of course, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my supporters. So you guys are making all this possible. Cutlery Duck says we can't hear you. I know, Cutlery. I know. Thank you, though. I appreciate the warning, Cutlery. I think we're good to go now. Thank you for supporting and let me know. Hard Work says we need your Hebrew and CUD expertise. You needed my Hebrew. Oh, on the unapologetic. I'm sorry. If they had I'll talk to them offline this weekend and see, because we can't, the way our setup is, we can't take guests over TikTok and do our video. We haven't figured out how to do that yet. So anyways, there's some stuff to be worked out. I'm going to be back at the unapologetic ASAP as soon as we can get that working. But for the summertime, I'm majorly with my son when I'm not here streaming with y'all. And Unashamed says, fun to run across you in the wild today on Mezzo's Live. There's a little something for the ice cream cracking fun. Thank you so much, Unashamed Apostate. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was literally just running some errands this morning, and Mezzo's stream popped up. I'm like, oh yeah, they're doing the atheist Bible study this morning. I'd love to see what they're talking about. And then the topic came up. I couldn't resist. I had to get in on the conversation as I was going about my business. And it just, I got stuck. They're too good. They're too entertaining. And Eric Smith, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Fred. It says, if Christians are under the new covenant, isn't the act of preaching itself pointless at best and blasphemy at worst, according to Jeremiah 31:34? So kind of. The problem you have is you have to juxtapose the commands of the Old Testament with the theoretical commands of Jesus. Because in Jeremiah 31:34, right, it says that everyone will already know, right? That's the new covenant promise in Jeremiah 31:34, so that you won't have to tell your neighbor, so on and so forth, because they'll already know. In fact, let me pull it up. We'll read it together so I don't paraphrase it. There we go. So the promise in Jeremiah 31 is going to be that you don't have to do this thing because they would in fact already know. It says, "No longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, 'Know the Lord,' for they shall know me from the least to the greatest, says the Lord, for I will forgive their iniquity and remember their sin no more." So this idea that Jesus is the fulfillment of Jeremiah 31 simply could not be true unless the whole thing came true, and the whole thing didn't come true because not everybody knows the Lord from the least to the greatest, right? But that being said, this is not a command. Like Jeremiah is not issuing a command saying not to tell people, right? So I don't personally believe that what Jesus is having his disciples to do is like disobedient, but it is obviously a contradiction of what the God of the book says. The God of the book says you won't need to do that. Like it's not necessary, right? And so if someone's coming along later saying that you need to do it, and the God who gave the prophecy said you actually don't need to do it, well, you've got a problem. You know what I mean? There's a contradiction in the book. And Dexter, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debates gifted memberships. Big W, my friend. I appreciate the generosity. That's very kind of you. And our friend Joyful is coming up in. How you doing, Joyful?
Pretty good. How are you, Justin?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Let me, now that I got you, let me open up the screen properly so we can see you on YouTube. What's a good word, buddy? What you been up to today?
Well, my sister-in-law gave us a quarter of a cow,
Oh,
so
hell
I
yeah.
spent most of the day cutting that up. But yeah, so that was fun. I
Shit.
watched a lot of YouTube.
Yeah, buddy. So you got a deep freezer, you just hack it up and put it in deep freezer?
Yeah, most of it I just ground up. There
Oh,
were some spot. There was like shoulder, so I did some shoulder steaks, but most of it I just cut up and put in a grinder.
sounds delicious. You didn't make any baby paste today, did you? Because, you know, the Christians are going to do that on their own. They don't need your help with that. He must be busy doing something. Oh, his reception's bad. He's by those railroad tracks. You know how the reception gets over
Yeah,
there. Don't worry, bud. Don't worry. Well, hang out with me here, Joyful. I'm going to get our first guest pulled in, uh, and then we're gonna get the move on. B Boop says, "What's up, DZ? Happy Sunday. Praise Doug. Praise Doug, the Rock of Salvation. B Boop, you're up. So thank you for being here. And Silver Surfer, my good friend, thank you for being here and thank you for supporting. It says Doug rocks with socks. That's right. Rock out with your dugout. Let Doug rock your world, friend. And Brandon says, proud to say I've been blocked by Darth Dawkins. There's an achievement. Listen, if you can be proud of one person blocking you, there's one that you want to be blocked by. And my conscience is sending out 1 DZ membership. Big W, friend. Thank you for caring. Thank you for sharing. And Rachel says, praise Doug for this barbecue with Justin. Popcorn ready. Listen, I am excited. This is my favorite topic ever. And I'm glad that you're here, Rachel. And Texas says, how can you say God isn't good? The Bible says he is. And there are trees in my yard. What more proof do you need? Actually, Texas, that's a pretty convincing argument. I think you've just converted me to Christianity. And Cheddar said, my good friend, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I have an argument that Saul was a Nephilim. This should be fun. I have an argument that Saul was a Nephilim. He was taller than all the Israelites before he was even 1 year old. His age when he became king, according to 1 Samuel 13:1. Imagine how tall he was when he became an adult. Actually, this is a really good, I've ran across this before. This is a really good argument. And remember, even when he was grown, it says that Saul was head and shoulders taller than all of his peers. Chat, we need to talk about this a little bit more. We should have a conversation about the Nephilim. I think we had one conversation about the Nephilim before, but we need to get together again and have another conversation on some topics. We got to hash out some horn conversation, and also maybe the Saul Nephilim business. But let me grab our first guest here. If you're watching on YouTube, You can join the discussion. There's a link in the description. It's also on the screen, tinyurl.com/guest DZ. You can join in the conversation that way. If you're on TikTok, you already know how to join the conversation. Just hit that guest request button at the bottom and you'll be placed into the queue. Welcome in, Monkey.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah,
Monkey,
I agree.
uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer. I'm 53.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
You know, that's a tricky question. The way I've been listening to a lot of guys talk today, and the one that's represented in the Bible, the one that claims to be the Most High.
Sure.
Yeah,
And do you think that this God is all good, partially good, don't know?
I think he's in the middle of the road. you know,
Okay.
uh, yeah. I could see when I read the post, I'm under an assumption, but I don't know exactly what your point is. Um,
Well,
but I agree with what I'm reading.
I mean, you and I might agree. I think the problem we have is if God is not all good, and
Mhm.
say he's not all just either. I think those are two things that go hand in hand. Then it seems to be a contradiction in the book because the book says, like Deuteronomy 32:4, that he's just in all of his ways. But how can he be just in all of his ways when he does things that are unjust?
Well, my interpretation of that is that like that when he say he's just in all his ways, I just take it that he's saying he can back it up. Don't mean he good. You know what I'm saying? Like if he makes something a particular way, he doesn't care how we feel about it. So he's justifying it.
What does it mean to be just?
I think for the most part we assume it's being right, but I don't think that's what he means, in my opinion.
No, the to be just means that you always do what is in the most deserving thing, right? So, for example, if you
Okay.
commit a crime, you would receive a punishment that is proportional to the crime. That's considered the just thing to do. Or like you wouldn't punish somebody for somebody else's crime. That would be unjust, right?
Right.
So,
Okay.
like if the Bible describes the God of the book as being just, then
Mhm.
I've got some questions on why it would say that because there's a bunch of narratives where it doesn't seem like he is just. Have you read any of those yet?
I think I've run across a few. Could you throw an example and we talk about that?
Yeah, we could do a really popular one. Have you read Second Kings chapter 2 and any of the narrative with Elisha?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. So the prophet who came up after Elijah was named Elisha, and there's a really interesting narrative in Second Kings. And before we read that, let me ask you a question. Do you think that punishments should be proportional to the crime? Like, should we, if you get caught stealing a candy bar, should that be the same punishment as somebody who like hacked somebody up with a saw?
No,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't.
Just,
Yeah.
just
I
checking.
So what I get out of and I haven't read the entire Bible, right? One of the things that got me to reading the Bible from the beginning a few times was because I grew up in a family that just always contradicted themselves,
Hmm.
and so it sounds like in Numbers and Deuteronomy, he's trying to present some farity to some degree.
Sure. Well, let's talk about that. So we have a narrative in the story of Elisha when he's traveling to Bethel. And it says, he went up from there to Bethel, And while he was going up on the way, some small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head! Go away, bald head!" So they're kids; they're making fun of him for being bald. Says when he
Right.
turned around, he saw them and he cursed them in the name of the Lord. And 2 she bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's a good example.
Seems kind of crazy, huh?
But when I read stories like that, that's what when I said in the beginning, it's just like he makes the rules. He doesn't sound like to me he's nice all the time. He just this is how it is, and this is how it's gonna be. It's kind of Genesis on up to Deuteronomy. But the only time I seen some farity was like when he was trying to get peace between the Israelites. He did, try to put some farity into their existence.
Right, but I guess my point is, if the God of the book says that he's fair, says that he's just, and then he's doing
Mhm.
things that's not fair and just, doesn't it seem more likely that this God probably is just an invention?
Yeah, I mean, we all think that sometimes. We might not admit it. I ain't gonna say all, but that's a popular feeling. They call it doubt in religion, right? But
I mean, I
I
would call
I
it
would,
critical thinking.
and I'm with you. But at the same time, I have so many examples as a human and not a professional talker. I have so many examples in life where just his, let's say he's just nature, right? Let's say that at the end of the day, God is only really the representation of nature itself. Things work out in the end.
What does that mean? What do you mean the representation of nature? I don't. It doesn't mean anything to me.
So, like, well, when you said critical thinking, he might be hyped or made up. I don't want to re-say your words.
Hmm.
Is that close?
Close enough, yeah.
Okay, so if he's made up, then a lot of the examples would point to God actually being nature.
No, just God
No,
not existing.
so if we was to have a creator, we would point towards nature, right?
Well, what I'm saying is the nature of the guy in the book is contradictory. That's what I'm saying. Like the guy in the
I
book
agree.
says that he's good, he's not good. Says that he's just, he's not just, right? So if you're thinking critically, you would come to the conclusion that, well, whoever was writing this material was making stuff up. It's obviously not from God. God wouldn't contradict himself.
Well, he said he was jealous.
I know, which is a contradiction of First Corinthians when it
Right.
says that love is not jealous, and then in the book of John when it says God is love. Like the book's
So
full of
to
contradictions.
yeah, I agree. But to basically being, I don't have too much to offer, but I'll say this on my exit. It's just like um, my interpretation of what he's saying. He doesn't claim to be good.
The Bible says he is
It's
though.
just like a guy. He says he's just basically, this is my way or the highway. Y'all are in my universe, and this is how I roll.
So God has no
And I
moral
never took him as,
obligations?
no, I don't think so. He doesn't, he just said, he basically tries to put down what he wants to happen. He doesn't say, hey guys, we want to all be singing and dancing in the end. He just says, hey, this is what I want. I took it where he
So
was not nice
is
when
God
Moses,
evil?
in our interpretation of evil, I would have to say sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we might actually agree. I think the God of the book's evil.
Mhm.
Like, and the problem is Christians will come up here and defend the God, right? Saying that he's all good when he's up here doing like evil stuff.
I mean,
So
he'll kill you quick. I don't know if because I was supposed to say that
Yeah,
on
you got to be
TikTok,
careful
but
with that particular word.
he'll unalive you pretty fast.
Yeah, even if you didn't do anything wrong,
Facts.
right?
But you didn't do anything that we would equivalate as wrong. So that's why I say it sounds like he just is my way or the highway type guy.
So
But at the end of the day, if you want to find a path to something better, I've had more success having more peace in my life, like following some of those instructions,
what instructions?
like treating people a certain way and stuff like that.
You don't need the Bible
Which,
God for that. Those kind of
no,
instructions
probably,
exist in like every religion.
but don't you think that sometimes that some people would actually be more evil if they didn't have him, even if he's fake?
I don't think so, actually. I think if you need a God to issue divine decrees to you to be a good person, you weren't a good person to begin with. Like, I don't believe in this God, and I don't go around doing horrible stuff.
Right, but you have a lot of people that I can clearly tell you because they believe, like they restrain themselves. Like it's a bonus. I've seen it be a bonus.
Can I ask you a question just really quick?
Hmm.
Mo, do you think that any negative behaviors come from the belief though? Because in
Yeah.
my instance, like being part of the LGBTQ community, like belief is very like damaging towards people that are part of that. So I don't think that these good little attributes suffice when you look at all of the harm that it also produces.
But I had some guys come out and help my mom redo her home, fix the ramp and stuff like that, and it
Hmm.
was because they felt it was their duty to, based off of their belief.
Sure,
So that was definitely a good.
secular charities do that too, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, 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 right.
So like,
But
but the
go ahead.
reality is like I get it. Yeah, sometimes religious people do good things because they feel like it's their duty, but non-religious people do the same thing. The difference is religion carries baggage with it. Like you like it when they build the ramps or they feed the hungry, but at the same time, like they're okay electing dictators that think that they can tell gay people who they can marry, or they think it's okay to start wars in the Middle East because they have to fulfill Bible prophecy. Like, there's a lot of baggage there.
True, true. I mean, okay. I was just reading somebody say I sound so bored. I get that a lot. But anyway, um, yeah. I mean, you're gonna always have a point. You knew that when. That's why you made this your niche. You have a great point. You know what I mean? And at the same time, those same examples you're using, they do bad, and they do bad. Most people who have structure kind of, we benefit off people having structure. And if you look at the Bible from a structured point, it can have some good. But yeah, I mean, you get confused when it's telling you things that harm people. And I'm not going to speak on the LGBTQ scenario,
Hmm.
but you know, I think that's just, that's a hard one.
What's hard about it?
But it's just too many different opinions. It's like going out spiraling. Um,
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
I run into people who have opinions that I don't like, that seem harsh.
Like what?
I think um, discriminative, discriminative type
Yeah, we agree.
scenario.
Yeah, we don't believe in
Yeah,
discrimination.
yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, Monkey,
Um,
I appreciate you coming up and chat with us and for being polite.
yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Cheers. Have a great one.
You do the same.
I could be wrong. I think Monkey's deconstructing, even if he doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, I think so. He seemed like it. That's why I was trying to point out that a lot of times, like when I was deconstructing, I would look for the good things in Christianity and not the bad things. And then, like, as I deconstructed, I was like, holy shit, there's so much more bad things coming from this than good things.
Yeah, but he's at least willing to say that, like, yeah, the God of the book's not always good, which I think is an honest observation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys, let me grab a couple super chats, and I'm going to bring in our next guest. Looks like Fogoth98, if I can read that correctly. I'm just saying, says, hey, Justin, are you still doing the unapologetic lives on Sunday morning? Haven't seen you on there. So I'm on a hiatus for the summer. I'm going to be, because during the weekdays, when my son is with me, I'm going to be live in the mornings because I've got a sitter for him. But my weekends, other than this weekend, are spoken for. So he's with mom this weekend. But yeah, so my Sunday mornings, I'm going to be with my son. And I won't be able to do the unapologetic. Now, if they were just on TikTok, I could join up on TikTok because I don't have to like be in one place. I could be walking around with my phone. But unfortunately, the way we do unapologetic, I have to be sitting at my desk and I have to have like my video camera on. And I just can't do that when my son is with me. So it's just one of those situations. But good question. And Cahoto, thank you for the super chat. Fred says the universe couldn't have come from a big ass explosion because Taco Bell didn't exist yet. Checkmate atheist. You got me. Listen, I'm a believer now. And Gentry Harris, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Big W, Gentry. I appreciate that. And also, Design is with us, friend. Says, hey, if you could have discussion in dictatorships about their leaders' morals, I bet they'd sound like this. But at least those horrible monsters exist. Actually, that's actually a really good point because, like, it's one thing to like have a king or a dictator that's horrible, but you're like, yeah, I just seen him on TV. He actually exists. It's another thing to have a mythological figure that's not good and believe in the mythological figure that you don't even know exists. That's such a weird thing to conceive, that you would worship something that is not good, that you don't even know if it's real, don't even know if it exists. NAC, thank you for the 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships, my friend. I really appreciate that. That's very generous. And big W for everyone who just received the membership. And Johanna says, I'm confused. Who is the good guy, God or Satan? Who does the most unaliving? Who is the most logical? Obviously, it's Satan. Johanna, you know Satan's the good guy in the Bible. There's no way around it. Satan is the one that taught humans, that gave humans the ability to know right from wrong. God wanted humans to be in the dark. He wanted them to be running around naked, even though it was shameful to be naked. God was okay with them being naked, even though he knew it was wrong.
He liked the view.
He did. God's voyeur. That's all there is to it. Retired Bomb Tech, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, good evening. Could you briefly explain the Enlightenment period Christianity had? You mentioned it the other night. Okay, so what happened? There was a humanist movement in the, I want to say the 1300s to the 1700s, but it really picked up steam from the 1500s to the 1700s, and it was because we got science, we invented biblical criticism, we invented source and textual criticism, and people started to think to themselves, there's a better way to do this. That's why we got the humanist movements, where and the deistic movements, where a lot of fervent believers became deists, and they started underground societies to have discussions about government and religion in a way that is humanist centered. You know, think about the Illuminati. When people talk about the Illuminati or the Freemasons, they literally started as underground political establishments, and a lot of the members were deist. But you couldn't be a political revolutionary deist at that time in a country that was still heavily religious theocracy centered, and push that down from the top down. And so you had to form secret societies and go underground. But Carrie says, let's barbecue on this pseudo Sabbath. Praise Doug. And Carrie, that's such a good point, because the Bible is so clear about the Sabbath, yet Christians are totally okay violating the Sabbath and just doing the thing on the Sunday. Herman says, "Hey Justin, I watched the Line lives that you were on. I think I was on one episode. It says you were great. When will you be back?" Herman, great question. I don't know. I was talking to Forrest recently. Forrest and I want to do an episode on the Line together sometime soon. I don't know if I'll be back on. The Line runs differently than AXP, so like I'll be back on AXP shortly. But I don't know when I'll be back on the Line because I'm not like an official host on the Line. If I get on there, it's because one of the other official hosts wanted to have me on with them. And they don't have like a team that does this, like the overall scheduling. Like the individual host gets scheduled and then they pick who they want to host with. And it could be another host. It could be somebody who's not a host. It's just a very different setup from AXP. So long story short, I don't know when I'll be back, but hopefully I'll be back soon. Brad Moreland, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. And also Diddy, my brain's a mess. Daddy Todd, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. I really, really appreciate that. Says you talk about Nephilim, and I just think about Hador from the Game of Thrones. I'm going to blow you guys' mind. I know I would love watching the Game of Thrones series. I haven't seen it. I have not seen it, but I've seen enough snippets to know I would like it if I actually watched it. So I apologize. Game of Thrones references right over the head. I don't get them. But Daddy, thank you so much for the super chat and support. And yes, the Nephilim probably do play into that subplot. And Larry Beck sending out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, Larry. I appreciate that, my friend. Crucifix Me, interesting name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what's the Christian version of OnlyFans? Crucifans. People watching you suffer while pretending it's love. Actually, that may be the case. That may be the case. Somebody needs to start a website, Crucifans. And Gemma J says, lethargic Stockholm syndrome. Now I've seen it all. Gemma, that's a good way to describe it, actually. I think that'd be the best description of what we just witnessed. It really is. And Dan with a $10 super chat, thank you, Dan, says, praise Doug. I propose the holiday of Dig Doug. I love that game, by the way. Says, you bury Doug in the backyard, and on the 3rd day, you dig him up, and he rises again. Praise the risen Lord. Classic game, too. I know, it's a classic game. I tried to mix a little bit of Dig Doug into the Doug lore. I haven't done much of it yet, but this is a good suggestion. I think we should do this. I think we can make this a reality. And last one from Snickerdoodle. Amazing cookie, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm a good moral person, and not because I'm afraid of hellfire like I was raised. If people are only good because they are afraid of the boogeyman, that's a terrible reason to be good. Yeah, Deuteronomy. That's in there. It's Deuteronomy 6:9, I think, was where it was. But you're right. Listen, if you need a boogeyman to tell you to be good, otherwise you wouldn't be good, I'm inclined to believe that you're actually not good. You know what I mean? All right, we're gonna get Fogoth. Let me see if I can read this name properly. From our YouTube queue, it looks Fogoth 98. Fogoth, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome in, Fogoth. Fogoth, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Yahweh.
Cool. And you think, I assume you mean the Bible God, or are you Christian or Jewish?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it's the Bible God.
Okay, yeah, so you're Christian.
Yeah.
Cool, awesome. And you think the Bible God is all good, partially good, not good? Where do you fall?
It's all good.
Oh, okay, all good. So he only does what is good.
Right.
Okay. Entailed in doing what is good, does that mean you also only do like what is just, like what is justified?
Yeah, he is fully just and fully loving, merciful.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That's
Is
the
it?
personification of Jesus. The Bible says the wages
I'm
of sin is death,
I'm sure.
and so if you don't die, then he's not just. And so
Yeah,
therefore,
preach to me. I've
somebody had to pay
I've
the
never
price.
heard the Bible before. Okay, so in your definition of just, does that mean that, for example, I can't go around randomly executing somebody? Like if the government executes somebody, they have to have deserved it?
What do you mean they go around executing people?
Okay, so like in the American system of justice, we have capital punishment. Now, I'm not pro capital punishment, but I can admit that many people are. Okay, so let's admit for a minute that capital punishment exists, right? Now, in a just system, only people who who did the very worst crimes would ever get capital punishment. Like the kid who stole the Snickers bar, they wouldn't get capital punishment, right?
Oh, no. So, I subscribe to the Bible's idea of that, where sin is sin, doesn't matter what it is, and the wages of sin is death. And so that's just pretty simple.
Okay, so then God's justice is completely arbitrary. So no
Well, that's
matter
not arbitrary.
so no matter
It's an
what
equation.
so no matter what your crime is, it's always the same punishment.
Right.
Well,
Because
that's
then
just
you
arbitrary.
create this moral hierarchy.
So you wouldn't be okay with us doing that on Earth then? Like if I said, listen, everybody on Earth, when you get committed, doing a crime, no matter what the crime is, you just get capital punishment. You wouldn't be okay with that?
Well, God's ways are not our ways.
I'm not asking about
So,
God.
I
I'm saying
mean,
here on Earth where you live, would you be okay if somebody created a new law saying, listen, anytime anyone ever gets caught doing a crime, now you just get executed? You'd be okay with that?
if that's the way that it is, if they have the authority to do so,
So do you think that would be just?
yeah, I think it's actually a lot more fair because then everyone gets the same punishment.
Okay, so if you're, do you believe in the age of accountability? Like you don't think that 2-year-olds are accountable for their sins, are you?
Um, what sins do 2-year-olds commit?
I'm asking you, do you believe that 2-year-olds are accountable for their wrongdoings? Shit, make it
Right, yeah,
3-year-olds. I don't
okay, yeah,
care.
yes. Just say yes.
Okay, so for you, there is no age of accountability then.
Right.
Okay, so a 2-year-old that gets mad because he wanted to play with a toy and his mom was like, no, you can't play with that toy, and he disobeyed her. That's a sin, right?
Disobedience, yes. Not the anger itself, but
Sure.
the disobedience.
Okay, sure. And so the child should be executed then too.
I don't cast any judgment to prescribe punishment, but I subscribe to the idea that the wages of sin is death.
Well, according to you, that child deserves death now.
Not according to me, according to the Bible, the wages of sin is death. I didn't
Yeah,
I didn't
but
make up
you agree with the
that
Bible.
saying. Correct.
Okay, so according to you and according to the Bible, the baby who disobeys their parent, the 3-year-old that disobeys their parent, should be executed.
No, I just think they will die
No, I didn't say if they
eventually.
will. I said should they.
They should die eventually,
I
yes.
didn't ask that question. I said should they be executed.
I don't know why you're asking me that question. I'm not in a position to answer that.
You are. You're here. You're explaining God's morality, and all I'm doing is fleshing out the nuts and bolts of God's morality now. So you've already adopted the worldview that anyone who does something wrong should be executed. Now I'm figuring out where the boundary is. Should somebody
Okay.
who's
Yes, I
young?
think the answer is yes.
Okay, so the toddler that disobeys their parent should be executed by the law.
Yes.
Okay. What about the elderly that are they're just at the beginning stages of Alzheimer's?
Well, they wouldn't have got there under that logic because they would have been executed
Oh, fair
already.
enough. You're actually right. You're right. Under your worldview, they shouldn't they shouldn't even be alive.
They would be already gone.
Oh, they'd be absolutely already gone. Yeah, I agreed wholeheartedly. Okay. So just so we're clear then, you'd be perfectly okay living in that country?
Living in one country. This has nothing to do with countries.
You
This
would
is
be
about the world.
okay living in the country where everyone gets executed, like for any sin, any crime.
Yeah, you get what you deserve. And if the wages of sin is death, then that's what you deserve.
No, I didn't ask you if that's what you believe. I said, would you be okay living in that country?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for letting us know like you're like a real piece of shit, okay? We appreciate that. This is why religion rots your brains, people. I don't. You mean it?
I could not believe he just kept going along with it deeper and deeper.
That's a crazy amount of bullets to bite. I've never seen someone bite so many bullets.
Even in my darkest parts of Christianity, I wouldn't have bit that bullet.
Yeah.
I would have started trying to figure out a way.
Somebody needs to lock that dude up. Dr. Pizza says, I smell barbecue. And trust me, I didn't even have to cook him. He cooked himself. Black Rose says, love the work. Thank you, Black Rose. I really appreciate that. Good to see you, my friend. And also, Daddy coming in again. Listen, every time you come, I'm going to say Daddy just because it's fun to say Daddy. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if you ever watch Game of Thrones, just skip the final season. I know, I heard the dust up over that. Anything you could make up in your head would be better than what's on HBO. I actually did hear about the ending when it came out. Everybody at work was groaning and moaning about it. I was like, oh shit, it must be a terrible ending. So, but anyways, I'll watch it. I'm getting around to it. Ham says, how do memberships work? Doug Lore. So memberships, you just sign up on the Patreon or on YouTube or on TikTok as a subscriber, and you'll get a link to the deconstruction cheat sheet, and you'll get the emojis as well. A lot of people just want the emojis. I think they're fun. And Jason, hey, by the way, Jason, thank you for sending me the books off my Amazon wish list. I really appreciate that. That was very generous, friend. Jason says, hello, friends. Good luck with the guests tonight. I wish them best fire pretzels. Yeah. Justin, we already got one barbecued pretzel. Already got one. And Spinning Reason, thank you for the $20 super chat. Very generous, friend. He says, Doug and Sharon Stone may be your ambassadors, but Nate Rock Quarry is the birthplace of all things craggy. Jagged and flinty, he is the quarry of causality and the first in the chain of hardness. Beware the lake of flaccidity. Actually, listen, we're actually okay with Nate Rock Quarry. Doug and Sharon are in a polytheistic setup. There's no competition here. You know what I mean, friend? Don't worry about that. And Matt Vernon, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, wanted mixed fabric warning. Shellfish eating human must require evidence for fantastical claim that Jesus is God. Flexible hours, wages, death. We do need a t-shirt or at least a bumper sticker. There's got to be something with that printed on it. I appreciate that, Matt. If you guys are watching and you're in charge of the Discord shop, maybe we make this a reality. Sonus, my friend, great to see you from Argentina, says, hi, Justin. Glad to see you doing lives almost every day, almost like line cook. Can you briefly tell the story of how you came up with Doug? Cheers. Actually, so there's an episode, and you guys can find it on my channel. It's a good question, Sonus. It was Pet Rock versus Jesus, something of that nature, where I did a live stream where I was like, listen, I found a rock in my backyard and I put googly eyes on it to make my own pet rock. Because listen, everything you can tell me about Jesus, I can say the same is true from my pet rock. Jesus is functionally no different from a pet rock. There is no difference. The only difference is my pet rock I can hold in my hand. You can't point to Jesus anywhere. And it just took off. People loved Doug the Rock. And now Doug is world famous. Like everywhere I go, Doug is everywhere. I go to the comments on the line. They all say praise Doug. I go AXP. Everyone's praising Doug. Doug is more famous than the Beatles right now. Peter says, praise be Doug. See what I'm saying? Peter says, praise be Doug, holy Petros, my namesake. A much sturdier foundation than ever the rockless Christians could muster. St. Peter ain't no Doug. That's right. Peter, where is Peter? Can you see him? Can you find him? I can't see him. You know what I can see every day? Doug. Doug's with us. And Z-Corp says, we all find out eventually, called free will, good, bad, enjoy best. Enjoy life best you can. Actually, I do agree that we should enjoy life the best we can. I don't know if I agree that we have free will. I don't think that might not be the case. All right, 2 more super chats. Look at the trees, my friend. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. It says, just saw a Freedom from Religion chart showing the decline of Christianity around the world. In U.S., for every one joining, 6 leave. I know. In parts of Europe, it's one. For every 128 of them leave. There's hope. Never stop. Look at the trees. You're 100% right. That report put joy in my heart because I know that we're doing good stuff. And the way to make this a reality is by reading the book. Make them read the book. And last one from our friend Astronova. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if El Elyon apportioned Yahweh Israel, does that mean that the God in Genesis who created everything was Elyon? Congrats on the full-time gig. Hail Doug and rock on. Okay, so Thank you very much, by the way. But this is a complicated question, right? Because according to the documentary hypothesis and most source hypotheses, El/Elyon was the god of the northern Israelite tribes. Yahweh was the god of the southern tribes, namely Judah, maybe Benjamin. They used to be different gods, right? When the northern tribes got wiped out and the Judeans more or less rewrote the history, and a bunch of people from the north went down to the south, they merged their textual traditions, right? And in order to merge their textual traditions, they had now conflate Yahweh with El. And so you find a lot of passages in the Bible where it sounds like El and Yahweh are different deities. It's because at one point they were different deities. But if you read enough of the Bible, they did cover their tracks enough to where you could make a case that El and Yahweh are the same deity, because they did cross out and change enough names to make that readable. So that could be a reading within the text, but you could also get rid of that nonsense and understand that they were eventually, at some point in history, there were different people groups with different deities that merged, and they had to merge their some of their shared culture, we're going to get Nietzschean constitutivism in the box, maybe, if they can connect. Sounds like a Phil Bro. Should be pretty exciting. I can only assume the first question is, what's your definition of good?
How do you ground your morality?
Yeah, well, they can't connect. How do you ground your TikTok connection? Because right now it's not connecting. Okay, well, we'll try again. All right, and next one in there was Escanor. See if I can pronounce this correctly. If they can connect, is it Escanor? How do I pronounce your name, friend? Escanor. Can you get closer to your microphone? I can hear like stuff in the background, but I can't really hear you.
That's when I'm trying to get out of that.
It sounds like it's in your pocket.
Well, what?
Hello?
Yeah, I was on a Bluetooth. How's this?
Oh, good now. Look at
actually, so I'm 40, non-believer. I have a quick question for you. I'll be as quick as I can. I'm a like I said, non-believer, and I work for the government. We had a bunch of MAGA Trump swallowers rifted into my shop. And so I tried to dust off my old Bible. I couldn't find it, and I had a lot of legwork, tabs and the such, place markers rather, and about 1,000 highlighter marks for when we're commanded to take care of the poor, something conservatives love to overlook. I can't find that one, so I picked up a King James and started using that, and I've recently found you're not a fan of the King James, and I was wondering why.
Well, I think my issue with the King James is not that the translators were unskilled or that they were not good at what they were doing. They did a great job for 1611. The problem is we know way more about Greek and Hebrew than we knew in 1611, and it's also true that we have a lot more manuscripts to choose from. So there were a lot of manuscripts that we knew were corrupted. Like scholars have been debating for a long time about how they got corrupted, why they got corrupted, when they got corrupted. And then we discovered things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and other various manuscripts that predate the Masoretic and the Received tradition. And then we figured out, oh, this is how it got corrupted, right? So we just have better materials to work with nowadays. And so we have better translations because of it. I think the other reason is because a lot of the words in the King James don't translate over anymore. And I think, I hate to say the word because it's probably going to get my TikTok account banned, but there's a spot in the text that talks about wearing gay clothes. That doesn't mean what it used to. Gay clothing is not the same today as it meant in 1611, right? And so there's a bunch of words in the King James that just don't have the same meaning anymore in English, and it doesn't make sense to keep the translation around.
Okay, no, I understand that completely. What would you recommend then? Bear in mind, I'm only using it to slap conservatives with, basically. Like I said, I've done the same thing. I've done a lot of legwork in this book. highlighting and underscoring things and writing in the margins when I've got enough room to do so. And so they're like, well, Jesus said, I'm like, well, did he? And I pull it open for them.
So to be fair, if all you're doing is reading Bible verses to Christians to cook them, King James would do it. You can do that in the King James, no problem. If you want to do serious Bible study, I would recommend getting an NRSV updated edition or an NABR edition. I think it's NABRE revised edition. Both of those are two very recent translations, and they're incredibly good. They're done by academics. They're not done by people that have like theological viewpoints that they're trying to twist the words into. And most of your new study Bibles today, like the academic study Bibles, are going to use those two translations.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks for the knowledge.
Sure
That's
thing.
all I needed. I can go ahead and step down, and may Doug be with you.
Hey, thank you so much. Good to hear from you. Praise Doug. Always good to have a Doug follower. Find another prophet of Doug. You know what I mean? All right, with that, we'll get our next guest in here, and then we're going to get one more guest from our TikTok queue, and then we'll move to our YouTube queue. Looks like C8 911. How you doing, C8?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Doing good. Can't complain. C8, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Oh, I'm fucking way older than 18, bro. I was 18 like 25 years ago.
Sure. Are you a believer?
I have to be a believer now.
You are now?
I have to be, yeah.
You have to be?
Yeah, like 2 nights ago, man, I was sitting on my couch and I played Black Sabbath at 78 speed and I saw God. I was stoned as fuck, but I saw God.
Yeah, I believe that. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're an atheist and you're just trolling?
Hail our Dark Lord.
Big W. Great car, by the way.
Thanks, man. It's one of many. I have a Porsche.
Yeah, it's a nice car. Well,
Cheech and Chong, man. Nobody laughed.
I sorry, Cheech and Chong's out of vogue, but I do like some Cheech and Chong actually.
Yeah.
My favorite is I think it was Up in Smoke 2 when they rip off the casino machine, and then the neighbor steals their casino machine, and they're like, "Hey, they just ripped off that thing we just ripped off. That's not fair." It's like, oh geez.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Neuro, yes, I used to debate Parker quite often on this topic. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, yeah, good. Yeah, I'll have a great day. I had to do it. I wanted to see if there would be any pushback towards that, but yeah.
Fair enough.
Sorry,
Have a good
couldn't
one.
control myself.
I get it.
Yeah.
Take care. I get the urge to want to troll. I do. I understand that. I don't do it though. I don't.
I only troll when I'm doing my own troll lives.
But yours are entertaining, and people know people in the community know you're a troll. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true.
All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Doug Brown, great name by the way, says, "Quick question, Justin. Why is God so often referred to in the Bible as the Lord of Hosts? I've never understood where that originated from. Thanks." So it's not because he likes Little Debbie. That's not what's happening. Although we both know what the Bible God would do to Little Debbie. So the reason why he's the Lord of Hosts, Yahweh Zabaoth. This is a phrase that doesn't translate well into English, and it refers to all of the heavenly manifestations, all of the angels and cherubim and the divine warriors. They're just referred to as hosts, the heavenly hosts, right? So being the Lord of Hosts just means he's like the Lord of everything. That's probably a good way to translate that. Good question, though. And her name is Lola, says, former Mormon, and I don't know what I was doing when I walked away from the church and found this channel and found I was deconstructing. Thank you. Listen, I'm so glad you're here. Listen, deconstructing, it's a journey, but you're on the right track. And trust me, if I was in that Mormon nonsense, I would have deconstructed too. So you're in a good place. Join the Discord too, by the way. And Dade, my friend, great to see you tonight, says Christians will excuse the most depraved of human atrocities committed against one another. Unreal. So not only will they excuse it, sometimes they'll advocate for it. Like our first guest. Our first guest was advocating for it. It's sick, Dade. These people are disgusting. And MRG, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, Justin, every time you come, I'm going to say daddy. Daddy. Yeah. What a coincidence. Every time you say daddy, he's going to come. It's crazy. Conversation's already off the chain tonight, friends. Already off the chain. And Johanna says, if I don't have people of any age for any transgression, we would run out of humans in record time. I know. I don't know how he could advocate for that. He's sick in the head. And Jacob says, I love Doug. Rhymes with... Yep, it does rhyme with grug. It does do that. And Benji, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I thought the severe, profound, and autistic pop, because of their disability, my students would never be able to say that they love Jesus, etc. Are they still doomed for hell? Makes zero sense. So I had a conversation along these lines not long ago where I was talking about all the loopholes of who goes to heaven. Like the mentally disabled go to heaven, autistic go to heaven, like the Native Americans went to heaven. We have all these loopholes of people that are theoretically sinners that still get to heaven, which means God doesn't have to send anyone to hell. There's an infinite number of loopholes he could have made to get you to heaven. And Space Lord says, Wages of Sin guy was, watch this, I'll show me. That's a good phrasing I've never heard before. And Chambermaid says, we need raptured emoji over in DZ debates. Oh, we don't have the yaptured emoji. Okay. Chamber, I appreciate the recommendation. Somebody on Discord DM me and remind me we need to add the yaptured emoji over there. And Retired Bomb Tech says you need to make a cookbook with recipes about all types of issues with religion. I'd buy that in a heartbeat. Well, the deconstruction cheat sheet is a start. I am trying to finish up my book right now on all of the BS prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfilled. But an actual cookbook, like an atheist Cook the Bible cookbook, I haven't done any work on that. I did start laying out the NRSV in a study Bible format, so I can do an atheist study Bible similar to the Skeptics Annotated Bible, except it's going to be better. I don't think there's a good way to say it. It's just going to be better. So that is something I'll be working on shortly. So all right, let's get Nate in here. Welcome back, Nate.
Hey, Justin. Just speaking of the Game of Thrones, every single time I've been on the show, I've always been referred to as Jon Snow. It's beats me why. But also, yeah, the first episode I tried watching, but it was quite. It's definitely difficult. Maybe someone in the chat can explain maybe like the next episode, but it's definitely you shouldn't just watch it just without a full stomach.
Sure.
But I just
so Nate,
yeah.
You do have an opinion on this topic, right?
Yes, I do.
Sure. What's your opinion?
One thing. Yes. So I thank you again. I watched the video. I didn't do that. What my opinion is so on the second time we were on this channel, you were commenting how like I said like there's good and bad is subjective, and I agree with that. But you were also commenting.
Wait, have we talked on this topic before?
Briefly, yeah.
Okay.
I agree that
how
is subjective.
How'd it go? I don't recall how things went.
We didn't focus a lot on it, but I just had an idea and was just wondering what your thoughts on this idea is. Like maybe it's like a framework. The idea is that I think transcendentals suck because it's like fixed, but like you were saying, like there's a difference between the idea of justice versus when we talk about justice, because it's really hard to really like. I don't think that we can talk in absolutes because that makes us dogmatic. But like, I was wondering if there's a way to overline what is both like there is justice, but there's not like this truth may not be subjective, but like is odd statements is.
I agree. I think truth may be objective. Whether or not we can know with certainty what the objective truth is, I'm uncertain. But I think ought statements are always subjective. Like ought statements are completely dependent on our opinions. So like even when I say things like God is not good, this is my opinion. I don't believe in objective good, right? So the word good, I think, is inherently subjective, just like the word justice, right? So we believe that the word justice has a definitive definition. We know what it means, but we don't always know how to do it, right? We know that justice means
Of course.
you get what you deserve, right? But we don't always know what you deserve, right?
Yeah, and it's like a conundrum of mine. It's like I wish there was an answer, but it seems like, and it's rather frustrating. Like the more you think about it, the more it just gets your mind into like that state. But I had learned about like an idea. Maybe it's a better alternative. I was just seeing what you think. There's an idea called like emergent orders and emergentism, and it's simply an idea that, how I see it, the way that you have Einstein's general relativity improving Newton, it's not like things are inherently relativism, but like there's a very kind of weak orders by which we the truth gets approximated better through more rigorous empirical discourse. And if I'm saying a lot, definitely, like what my idea was just, if there's like a kind of framework that may be more compatible, because I think I don't like the idea, and it might just be me, that things are just relative, and I don't want to be a dogmatist, absolutist, but I feel like as a description, like we can say that things are physical and things are are not absolute, but if emergentism could be like a better description than physicalism, because there seems to be like violations in you said the laws of non-contradiction in quantum mechanics, and I'm not going to entertain that. But if there are by scientists, I was thinking that if you say like absolutes are, we don't want to be absolute, but if we're trying to be like more like describing the world as we see it, do you think like the idea of emergentism, like there's sort of order in ways that aren't like fixed, but they seem to just appear as we understand it?
Those were a lot of words, and I don't know what any of them mean the way that you put them together.
Okay. Yeah, no. The idea is just like, if like what is a framework, because there's relative ideas that like, truth, good and bad is subjective, but if we're not going to say like everything is subjectivism, like I feel like that's a talking point that a lot of creationists will say, like if there is no God, everything is subjectivism.
Yeah.
But like I think there's
Well,
like
you
a
don't have
negative
to, you don't have to like it, but that seems to be the case.
Like, I guess my idea was just, if you've heard of negative theory, not for like, people have used it like Eastern Orthodox for God, but if it's like negative theory, like as an approximation towards kind of emergent orders, because if we do have improvements and refinements.
Nate, I don't know what any of these things mean. So just so you're aware, we don't do philosophy here. These are all words. We don't know what they mean. I'm sure you read about them. They're really interesting. We don't spend our free time reading about this nonsense.
I thank you. I agree. Just, and then one final thing. This is thank you again. I do appreciate that. The other thing was just, I've heard of heat death as when you were talking about the end of the universe, like there's a big crunch. I don't know the answer, but I've heard competing theories whether or not the universe is expanding or contracting. Do you think the world is the universe? Sorry, is expanding like to heat death, or is it going to crunch like in a loop?
Well, I think it's going to be a loop. I think it's going to do a crunch. I think eventually everything's going to stop accelerating. The latest DESI data, if it's correct, points to the acceleration rate decreasing, which means eventually it won't be accelerating. It'll reverse and decrease. And I think this is a natural result of gravity. There is a mathematical formula for how far apart masses of different sizes have to be to calculate the gravitational force upon them. And the reality is, no matter how far apart a mass is, gravity is always going to have some sort of a force. So I don't know at what point when we would have to slow down the expansion of the universe before gravity is capable of pulling it back in, or how what amount of time that would be. But I think we have enough data to support the hypothesis. Now, it could be that, the universe dies in a heat death. It could be a combination of both. It could be that we spread out so far that we experience the heat death and then we come back in for a crunch.
Yeah. No, for sure. It's like there's so many things, and we're only really beginning to discover it. But it's like, if it's heat death, like, it's not like it implies God, or like it's just like, certainly doesn't. And but it certainly leaves if that's true, like if heat death is true, like it's just like it was just a one in a time thing, it would at least it makes me wonder. But certainly it could be either way. It's just interesting. But thank you. That's all. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Nate, man, good to hear from you.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, we're gonna get our next guest in the box, and then give me just 1 second. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Brianna says, "Teach me how to Dougie." Listen, there's a lot of people here that can teach you how to Dougie. Actually, I can't dance, but I can teach you everything else you need to know about Doug. And Space Lord says KJV's English wasn't modern even in 1611, I've heard. Actually, you're not completely wrong. What was happening in the KJV was they were doing a lot of things that were abnormal. But like, I wouldn't say that it was bad. So like, if you read like the authors, like Samuel Johnson was a famous author from the time period. Samuel Johnson said good things about it, despite it being, a kind of abnormal language to use. But you're not wrong. The English in 1611, I wouldn't classify it as good. You know what I mean? It was definitely unique. Logan says, "I canceled my Cialis prescription and subscribed to Kraken Crew Elite." Hell yeah. Hopefully you can still be rock hard. It says, "Now I'm rock hard." Yep, there you go. Now I'm rock hard for Doug. Praise Doug. My girlfriend loves him too. Doug will always make sure that you're rock hard. You don't need Cialis, my friends. I mean, if you need it, you need it. I'm okay with that. Doug's okay with you being rock hard, whatever way it takes. Piao says, "Is it just me, or has apologetics increased as Christianity loses numbers? They're just like used car salespeople, except they're selling you Jeebus." So Piao, this is not actually a bad observation. This is a good observation, because as Christianity comes under attack, as it begins to get crushed by logic and reason, you have people within Christianity having to rise up and defend it, because they're like, well, shit, it's going to go away. Like, we have to do something. So yeah, I think that's why we see apologetics coming in so heavy.
My sister actually sent me a video of somebody that I've known my whole life that is a pastor now in Cincinnati, Ohio. And he did a message on talking about people on the internet perpetuating God being evil. And like why God's like, he did a whole thing like trying to debunk all the people online, like proving God is evil. Like, that's his whole sermon.
Well, it should be fun to see how that works out for him. I think the arc of history is not going to do good things for that sermon. Chance, my friend, good to see you tonight, says, "If the wages of sin is death and we all die, why is any further punishment necessary? Make it make sense." So this is actually a good point, Chance, because in all of the New Testament, we hear this thing where you're going to die and get judged, even in the afterlife, right? And whether you're a Christian or not, everyone's going to get judged according to their deeds. Well, if everyone's going to get judged according to their deeds, then like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, what's this whole heaven and hell nonsense? If believing or not believing, if we're all going to get judged anyways, it's nonsensical. Design says, "What do you call Christians trolling Christians?" The choir. Yeah, actually, I think that's about right. And Peter says, "I only read the KJV for literary purposes. I studied English literature, and it influenced so much English lit after it. It's indispensable as a reference." Yeah, I don't disagree. If you have a background in English, you should know the KJV. And Carlos sending out 10 deconstruction zone memberships. I really appreciate that, Carlos. That's super generous, friend. And also Randy, thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ memberships. That's 10 more people, now 20 more people who have access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. And Astronova coming in again says, "Christians cite Adam and Eve's story, but also Psalm 51:5. Is original sin actually in the Old Testament, or is it a Christian fabrication to retrofit Jesus? Thanks again. It's kind of in the Old Testament, kind of, right? It's this general idea that you'll see in Psalm 150 or 51 is a good reference for it, where like because we have been created in a particular way, we have to engage in activities that make us unclean, and because like in order to perpetuate birth, people being born, we have to do things that make us unclean, and like are the bodily fluids that come out of us. So there is this idea that the way we're designed wasn't initially the way God wanted it. Like God changed our design after the fall, and therefore the way we are now is because of that. And if that's the case, then we are stuck. We're riddled with the punishment for what happened in the garden. Now, this idea of original sin being just blatantly transferable is not explicit in the Old Testament. It does kind of make appearances, but it's more explicit in the New Testament. New Testament picks up on this, like Romans chapter 5, and tries to make something out of it. And the Catholic Church really wanted to make something out of it. And last one from Noah's Lions. Good to see you, friend. Says you need a barbecue recipe to the cookbook too. Add barbecue recipes. Actually, we should. There should be a Deconstruction Zone cookbook that gets published. I would definitely be down for that. We have lots of recipes. All right, let me grab our next guest. Welcome in, Rob.
What's up, boss?
Rob, have we talked before?
Oh yeah, we were on last night on what's it called show? Leaving Faith.
Oh yeah. Well, welcome back.
Yeah, but try not to get muted too much.
Yeah. Anyways, you believe that God is all good, partially good, some good, not good? What's your belief?
Well, I definitely believe that he's good. I mean, his word says that he's good. I mean, he didn't have to create us. He gave us life. He gave us existence. An atheist has no explanation for why we're here. Something coming out of nothing.
Well, we certainly do, and that's not it. But that has nothing to do with the topic, right? So we're talking about whether or not God is good. So
Sure.
If God says he's good, does that just mean he's good?
I believe he's good based on my experience, my personal Christian testimony. When I read the word and I have a relationship with him, yes, what he's done in my life transformed me to be a better person. Yes, he's good.
Okay, so if he's good to you, then he's good to everyone?
He's good to his people, to his children that call him, those that are humble enough to repent and take up the cross and then believe in him and then have a relationship with him. Yes.
They have to
he's
preach.
angry.
They can't
this.
they can't
You're
stop
about-
themselves. They have to preach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So
he's angry with
so
the
you
wicked
think
every day.
so you think God is good based on your life being good?
No, he's good based on those that he have called to believe that he's taken out of darkness. Because men love the darkness.
Buddy,
and the
I
light was in the
need
light.
you to focus, Rob. This is going to go just as poor last night if you don't listen to my questions. So
Right.
you think God is good based on your life experience, right?
No, based on him being good, creating us.
Right. Okay. So just creating something makes you good?
Creating us, you wouldn't be here if he didn't create you.
No, that's not my question. My question is just creating something. Does that make you good?
Well, what's the alternative?
Buddy, just answer the question. Does creating somebody make you good?
Yeah, because that's why we have existence and we're able to have this
Okay.
conversation.
So if I create a child, like if I have a child and I'm abusive towards my child, am I
yeah.
still good?
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah.
That's a good thing to
Yeah, you're
abuse
right.
my child?
No, to have your child.
No, I'm asking
Obviously, it's not
if
good.
I have a child, if I bring children into the world and then I abuse my children, does that make me good or not?
Well, obviously not to abuse your child. Yeah,
Oh,
no.
okay. Okay. So just creating,
spank
so
your
just
child-
creating
to spank
something,
your child.
Rob,
Yeah.
just pay attention. So just
Right.
creating something doesn't make you good, does it?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the myriad of reasons why God is good.
Just
that he
follow
created
along.
us.
I asked you a question. Does creating something automatically make you good?
No, not automatically.
Okay, because you could create something and then behave wickedly towards it, right?
Yeah, I mean, apparently you could, obviously.
Okay. All right. So first things first, if we're going to deduce whether or not God is good, we can probably look at, I don't know, maybe his behavior. Do you think that's a good place to start?
Oh, well, I'm not God, so by whose standard are we judging God?
Oh, we can
Because
use
we're below God.
we can use your standard. Don't worry. I'm sure you have a standard. So, do you think, for example, that in the American justice system, it would be good if we executed people for crimes that they didn't commit, but say maybe their spouse committed?
Sure.
Oh, that would
Sure,
be
that
good.
would be wrong.
Oh, that'd
No,
be
that would be
wrong.
wrong.
Okay.
Right.
Why would that be
Right.
wrong?
Because they are guilty because their spouse is guilty, not them. Correct.
I agree. Okay, so it's not just to punish somebody if their spouse commits the crime and you didn't commit the crime. Fair enough.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what if God did it?
Okay, God doesn't do that.
I didn't
though.
ask you if he did. I said, what if God did it?
Well, that's a hypothetical that's not true. So why would we even entertain that?
Well, put your big boy pants on and answer the question. It's a hypothetical. If God did such a thing, would it be good?
I mean, it's not a real situation.
Buddy,
so no,
you'll
it wouldn't
find
be.
out if you be
He doesn't
honest.
do that.
Would it be good
Yeah,
if
he
God
doesn't.
did it?
He doesn't do that.
I didn't
though.
ask you if he did. I said, if he did, would it be good?
Yeah, we already discussed that if that situation were to happen, it would not be good. But that's not
Okay,
what
well,
God
that's all
does.
you had to say. Okay, do you want to see where he does it?
Oh, illuminate me, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Sure.
You guys never read the book. All right, have you read the punishment that David received for sleeping with Bathsheba?
Yes, of course.
Oh, sure. What was the punishment?
His child died.
Okay. Did the child commit any crimes?
You know what? God is sovereign. He
I'm sorry,
created
that's
life,
not my
and
question. My question is, did
Yeah.
the child commit any crimes?
The punishment was to David. The child went to heaven.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. We actually,
Yeah,
you finally
right.
just admitted. Okay, so you said it wouldn't be
The
right.
punishment wasn't to the child, though. So we're not agreeing on
Try
that.
this again. So you said that it wouldn't be right to punish somebody for crimes that they didn't commit, right? Now the child was made sick for 7 days and then it died, right? You don't think the child suffered?
Yeah, God created that child.
So what?
He has the right to take that life.
No one's questioning about his right to do anything. We're talking about the definition of justice.
Right.
You said
And
it
David
was
said, I will return to this.
you said it was unjust, Rob, to punish somebody for crimes they didn't commit. Now we have an instance where somebody's receiving a punishment for a crime they did not commit. Do you see the problem?
Justin, I don't see that as punishment
Okay,
for the child. I see it as punishment for David. So we're not
it
seeing
was
eye to
punishment
eye.
for the child.
God is sovereign.
Okay,
He has
so
the right to do that.
so
He
if you
created
commit a
that
crime,
child.
if you commit a crime, it's okay to punish your child.
But he's not punishing the
No,
child.
no,
He's punishing David.
Rob, would you be okay if you committed a
Where
crime?
in the script does it say?
Rob, shut up. This is the same thing that happened last night, okay? You wanted to shout over me and Sarah last night. You got muted over and over again because you couldn't keep your calm. And so you got muted. And eventually, I don't know if we dropped you or if you dropped. We're not going to do it a second time, okay? You can come up and be an actual adult or you can't. So if you committed a crime, would it be acceptable? Would it be just for your children to go to jail in your place? Would that be just?
So can I get my answer across? Yeah, it wouldn't be unjust if God did it. It would be unjust if
I didn't ask about God. I said, in the world we live in, would it be just?
It would be unjust.
Would it be
for humans to do that?
Oh, okay. So there's two systems.
God has a different set of rules.
Okay, so there's two systems of justice, right? So God has a
Yes.
different justice than mankind.
Yes.
Okay,
God
so
is above us.
okay,
He's the
so
creator.
what if
Yes,
what
he's
if you
sovereign.
committed adultery with another woman? Would it be okay for God to have your wife raped as punishment?
If God is sovereign and that's what He chose to do, He's the God of the universe. He knows way more than us. Who are we to question
What a
that?
sicko.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But
it
that-
would
that's
so
not- that's not a
so
real
in your
scenario.
so in your, it is it happened in the Bible. You want to read
That's
it?
not a real
You want to read it?
Yeah.
I know you haven't read the book. Same chapter. Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. You did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And then do you know what happens in chapter 16?
That's man's evil. God is
No, God
using
says,
to
I'm doing
fulfill
it.
His ultimate will.
I know, reading's hard. Try again, Rob. God says, I will raise up trouble. Who's doing it? Who's I?
Yeah, God.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
And what's
He's
God?
sovereign.
No, what's God doing?
Yeah.
What's-
God did a lot of things.
No, Rob,
Justin,
Rob, pay
Justin,
attention.
Can I say one sentence?
No,
Can I
you
say-
can't, Rob. We're reading a passage and you want to pivot. Read the passage. It's on the screen. You can see it with your eyeballs.
You're not letting me respond.
What is God saying that he's going to do? In the passage, what does God say
I can't.
he is
I can't read
doing?
it. I don't have my glasses on. I'm gonna need you to read it for me, dude.
Says, thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. So the trouble that's being risen up against David, who's causing it?
God.
Okay, there we go. And then he says that he says, I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. Now,
Yes.
who's doing that?
Yes. The same being that created you.
Okay, so God's doing it. Okay, so it's okay for God then to have your wife raped if you commit adultery.
Look, God is sovereign.
Rob, it's a yes or no.
Things.
Is it just for God to have your wife raped?
Everything God does is good because he created everything.
Okay,
Everything.
so you would be okay then. If you committed adultery and God sent a prophet to your house tonight and said, Rob, because you committed adultery, I'm going to have your wife raped, you would say, well, that's just.
You know, all that Old Testament stuff.
Rob, it's a yes or no. Just answer the question. If God showed up at your house tonight because you committed adultery and said, because you committed adultery, I'm going to have your wife raped, that would be just?
God's thoughts are not our thoughts.
He can't answer it. He's such a coward.
Yes,
what a coward.
Yes, God is good.
Okay, so it would be just in your worldview. Okay, now I'm going to ask you one final question then, Rob. In your worldview, anytime God tells you to do something, then it must be just.
I'm a New Testament Christian, born
Rob,
again.
answer the
cross,
question. Stop crying. Stop crying and answer the question. If God tells you to do something,
nobody's crying. Nobody's crying. I'm holding right here with you, and nothing.
Rob, you're never going to wiggle out of this line of discussion.
I'm not wiggling out of nothing.
You're never going to wiggle out of this. So the best you can do, stop clinching. Okay, it's going to hurt. The more you clinch, the more you try to get away, the more it's going to hurt. You're going to take it. And you're going to deal with it, okay? So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you a question. All you need to do is answer my question. You already said that if God tells you to do something, you should do it. That's the right thing to do. Do you agree with that? Is that a true statement? If God tells you to do something, you should do it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if God said, keep in mind, this is a hypothetical, okay? If God said to you, Rob, I want you to go to the local orphanage, round up the babies, put them in a meat grinder and turn them into baby paste, and then take some of those tubes of Go-Gurt and fill them with the baby paste, and every time you get a little bit of parch, just have some baby paste Go-Gurt. Would that be right thing to do?
Yeah. I mean, God wouldn't do that.
I didn't ask if he would.
It's a red herring.
I didn't ask if he would.
Yeah.
I said
do it.
I didn't say he would. I said if he did.
Yeah. I mean, you'll find out one day.
Rob, pay attention. I said
stand for judgment.
Listen, coward. I know you're terrified of answering the question. You're not going to preach here. This is not your preaching platform. This is why you got muted last night. This is not a preaching platform. This is for people who have balls to come up and have real conversations, okay? So I asked you a really easy question. If God told you to make the baby paste Go-Gurt, is that the right thing to do?
I mean, God wouldn't do that.
Again, Rob, I didn't ask you if he would. I said if he did. And I know it's an uncomfortable question. I know you don't like it. That's why I'm asking it. I never said he would. I said if he did, if that actually happened in your worldview, what would be the right thing to do?
It wouldn't happen. So
I didn't. Rob, shut the fuck up and answer the question. I do not have the patience for you tonight. I didn't tell you it would happen. I didn't say it was likely to happen. All I said is if it did happen, what would be the right thing to do? It's a hypothetical question, and I know that you're terrified of answering it. So just answer the question. This is the last chance. You can be a coward or you can be a hero.
There's no need to answer the question.
Okay, so you can't answer the question. All right, so this is going to end the same way it ended last night, Rob. I'm going to kick you because you're a piece of shit and a waste of space. So thank you for converting 0 people to Jesus tonight. Well, he wouldn't answer the baby-based question, but he did at least let us know that he'd be okay with his wife being raped. And I think that tells us everything we need to know. Guys, remember, in this worldview, God can't do anything wrong, ever. There's nothing God can do wrong. You have to let him rape your wife. You have to make baby paste. You have to do it. It's part of the worldview. And he knew that was part of his worldview, which is why he wouldn't answer the question. He wanted to be a coward instead. Welcome back, Joyful.
Look, you did. I actually do have to drop. My phone died, is why I dropped, but I do need to drop because Holly's out of town and I need to do some stuff before the kids all settle in for the night. So I'm going to drop, but thank you so much for having me up. I love you, man.
Hey, thanks so much, Joyful. I love you too, guys. Make sure you're following Joyful on TikTok and on YouTube. Joyful Apostate, good friend of mine, has awesome live streams. When are you going live next? Are you going live Monday?
I'm going live tonight, probably around 10:30 Central Time, so 11:30 your time, and then I'll be live again tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Central Time. Yep.
Big W. All right, good to see you, buddy.
Yep. Have a good night, man.
Cheers, friend. W Joyful. Chance says, if the wages of sin is death and we all die, why is any further punishment necessary? Make it make sense. That's the thing. There's no further punishment necessary, which is also another thing. The fact that the wages of sin is death and we've all committed sin, yet some people die and some people live, means that the system of dealing out justice is completely arbitrary. God just arbitrarily lets people live or die. Gemma J says, negative theory. I thought Moferger said no math. I don't know who that is. I don't even know what negative theory is. You guys are talking a language I don't know. Listen, guys, I studied the Bible and electricity. That's what I know. And Carnage Asada, my friend, good to see you tonight. Says, Nate is so endearing. He sounds exactly like I imagine I do trying to impress someone cute on the first day. Do you think Nate's into me? Carnage, that's actually an interesting point. I don't know if Nate is interested in the discussion. I feel like sometimes he is coming in trying to he wants to find a way to get like a one up on me somewhere, but he doesn't want to be aggressive about it. I feel like deep down there's something with that young man where he's not here honestly. He's pretending to be honest, but maybe he's just feeling me out. Maybe he wants to get a date. Cora, thank you for the $3 super thanks, my friend. It's good to see you tonight. And also Dexter's Lab, great name, says, why are you not getting guests from the dugout? I got to rename the queue the dugout. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's a really good question. And Justin, thank you for the super chat. It says Christians for 15 years. Christian, you've been a Christian for 15 years, BA in systematic theology. I'd love to meet you guys and chat sometime. I could help do some roasting sometime. Praise Doug. Well, listen, if you got a degree in systematic theology, that would certainly be interesting. I think systematic theology is fun. I think as a Christian, I found it to be a waste of time because the Bible's got too many contradictions for it to be systematized. You have to ignore passages and connect other passages, but systematic theology can be fun to cook with. Matt says, do you think there's any historical truth to the Exodus? Nah. If not, which seems to be the consensus, isn't it that a big deal for Christianity? Kind of. It should be a big deal. If the Exodus didn't happen, that's a big problem for Christians. I do believe there's a small group of, I don't know, maybe Hebrews or Israelites that lived on the border of Egypt and Canaan at a particular time period. Long after the Exodus narrative, and that they probably did maybe do some time in Exodus and started their own commune. I subscribe to the Midianite hypothesis. I think the Judeans were a mixture of like Midianites and Egyptians and maybe some people that lived in the Negev that joined together. Johannes says, how about Hellfire hot sauce with Holy Ghost peppers? Oh, we do need some Hellfire hot sauce. I don't know how to private label hot sauce, but I'd be all for it if somebody knows how to do that. And Gemma J says, wife puts the broom on the porch when Rob's at work. Maybe. I'm curious to know what his home life is like now that we know that he's willing to let his wife be raped for his sins. And Phil says, so God can do whatever he wants, but is the source of their objective morality. No, makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's the thing. Morals can't be objective if God has a different set of morals. That's just not how that works at all. And Pat says, Rob, it'll be okay. Take a breath and take it in. I know. Rob is so bent out of shape. He was like that last night when I talked to him on Sarah's live stream. He's already mad the second the conversation starts, and he wants so badly to preach at you until tell you that you're going to hell. Flux says, Rob and the grape apologist. Yeah. Rob is a grape apologist. Now we know, friends, if you see Rob in your live stream, he will allow his wife to be graped. And Hardwork says, don't forget to ask them to invite Doug in before they kick. Actually, this is something I keep forgetting to do. I need to start doing this. When they leave, I'm going to say, I'll pray to Doug for you. And Sona says, it's amazing to me, listen to people like Rob. I wonder what will his answer be in a live or unalive situation. Yeah, so if he's pressed in real life with a situation where you have to make a choice in a live or die situation, what would his choice be? I bet he would take the choice of self-preservation, just taking a guess. And Joanna says, humans develop communication, but we are not very good at communicating. We are capable of solving problems through speech. So you're not wrong. I think the problem with communication is we've devised a pretty good system for communication, but we're not wired really well sometimes for communicating because we have fears and sometimes we're afraid of saying things. And so I think sometimes while our communication can be effective, our own personality traits prevent us from being effective. And Jay says, my God's eyes came unglued. Am I deconstructed? Oh, shit. No, you just need a little more epoxy. Don't use super glue. Use epoxy. I promise it'll stay. I use JB Weld. Listen, Doug's eyes are JB welded on here. They're never coming off. Excuse me. Johanna says, animals are more evolved. They figured out how to get along without having to talk about it. This is a really good point. Some animals do actually have a system of morality that doesn't include the complex language that we have. You know what I mean? So that's a fair point. And Fry with us tonight. Good to see you, Fry. Says, join Discord. Can I contact you there? Room name. Yeah, well, you can just DM me directly, right? If you go into the Discord, you can DM any of the people on the Discord server. Just DM me. You'll find me under Deconstruction Zone. And later says, what are your opinions on the prophecies of Spanky? I actually haven't heard the prophecies of Spanky, but I believe in Spanky. I'm a Spanky believer. So hail Spanky. And Johanna again says, all these people should just believe in themselves. They should find the moral code that's inside of all of us. And please read some other books. So that's the thing. That's the thing that Christianity allows you to short circuit. You don't have to do the critical thinking because God did it for you. You know what I mean? And Design coming in again says God doesn't do it, but he does it because he's sovereign. Brand pretzels. Yeah, it's crazy. They always start out by saying God would never do that. And then I show them the verse where God does it and be like, well, God's sovereign. He can do anything he wants to. Yeah. The goalpost shift. Can Best, my friend, thank you for the $13.99, says Sunday barbecue with Justin. Well, we are at the barbecue, my friend, and you are a guest of honor. Great to see you, Ken Best. And Steve Nash says we should start calling it Clinchianity. That's really what's happening with these Christians. They get up here and rather than being honest, they just like, oh, God, I don't want to say the thing that I know I have to say. And Ryan, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Says, here's to all the skeptics. Love, question, everything love. Well, thank you so much, Ryan. Also, Ryan has a channel of her own. Make sure you find Ryan Cultastic on YouTube. And she's on TikTok as well. But Ryan's a friend of mine. She's awesome. And follower Christ, last one says, 1 Corinthians 1:18, the message of the cross is foolish to those who are headed for destruction, but we who are being saved now is the very power of God. Yeah, because your religion is foolish. Like, thanks for admitting it, that your religion is complete nonsense. It has no actual value in the real world. To anyone using their brain, it's complete foolishness, and it's okay that you don't see it. You're in a cult. Your brain is warped. It's not your fault. All right, we'll get our next guest up in here. We got Johnny with us. How you doing, Johnny? Johnny? Johnny, your microphone's turned off, buddy. Johnny? Okay, well, Johnny's not with us, unfortunately, so we'll drop Johnny. Sorry, Johnny. Sorry that we had to drop you there. Just one of those things. No, we'll get the next guest in here. St. Brush, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, Doug is the only rock and Malachite. I almost didn't pronounce that. Malachite is his last and greatest prophet. Justin is a heretic. I actually don't know who Malachite is. Now I wish I did. Shit, guys, educate me. Teach me something. Who's Malachite? This is a new name for me. Boogie says the Ren Fair. Yeah, someone actually DM'd me about this. The Ren Fair means Renaissance Fair. Wedding was incredible. Much needed day of love for the queer folk. I could feel Doug's density in that place. That's actually a good way to phrase it. Listen, I remember things that are dense are heavy, and in Hebrew that means honorable. They're full of honor. The Hebrew word kavod means honor, weighty, glory. So I'm glad you had a gloriful day. And Flux says, congrats. You just convinced me, an atheist, to buy a Bible. I'm glad I could do it, Flux. Readers are leaders. That's the best way to deconvert. All right, let's get our next guest in here. It looks like we're going to bring in Stray Bishop. How you doing, Bishop?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Bishop, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18. I am no longer a believer.
Oh, well, welcome to reality.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be here. I'm Stray Bishop because I used to be a bishop. I'm consecrated still, so for Roman Catholics and the Orthodox in the chat, I'm an Episcopus Vagans. I'm wandering bishop, so out just trying to situate and figure out how to be a person after everything, I guess.
I get that, actually. Yeah, it's a hard transition. What are you having trouble with?
It is. Well, first I wanted to thank you for bringing Doug into my life. Really appreciate that. There's something about all of those little bits and pieces that you have that are like part of the religious aspect of things already, where you're thinking, oh, thank God for this, and all these little, there's so much to your life that's impacted, I guess, by where the religion really just integrates everywhere.
Well, we've developed, our species has developed alongside religion forever. So I think it's second nature for us to adopt and develop new religions in real time.
Yeah. That totally scans. It's something I've thought about a lot. I was more mystically inclined, and read a lot of Teresa of Avila and John of the Cross, there's a whole kind of internal feeling space, I think, that we have a tendency to access through meditation and all that kind of stuff. And I in the past, I feel like when I was thinking about God and I had this kind of absolute sense that God was a thing, God was a part of my life, I feel like I was more thinking about in those textural states or feelings, I guess, that I had. I like the way you said it. You feel nice in your tummy. It's, there's
So did you have a question?
Oh no, I guess just calling to. Well, I do have a question. Straightforward. Sorry. I would love to get more involved in hanging out and doing some cooking. Can I get into the Discord community? You said there's a lot of there's stuff going on there for conversations.
Yeah, so I would definitely join the Discord. We don't do a lot of debating in the Discord. It's for civil discourse.
Okay.
But if you have a YouTube account and you have a TikTok account, that's the easiest way. So typically the way things work is somebody enters the debate community through TikTok, because a lot of times when we get new people in the community, we just kind of hang out and debate together.
Okay.
And then, as your channel grows, you'll branch out and you can start doing your own live debates on your own. But typically, we just kind of hang out together on TikTok and do group debates with the new people.
Super cool. Okay.
But yeah, like if you're on TikTok, I would get an account and you can definitely join in on the debates.
Cool. All right, I'll get on that. Cool. Thanks so much for everything. I really appreciate it, man.
Hey, no problem.
Awesome. Keep up the good work. Rock hard for Doug.
Hey, best of luck on the journey. It's a long journey, Stray.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Cheers, buddy. I'd love to do some cooking with Stray. He's got a religious background. He's got knowledge of the Bible, I would imagine. It sounds like it'd actually be a lot of fun to get to do some cooking with him. So I hope we can get him integrated into the community. Hopefully he'll get a TikTok and start adding people. Aaron says, I know this guy would make baby past 1,000,000%. Doug saved this vile man from his objective morality. Aaron, you're 1,000,000% right. The Rob guy that was up here, it is 100% certainty in his worldview, he would make the baby paste, no doubt. And Evan says divine command theory equals the most dangerous doctrine. And I agree. That's why I do this particular live stream and why it's one of my favorite live streams. Campbell says, did Abraham know ahead of time God would tell him to unalive his son? So there's some debate on that. The New Testament doesn't mention it. They mention that he had faith that his son could be revived. The Jewish rabbis mentioned that both Abraham and his son didn't believe that God would let him die. So we could say that might be something we can read into the text, but I can't find anywhere in the text where Abraham knew ahead of time that he would be told to sacrifice his son. That's not something that I read into the text. And last one from Cheap Snack. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 666. Says some examples of humans in fight or flight are embarrassing to see. I hope some of these Christians watch their own call to see their irrationality. That's actually what's happened, right? When you get up here and you criticize the religion, they go into immediate fight or flight mode. And if you've been in fight or flight mode, you know that it's actually pretty damn difficult to make coherent decisions. Like like in the heat of a moment, I've made terrible decisions. And like I played sports too. I did wrestling, I did football, and I even did track and baseball. And I remember being in like the heat of a football game or the heat of a wrestling match and making a bonehead decision. I'm like, oh, that wasn't the right thing. But when you're in the heat of the moment, sometimes your brain just isn't hitting on all cylinders, right? Because your adrenaline's taking over. Welcome in, James.
Hey, what's up? Wow, I can't believe I get to talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, welcome in. James, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. I'm 32 from Jackson, Michigan. I am a believer. It happened 8 years ago.
Well, strike number one, you're from Michigan, but I can let that one slide at least. Which God do you believe in? We lost you there. Did you say something?
Hello?
Yeah, you're still with us?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I do believe in Jesus. I believe in God of the Bible. I believe the Old Testament and the New Testament were the same God, just different revelation.
Sure.
Based on the time, of what God wanted to do, of which aspects of his character he was revealing within a given time. Because in the Old Testament, was not a fullness of the revelation of the character of God. It was in Jesus that we see the fullness of the revelation of the character of God. That's what I believe anyway. But go ahead.
Fair enough. Okay. Do you think that God's good?
I do.
Do you think that he's all good?
I do think.
Do you think he ever does anything bad?
Yeah, I think that from a human standpoint, we could perceive it. But I think with a correct understanding of his character in the Bible, that we can see that he is good.
Sure. So you think we have the ability to examine the character of God and see, we can taste, as the Bible says, taste and see that God is good. We can do that?
Because if you're looking through the lens of how God revealed himself in the Old Testament, it will be skewed because it wasn't a full revelation of his character.
Yeah, but it was still God, right?
God, but he was during the Old Testament times, he was magnifying sin. He was magnifying
adorable, and no one cares about the theology. We're talking about identity, right? The God of the Old Testament is the God that you worship, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's the same God.
Yeah,
I do agree.
Yeah, but Yahweh in the Old Testament is Jesus to you, right?
Yeah. He's the Father. Yep.
Well, I mean, Jesus is God, right?
Yeah. He's the only begotten Son.
Cool. Do you think that in order to be, executed by fire, you should, maybe, have to commit a crime?
What are you referring to?
Well, so for example, if I said to you, hey, James, let's make a bet. If I torture all of your family members and execute your children, I don't think that you'll turn away from God. Would I be justified in executing all of your children?
Well, are you referring to eternal burning hellfire?
No.
Like, you're just simply asking. Let's say that again. Sorry, ask me that question again. Go ahead.
I'll cut
My
to the
bad.
chase. Have you read the book of Job?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You know, God killed a bunch of people in that book, right?
What are you referring to? Sorry, refresh my memory.
Have you read Job? Do you know what God did?
Yeah, if you refresh my memory, I'm just. You're talking about all of Job's family and all of that being
His children, his servants, his oxen, they're all wiped out. God told Satan to do it. You think that's a good behavior?
No, so but you do have to look at. See, the thing is from you can say obviously to kill people is not right, right? I mean, it's not right.
So-
we know that.
So God's not right then.
So you have to analyze. You have to look at things in the perspective in which God has revealed Himself through the Bible. So if you want to analyze it, you have to look at things in the perspective of the great controversy. Is like you have this cosmic. You have this cosmic event, right, where you have all 1/3 of these angels plus Lucifer. who
James,
has
buddy, we're
rebelled.
gonna need you to focus. We're talking about Job.
Yeah.
Okay, so God had Job's family save his wife brutally murdered, right? All I'm trying to figure out is if you're an all good God, how do you justify just randomly murdering everybody to prove a bet? How's that good?
Well, if it leads to, so if the biblical narrative is correct and it leads to more salvation of souls, inevitably, and if Job's family was saved for eternity, we know this world from a biblical narrative, this world is corrupt. So if one day they will be on the new earth, as is depicted in Revelation, well, then ultimately their death is fine because this life is just temporary anyway. Because this is the biblical narrative, right?
So our suffering here is meaningless then.
Well, not saying that it's meaningless. I'm just saying.
Well, how much does it matter then?
Job's family was sacrificed in the cause of this, celestial conflict between Satan and God, right?
It's not a conflict; it's a bet. God just wants to win a bet.
Well, no, that's not that. Is that God is vindicating His character to the 2/3 of the angels that are still in heaven, and He's vindicating His character in contrast to the character.
Why does He have to Why does He have to vindicate His character? Don't they already know His character?
No. Well, that's the whole story of the rebellion. Is that Satan wanted to be like God? He thought he could establish his own righteousness because God was good.
So he's more interested in proving to the wicked angels that he's powerful than he is about doing horrific things to mankind. Like he thinks it's okay to do horrific things to mankind to demonstrate like how big his biceps are.
No. Ultimately, it's to vindicate his character for the 2/3 of the angels who are still in heaven, and for those who will be saved through Jesus here on earth.
So they don't know. That's what I asked. They don't know his character. That's what you're saying, right?
Okay, so they do, but it was in question. Like it was
Who was questioning it?
It was like a trial, right? It was like a trial. Like Satan is bringing a case before the angels, and 1/3 of them, they accepted the argument, right? And they were like, "Well, based on this evidence, we believe you, Satan."
Focus. We're talking about Job, right? I know you really want to read Revelation into this. We're not reading Revelation right now. Yeah. We're reading Job, okay?
No, I'm just saying, you have to look at
in the book of Job, the angels have already been theoretically cast out. That's why Satan is not dwelling with God. He has to approach God, although there's certainly an argument that that's not the case, but that seems to be the case. So Satan is in some kind of partnership with Yahweh. How does Satan not know Yahweh's character?
How does Satan not know Yahweh's character? Well, he had been bringing accusations against it, since the time of heaven. So he he second guessed it. You know,
Find me that
it
Bible
wasn't.
verse,
Okay, so
because I don't think the Bible actually says that. It says he's the father of lies, since he's been lying from the beginning. It does say that. It didn't say anywhere that Satan was second guessing God's nature or God's character. Satan knows who God is. When Legion is cast out of the Gerasene demoniac, they know what's happening. They know who Jesus is. They know that their time has already been allotted. They already know. He's got to go look it up now. Just so you know, James, when you swipe away from the app, nobody can hear you. I assume you don't have a paper Bible with you?
no, I don't. So you couldn't hear me when I swiped away?
Nah.
Okay. Can I just bring up that verse in Ezekiel? Hey, and by the way, brother, dude, I totally respect you. I would never like insult you. And also I respect your questions. You know, I wanna say that first. Like my you know, it's on a foundation of, you know, honestly love, man. Like I care about you. Like if you were right next to me, if you were hurting, if you were in pain, if you needed anything, I'd be there for you. And I'm okay that you have a different worldview than me. I know a lot of Christians come in here and they argue with you, but that's not me. I really love God. I believe in what he did for me. But I totally respect where you come from too, and how you have different beliefs and I also respect your intelligence too, and how you've, you know, tried to discern reality and, you know, based through science and all that. And I understand that, you know, science is real. We can observe things.
Did you mean Zechariah, not Ezekiel? Satan doesn't make an appearance in Ezekiel as far as I'm aware.
No, it is Ezekiel. It's talking about how he wanted to ascend to the north. He wanted to sit in the seat of the north.
Ezekiel 28 is not about Satan. Just so we're clear.
Gotcha. So I believe that it is.
It's about the king of Tyre.
Let me try to find the verse.
It's Ezekiel 28. It's about the king of Tyre.
So yeah, but I believe in there that prophetically it is speaking about Lucifer.
Why?
for a moment.
Why? Why would you think that?
And I do want to, let me just find that verse, and I wanted to read it, and then maybe we can dissect it a little bit of why I do believe that. Yeah. So if that's cool, I'll just pull it up. But yeah, this totally, for me, it's respectful conversation with your brother. I know we're not necessarily, you're not going to be converted. I'm not going to be converted because, I mean, just give me 1 sec. Let me pull up the verse. And thank you for your patience.
I've got it pulled up. I can read it to you.
Yeah. Go ahead and read it then.
Okay, I'm going to put it on the screen so everyone can see it. The word of the Lord came to me, mortal, say to the prince of Tyre, thus saith the Lord God, because your heart is proud, and you have said, I am a god, I sit in the seat of the gods, in the heart of the seas, yet you are but a mortal, no god. How is this about Satan?
So again, I just...
When you swipe away, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm not sure if that's exactly right where I was speaking of. I would have to take a second and find it and bring it up to be able to, you know, properly convey my argument.
Okay. Well, we can get buried in Ezekiel 28. It won't turn out the way you hope. Or we can get back on topic to the topic of Job, right? So trying to figure out why it's justified for God to execute all these people just to win a bet. Why? Why is that a thing?
Because I think it's much bigger, and it actually, the impact of it was not just for those people. I believe it was for the angels, and it was for, you know, the generations of man who would come to have a revelation of God's character through this story. You know, to understand.
Sounds like a bad plan, because
you know,
when I read the story, I read a story of a God who's like a complete prick. Right. In fact, the Job story is one of the many stories that I hear over and over again in the deconstruction community that turned people off to God. If this is God's character, I don't want nothing to do with this asshole. No one can hear you. Your microphone's covered.
I was going to say there's no point to go out into the Old Testament and pick out these events because they were and Paul clearly states that they were a veiled revelation of the character of God. If you want to see the character of God, go to Jesus.
But if this is veiled character of God, I don't want to see the rest of it, right? If the only part we get to see is the horrific shit, I don't want to see anything.
Yeah. No, but Jesus was the full revelation, and you know you see it, and when he met the harlot, the adulterous woman who he didn't condemn.
John chapter 8 is not even part of the original gospel. I could care less about that. It also doesn't matter, right? Because if God was doing horrific shit in the Old Testament, that means Jesus did the horrific shit in the Old Testament. Jesus is God.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But like I said, there was a point to it, and it wasn't just to do horrific stuff. It wasn't that.
Did God need to kill Job's servants?
Let's see. Did he need to? I would say, based on his choice, he did. That we could dig into that. For sure.
So
I'm not saying that and again, I get what you're saying. I nobody, I can't sit here and say that, oh, killing in any form is good, right? But I'm just saying you have to look at things from the bigger picture.
I am. That's why I'm trying to figure out why God needed to kill all those people in the book of Job.
He just allowed Satan.
Did God know that he would win the bet?
Yeah, I mean he did know. He did.
Did Satan not know that God is all powerful?
Yeah, but
you keep putting your hand over your microphone and no one can hear you.
Yeah, no, I'm not. It might just be my phone.
Okay. So according to the story of Job, it's happening because of a bet. Satan comes to Yahweh and Yahweh is like, "Hey, have you checked out my servant Job? That dude's awesome. He'll never betray me." God initiated that shit.
Gotcha. Well, I thought it was that Satan came before God first.
Satan came before God and God offered up Job, right? It says, one day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. And the Lord said to the accuser, "Where have you come from?" The accuser answered the Lord, "From going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down on it." The Lord said to the accuser, "Have you considered my servant Job? There's no one like him." So God started this whole tit for tat saying, "Hey, what about this guy over there? You want to fuck his life up?"
Gotcha. Well, but the thing was that Satan, the whole thing is he's accusing God before the angels, before man.
That's not in the book.
God already knew his. Well,
that's not in the book. But are you having a wrestling match with your phone? What is happening?
I don't know. Maybe it's just my phone. This is a new phone. I'm just sitting here holding it.
Okay.
So anyway,
the text doesn't say anything about God and Satan going to war or anyone doubting anybody, right? Satan comes to Yahweh. Satan is doing what he's supposed to do. He's on the earth being the accuser. And God said, "Hey, check out Job." So God initiated it.
Yeah.
Do you see the problem?
Well, not really, because I mean, that's what Satan was. The whole thing started in heaven. He was already accusing God before all this happened, and then he was accusing.
Buddy, James, that's not in the book. We are in the book of Job right now. Try to stay focused. In the book of Job, the course of events is that Satan is already on the earth, and his job, his task, is to be the accuser. His task is to be the accuser of the brethren. So he's on the earth and he's finding people to accuse. He comes back to heaven and God says, "Hey, what do you think about Job? I don't think he'll do anything he's not supposed to."
I don't know, I would just say, like, when you're studying science, like this whole thing, you got to keep the big picture in mind. You're studying all these micro nuances because you're trying to build up a big picture of what all this, why is all this happening? Where did it all come from? How do we fit in? And what do
And
we do from
that's
there,
why
right?
I'm
So
asking you,
same,
why did
same with
God
the
feel the
same,
need to execute Job's
same with the
servants and
Bible.
his family members? What
And so
need did he have to fill?
I'm expanding, and I'm going back to the rebellion in heaven, and I'm conveying of how that it
James,
correlates
it
with
already
that
happened in your
cosmic
worldview. It's
concept.
been done. That was 1,000 years ago. In your worldview, the
But
rebellion already happened. It's already over. Satan is already on the earth. The other angels are already bound in chains in Hades waiting for judgment. That's already
but that's
happened. Nobody
yeah, but you're not
cares.
but you're not understanding is that there's a continuation of it. That's why Satan wasn't just destroyed back then. He was allowed to come to the earth, and then because
You're
Satan
making it
didn't.
worse, James. The more you talk, the
Listen,
worse you
Satan
make it
didn't.
sound. If
Satan
Satan
didn't
was so
start out
bad,
in
if
heaven
Satan was so bad, why didn't God lock him in chains like the other angels?
because he wasn't up in heaven killing babies and raping babies.
I know that's what
He
God did.
wanted to.
God's killing and raping babies. Yeah,
No,
God's the
no,
evil
no.
one, not Satan.
So hold on, you're making accusations, and it's better that we just have a discussion. Like, if you want to hear you invited me on here to also hear my side of things, and I'm willing to hear yours, but you have to be, have respect for me as well as a human, and listen to what I'm trying to say instead of trying to dominate me and submit me into believing what you believe, and check and get me into a logical checkmate because I
Well, I
believe
mean,
in
that's
God.
already happened 1,000 times. You just don't know it yet.
So, but again, that's not loving. That's not respectful. Like you should be doing.
I'm not a
You should be
Christian.
doing what you're doing.
My
I
job.
know,
I'm not
but
commanded to love you. I'm here to knock some sense into you right now.
well, I know, but that's that's not going to happen. And
I
I'm not
know.
here to
Yeah,
do
it's
that to
not going
you.
to happen.
I'm not here, but I'm not here to do that to you. That's not right to do that to anybody. Like you think Christianity is bad because you think that the whole concept of it is to force, and that's not like
No,
God allows
I
free
didn't say that at
will.
all.
I,
Buddy,
you know,
just stay, James. I know this is hard for Christians, but try to stay focused. I know you want to go on to Ramble roller coaster and go on all these preaching pivots. Nobody gives a shit. We've all heard a million sermons. There's nothing you can ever say that's ever going to be new to
yeah.
us. There's not a single thing you could ever preach, James, that we haven't heard. So if you want to have a productive conversation, stop worrying about preaching and try to stay focused on the actual conversation at hand. And what we're trying to do is just fucking figure out what was the need. What is the need for God to kill these people? Why did he have to do it?
Yeah, it all plays out into the vindication of his character, so that
That
sin will never
doesn't
rise
answer my
again.
question. Why does he need to do it?
Um, I guess apparently, well, I mean that's a very deep question.
It's an easy
It would have to
question.
be pondered. Well, no, it's not because I believe that the Bible is true, so therefore,
Yeah, it's hard for you. I know. It's easy for me. I could say, oh, because he's a prick. It's hard for you because you're recognizing that this behavior is not good and it doesn't match this idea of being an all good God. That's why it's hard for you. It's easy for the rest of us.
No, it's not. I believe that God's character has been vindicated to me. Any question that I've had has been answered. Like I don't think it makes God bad because he allowed those things to happen.
He
Because
caused
at the
them.
end of the day,
He didn't allow them. He caused them.
well, in the book of Job, it's actually Satan that does it.
No, it's not. God tells him he can do it, and part of it comes from heaven. The fire from heaven comes down and kills some of them. Did you read that part?
Well, yeah, but Satan can do all sorts of lying signs and wonders and cause fire to come
So the
down from the
Bible's
sky.
lying?
No, it's just saying that I'm just saying that it was Satan. It could have been Satan, the fire coming down from heaven.
God told him to do it. God said, stretch out your hand. Or Satan said, stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to faith. Then the Lord said to the accuser, very well, all that he has is in your power. Only do not stretch out your hand against him initially. So this is the first time. So God gave him permission.
Yeah, he gave him permission.
Yeah. So if
But
you're the
he
most
didn't do it.
powerful being in the universe and you give somebody permission to go fuck shit up, then it's on you. You gave them permission to go do it.
Yeah, but if you look at things in light of the whole, like I said, the cosmic conflict, well then, and if their souls are going to be saved,
He can't help
well then,
himself.
well, because I believe I have to defend my faith, just as you have to defend yours. You know,
The cosmic conflict has nothing to do with this, right? Because the cosmic conflict,
of everything.
the cosmic
That's what
was
the whole
was the
Job, that's
cosmic
what Job
conflict
is.
ended? Did the story of Job end the conflict?
No, that's not ended until
Oh,
the
okay.
second coming
So
of
did the
Jesus.
story of
That's
Job
when the
have
conflict
any
ends.
effect? What effect did the story
Well,
of
the
Job have?
conflict is still going on.
James, what
because
effect?
God's character is being
James, what
vindicated through
effect?
humans.
James, what effect did the story of Job have on the arc of the cosmic conflict?
Let's see.
What
The
did
whole
it
conflict
change?
is so you got to understand the conflict first. Is that Satan believed that he could be like God,
Buddy, that's not
without
my question.
God.
We all know the story that's not in the Bible. I'm asking you, what changed? When God did the story of Job, he killed all these people. What changed in this long arc? What's different now that wouldn't have been that way if he hadn't have killed Job's kids? What's different?
Well, let's see. So I've never been asked that before.
The answer is nothing because they're not related. I've been trying to tell you for a half hour. They're unrelated stories.
Gotcha.
Job killing these kids has nothing to do with the overall redemptive arc of the Bible.
Well, at the end of the day, it was to reveal something about the relationship between God's kids and him.
What did it
And
reveal?
Satan was accusing them that, well, because it's all about righteousness. It's all about justice and like, is God just? Is God righteous?
He's not.
Satan didn't believe he was. Satan didn't believe
he's not.
he was either. But this was all of this was to reveal actually that God is.
Okay, so God had to kill Job's innocent children and innocent servants and his animals to demonstrate how good he is.
Gotcha. Well, again, so in this specific case, I've never I've been asked that, and so it's not that there isn't an answer or that there isn't a legitimate answer.
There's not
but
one, by the way.
just maybe that I can't give that to you in
Right.
this. But but that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't, just because I can't give you one right now.
There's not a good answer because it's a ridiculous story, and Christians read it through like the blood Jesus goggles rather than the logic and rationality goggle.
Yeah, and it was fair for you to believe that. But I don't. I believe God is good, and He's been so good to me.
Clearly not. No one cares if he's good to you. We care if he's good overall. So do you think that like if someone commits a crime, let's say the crime is worshiping another god, do you think it's appropriate to punish them by making them cannibalize their own children?
Gotcha. Yeah, what are you referring to?
I'm not referring to anything yet. If I'm caught worshiping another god and I refuse to come back to Yahweh, would it ever be just to punish me by making me cannibalize my children?
I mean, I guess I just don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about an easy yes or no question. If I worship another god, I'm committing a grave sin according to Yahweh. Would it be just for him to punish me by making me cannibalize my child?
Yeah, I guess I'll just, I mean, tell me what you're referring to.
It's a hypothetical. I'm not referring to anything yet. It's a hypothetical. If X, then Y. If I worship another god and I turn my back on Yahweh, is it justified for him to force me to cannibalize my child? Is that a justified punishment?
No. Let's just say no.
And why? Why is that not justified? No one can hear you right now, James. I can hear you now.
Gotcha. So again, what do you like? So obviously, you're gonna refer me to some kind of Bible text. So before I
Yeah.
before I make a judgment, or before I speak or testify, I would know what you're speaking of.
It's not a difficult question.
Just-
I haven't even read you a Bible passage yet. I'm just asking you. You said if I committed this particular sin, it would not be just to have me cannibalize my child. All I'm asking is why. Why is that the case? Why would it not be just to do that? Mac, buddy, welcome in.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Good to see you, man.
Same.
definitely real.
We've got a guy here who knows it's wrong to punish me by cannibalizing my children, but can't tell me why.
That is a tough one.
That's a tough one. Mac, if I asked you, if I committed a sin against Mac, would it be a good thing as punishment for me to have to cannibalize my child? Was that a good or a bad thing?
I'm going to have to get back to you because it's at first blush, it sounds bad. Right. I will admit that. Like, it sounds less than ideal.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if we can really say.
Who could ever know?
I had a burning question about Job. I know we're a little bit past it, but I really need to know a question for him.
Well, I think the
If
Lord
you don't mind.
raptured him. He's teacupped right now. I don't know what happened.
There he is. Yeah, he had bars and teacup.
He's been wrestling with his phone for a little while. I don't know if he finally
Oh.
dropped it or. Welcome back, James.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm here. I mean, I would just say from the surface, maybe it does, but I'm sure there's legitimate reasons.
Reasons for
honestly,
what? We
I mean,
haven't even read the
truth is,
passage yet. I'm trying to keep the conversation linear, okay? So I asked you, would it ever be right to punish me by having me cannibalize my child? You said no. I said, cool, we agree. Now, why do we agree? Why do we both think that that wouldn't be a good thing?
Well, because obviously any kind of murder.
Because it's unjust, right? My child didn't commit the crime. My child shouldn't be murdered for my crime. So far, are we on the same page? Okay. Are you aware that
What
Mhm. What's
what
up?
is the crime in this instance? Is it just general disobedience, disbelief? What do we?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
For not following God's commandments and whoring themselves to the gods of the other nations. Yeah. So in God's punishments in Leviticus 26 and Jeremiah as well, we can start in Leviticus, God says in his punishments, he's going to bring such great slaughter from the invading nations that you're going to eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters. That's part of the punishment that God is putting on his people. You think that's a justified punishment?
So, are you sure that it's him putting it on it, or is he just declaring what's going to happen because they're going to choose to do that because of
No,
the famine?
he's causing it to happen. He tells you in Leviticus 26 that he's going to use it as a punishment.
Yeah, see, that's why I didn't want to speak, is because I am kind of unfamiliar with this particular passage.
Yeah, so start
let's
in verse 23. If in spite of these punishments you have not turned back to me, but continue hostile to me, then I too will continue hostile to you. I myself will strike you sevenfold for your sins. I will bring the sword against you, executing vengeance for the covenant. And if you withdraw into your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into enemy hands. When I cut off your supply of bread, 10 women shall bake a single bread in your. 10 women shall bake bread in your single oven, and they shall dole out your bread by weight. And though you eat, you shall not be satisfied. But if, despite this, you disobey me and continue hostile to me, I will continue hostile to you in fury. I will in turn punish you myself sevenfold for your sins. You shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters. So he's saying, I'm going to bring an invading army, and they're going to slaughter you, and they're going to hole you up in the city, and you're going to be starved out. You're going to be starving so much that you eat your sons and daughters.
Yeah. I don't think that he's forcing them there, but
he is.
Again, I think you would just have to look at context there, and
James, it's a
everything
punishment.
has to be looked at.
James, it's a punishment. God's doing it. It's his punishment. Does God not have control over his own punishment?
Yeah, he does. But again,
Well, then it's him doing it. Like if I put a lion in the room full of children and they misbehave, I'm like, oh golly gee, I can't be held accountable for what the lions did. That's crazy.
Well, again, I don't know. I believe that God had a good reason for it, or else he wouldn't have done it.
What's the good reason?
But like I said, it all has to do with saving souls for eternity. The cosmic conflict, God's sin never rising up. He doesn't want this to ever happen again. He doesn't want death to ever exist again. I mean, look at Revelation. The whole thing is to bring everybody back into harmony with God again.
They always go into preach mode. They can't help it.
There can't be people. There's not going to be people in the new earth that will rebel against God again. There will be love. There will be no more tears. There will be no more pain. There will be no more suffering. Everybody.
You missed the most important part from Revelation 21. You missed the most important part.
The whole thing is that righteousness comes.
You missed the most important part, James. If you're going to quote the passage, don't miss the most important part.
What's that?
No more death.
Yeah.
And I see why that's bullshit.
Go ahead.
Because because that was robbed from Isaiah 65, and Isaiah 65. Interestingly enough, when the author of Revelation stole that from Isaiah 65, he added to that passage. He added stuff to it that wasn't actually originally there. So the original prophecy from Isaiah says, "I'm about to create new heaven and a new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I am creating. For I'm about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people. No more shall the sound of weeping be heard in it, or the cry of distress. No more shall there be in it an infant who lives but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 will be considered a youth, and the one who falls short of 100 will be considered accursed." So he's saying, listen, in the New Jerusalem, people are going to live for a really long time. If you die at 100, you're going to be considered still in your youth, but they're still going to die.
Well, I mean, that's not what it says in Revelation. The whole point is
I know, that's my point. It's a contradiction.
Well, anyway.
Did God change his mind?
No, I don't believe he did.
Oh.
And just because I don't, I'm not able to refute every single point that you said. That wasn't my intent, actually, to come in here and refute every single point, but just to defend God, because honestly, I live under the New Covenant, so I mainly study the New Testament because that was the fullness of the revelation of God. And I've had experience with God for these last 8 years. Like God has, I come to me like a father, and I've experienced his love and his grace and everything that he said about the human heart and about what's going on this earth. I've seen to be true, and he's loved me, and he's changed my heart just as he said he would, and I realized I was a sinner. I was incapable of love.
They can't help themselves. They have to preach. Like it's so deep inside of them. They can't help themselves.
Well, that's because that's what I came here to do is to
James, James, I've heard more sermons than you'll ever hear in your lifetime. No one cares. There's not a word you're ever going to preach that I haven't heard 1,000 times. You're wasting your breath. So just so you know, James, the more you preach, the more my audience thinks you sound silly.
That's okay. I'm not ashamed of the gospel.
No one said you're ashamed of it. We're saying that you should be ashamed of it, right? Getting up here on a live stream where we're talking about substance, we're talking about actual topics, making very clear, concise points, and then you dive into preach mode. All that tells us is that you're not mentally and emotionally capable of having dialogue.
No, I did to the extent that
Yeah, so no one cares about preaching.
According to me. Well, there are some people who might,
Nope, they don't. No one does. You're fooling yourself. No one cares about your preaching. Your preaching's useless here. Your preaching's as weak as your God is. Your God is completely weak. That's why he has to pick on women in the Old Testament. But listen, James, I think we had a good enough conversation. We've got some people waiting to get in, so I appreciate you coming by.
One question.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Matt.
One question. Yeah. So it is going back to Job, but I'm curious, James. Do you think God had a reason for doing what he did to Job?
So it was just everything is so that God's character will be vindicated, not only to the 2/3 of the angels, but to those who are on the earth.
Did he have a reason?
Yeah, that's all. That's all
okay,
it was.
So that's a yes. Okay.
Satan was accusing God. It was accusing Job. He's accusing Job of, of obviously of not only serving God because of all the blessings, and so God was trying to say, hey, no, actually, if you took everything away from him, he would still love
we know
you.
the story.
Yeah,
we're very familiar. So I'm wondering, would you be surprised to learn that God disagrees with you?
What do you mean?
That he explicitly says he did not have a reason?
No, I mean it wouldn't do anything. Or what do you mean?
Well, no, he says you incited me to move against Job for no cause.
Oh, I guess I never. Where does he say that at?
Chapter 2.
Yeah, Job chapter 2 didn't go very far.
Gotcha. Well, anyway, like you said,
just something to noodle on.
Gotcha. Yeah,
you don't have to solve it on this call. But...
God, so much. You couldn't convince me. You think it's funny. It's not funny, man. It's the truth, man.
Hilarious.
You're gonna die one day.
Pretty funny.
One day, and I care.
And no one cares, James. All right, listen. I'll pray to Doug for you, and you can spend your alone time in the closet with Yahweh. Okay. Thanks for going up. It's crazy that they think preaching's going to get it. Do they not know that, I've heard of hell before? Do they think they're going to mention hell as the first time I've ever heard of it? I don't.
Brother, I love you.
What? What is going through their mind that they think preaching to me? Oh my God, John 3:16. I'd never heard of that before. Now I'm a Christian.
I've never seen a baseball game on TV. Did you hear? Do you know the story of that guy?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna send you in the Discord a link to a podcast that I love. It's called The Dollop, and it's history, and it's the story of that guy. It is fucked up. It's really good.
I'm definitely looking forward to that. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Justin, not me, a different Justin, says, TBC, I was a Christian, been an atheist for 7 years. That's good information. I actually appreciate that because I wasn't sure where you were still, but hit me up on the Discord, Justin. And Debbie says, hi, Justin. Isn't it weird that fear of death creates death cults? Oh, it's such a good irony, right? That being afraid of death spurns on not just death cults, but cults that are willing to harm others, even to the point of death. But I do think a lot of these death cults, they're created to alleviate the death anxiety. But it's a weird evil twist, right? Katie, thank you for the super chat, says malachite is a green banded mineral that forms in copper deposits, have been used as an ornamental stone in a gemstone. Actually, after that super chat came up, I did look up a picture of it, and it's actually beautiful. I don't know if I told you, but green is one of my favorite colors, and when it comes to gemstones, I love green gemstones. So let me grab a picture of this stuff. This is one of them that's been polished already, but it's really nice. it's just this beautiful green, and it comes in. Of course, the picture is tiny. Comes in a bunch of different shapes and colors. It's really cool. So a big W for teaching me of another cool stone. I never heard of this one. And Jennifer says Isaiah 49:26. It won't let me post it. Sigh. Yeah, that's the funny thing about super chats. You can't just post anything you want to. I wanted to post a super chat earlier tonight on another live stream, and it wouldn't let me do it. But I'll read it for you. Don't worry, friend. I got your back. And Isaiah 49 says, I will make your possessors eat their own flesh, and they shall be drunk with their own blood as with wine. Then all flesh shall know that I am the Lord your Savior, your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Isn't that crazy? Isaiah 49, God literally thinks that he's going to, in order to make people know about him, he's going to make them eat their flesh. He's going to bring an army, destroy them, and make them eat their own flesh. And then they're like, oh, fuck, I guess Yahweh's real. See how that went for him. Jemin says, were Job's actual family resurrected or replaced? Oh, were Job's actual family resurrected or replaced? According to the story, they were replaced. Doesn't say anything about resurrected as far as I'm aware.
I think even replaced is too strong. Like, I think they just had 10 more kids. Like it doesn't say like he got 10 kids, it said they had 10 more.
No, I agree. Poor Mrs. Job having all those children.
Yeah.
Shit. Maybe he had a couple concubines.
Yeah, could very well be.
Master Machete, thank you so much for the super chat. Says the interesting thing about the Job story, Satan is success in testing God's ability to be evil. Satan's purpose all along, use God's ego to trick him. So this is a fair point. If you're reading the book of Job, Satan seems like the normal one. Like the second time that they're interacting, you can tell that Satan's like, really? It's like, okay.
Don't you think we're good here? I don't take this too far.
The first one was enough there, God. Yeah.
Message received. Justice
for Satan. Gabriel says, if only Christians were afraid of bigotry as much as they are afraid of hypotheticals. Oh my gosh, it's so true. They are terrified of hypotheticals, and they're especially terrified of hypotheticals here because they know for every hypothetical question I ask them, I have a Bible verse to show that God's doing that horrible shit, and they don't want to get caught in a corner.
100% what it is.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the super chat. It says that feeding people their babies set off the curse that led to the Trojan War and its many complications. The Greek gods are clear it's vile. Actually, I don't know much about the Trojan War. I would love to know more about it, though. If I have time to read, there's so many other things I'm reading right now than the Greek wars and whatnot. But eventually, I'm going to get there, friends. Saint Brush, my friend, thank you for the 666. Hail Satan says the hallmark of a true Christian is the sudden amnesia they receive from the Holy Spirit when asked basic questions about their own holy book. That's 1,000,000% it. It's either amnesia or they just haven't read it. We know they haven't read it. The ones that did read it, golly gee, forgot. Germs, my friend, thank you for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. It's super generous. And Hammond says the fullness of Daddy Jesus is really filling. Hey, Jesus was hung, guys. He was hung. And Razor Sharp, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, life for me got 100 times better once I dropped the delusions of my old faith. There's no reason you need a deity to have a good life. Actually, I'm with you. Adding God in doesn't fix anything. Hard Work says, Revelation 2:22-23, guess the evil Old Testament God never changed. Actually, I kind of forget what's happening in Revelation 2, other than he's cursing the people for the churches for worshiping the harlot and not the harlot, the Jezebel, and eating meat that was sacrificed to idols that Paul said was okay to do, which is super confusing message for the early Christians. But let me grab that passage from chapter 2 and see what it says.
Is that the synagogue of Satan?
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
Beware I'm throwing on her. Beware I'm throwing her on a bed, and those who commit adultery with her I am throwing into great distress. Unless they repent of their doings, I will strike her children dead, and all the churches will know that I am the one who searches minds and hearts, and I will give to each of you as your works deserves. Interesting. In Revelation, there's a lot of talk about judgment, which is wild because in the Christian doctrine, there is no technically there's no judgment. You either get hell or you get heaven. If there's a judgment, then that means the dichotomy of heaven and hell don't really exist. You still get punished based on your works, and it's not by grace or faith alone. Hercules says, F you, Joyful. Did he take our money? How much? Joyful, I don't know if Joyful took any of our money. Sorry. Yeah. Joyful recently did take our money. At least we were able to raise for Joyful at least a couple $1,000s. I think shit, I forget the total. It was a little bit less than what we were able to raise for Crystal, but we raised quite a bit for Joyful, and I think he's really grateful for it. There is some updates. It probably about $4,000 or $5,000. But yeah, there were some updates. It definitely helped him. He did get the stuff taken care of that he needed to get taken care of. So Jason says, if God wanted you to grape 10 of David's wives, would you? No escape. No, I wouldn't. I'd tell God to go fuck off. And Silly says, welcome. Silly didn't say anything. Silly is now in the Kraken crew. Welcome, my friend. And Peter says, I read the Old Testament like a messed up novel in which God is not a good guy. Can't enjoy it otherwise. Way too crazy a book. Thank God, God is fictional. Peter, listen, if you're going to read the book, the funnest way to read it is as an atheist. Because as an atheist, you don't have to justify any of this nonsense. You can say, oh, that's fucked up. You can just be honest with it. And Tired of Liars, I'm with you. It says Malachite is a stone. Yeah, I'm sorry. We know that now. Not to be confused with the Amalekite infants that got murdered. Glam, thank you for the super chat. It says, my NIV study Bible arrived. Sorry to hear it's an NIV. Cheat sheet ready. Big W for the cheat sheet. Thank you for what you do. Hail, Doug. May he keep every rock hard for us. Well, big W, Glam. I'm glad to know that you're deconstructing. You got the cheat sheet and you got yourself a Bible. So NIV will do. It's not the worst translation. Just don't get the message. That thing's awful. But thank you so much for letting us know, Glam, and happy or good luck to you. Happy deconstruction to you. And Johanna says, Satan is burning in hell, so neither Satan isn't burning in hell, so neither will I or anyone else. So this is a good point. We kind of touched on this when we were talking to the guest. The fact that Satan was rewarded for his behavior and is king over the earth, but like we sneezed the wrong way and God will execute us, tells you everything you need to know about God. He's ridiculous. Daddy and a caddy says, can low IQ people be good people without religion? I hope so. I know a lot of low IQ people that are good people that aren't religious, so I'm hoping so. And Space Lord says, and lo, Satan reached 5th level wizard and thus gained access to Fireball, which is a 3rd level evocation spell. Oh crap, said humanity. So there's a lot of inside baseball happening in that comment for gamers that I don't get, but I understand what you're saying. And you're right. Satan did at some point get his status elevated after he got kicked. It wasn't a punishment. And Gate of Delirium, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the 999 super chat. It says, when you are this worried about being trapped in your worldview, you know you should drop it. So this is a really good point. Like if you're in the middle of a dialogue about your worldview and you're worried that the other person talking to you is going to trap you in some sort of logical trap, then that tells you your worldview is not that great. Like you shouldn't be getting trapped talking about your worldview. You know what I mean? Especially if it's from God.
Absolutely. Like it's so funny to watch the break slam on because they know. Like it's not. You don't even have to be like clever or coy about it. You just ask them like, and you put a hypothetical out there, and all of a sudden they have this strict no hypotheticals policy.
Right. Yeah.
Just in the moment, but it's ironclad.
Yeah. Also, it's crazy how easy hypothetical questions are when they're not about your religion. I'm going to bring in a guest from our YouTube queue. Is it Antoine? Did I get your name right? There you go. I think your microphone is muted. But, all right. We can't hear you just yet. Let me see what's going on with your mic. Looks like you've got only one microphone plugged in. Do you have a mute button on your microphone somewhere? Oh shit. Maybe unplug the microphone. Are you using your phone? Maybe just unplug the microphone and see if that fixes it. Oh, you don't have one. Oh, when you came into the room, you have to tell it to select the audio source. Maybe you didn't select the audio source. You might have to refresh your browser and try again. When you come back in, select the microphone that seems to work. I think there's a button you can test your microphone when you come into the room, so you can make sure it actually is working. Let's see if this works for him. Okay, he's back with us. All right, welcome. Yep. There we go. We're good to go now.
Hi.
Welcome in, Antoine.
Hi, my name is Anthony. I'm calling.
Oh, Anthony. I'm sorry. I'm not good at names.
It's fine. I wrote Antoine. I'm calling from Germany. It's 2:00 in the morning, so please forgive me for being a bit silent because of my neighbors.
Fair enough. So, Anthony, are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a believer in the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that the Christian God is all good or partially good or not good?
I have concerns.
Yeah, I can understand that. Maybe let's start there. Let's put a finger on that. What are your concerns?
Let's say I'm a Protestant, like evangelical, like the European non-Catholic Christians, and I'm transitioning to being more the Abrahamanist, because I think it's nonsense to fight between Jewish, Muslim, and Christians. And I tend to use religion or faith more like a tool. And my question for you is if it's appropriate to use tools like faith, prayer, being thankful to a supernatural entity, and not being so faithful. And my final question is actually, how, if we deconstruct, how and with what shall we fill the gap in between?
That's a fair question. And I think for everyone it's a little bit different. But for me, my process was I was a Christian. And during my deconstruction, I kind of went from Christianity is true to this idea of, well, Christianity definitely isn't true because the New Testament's full of lies and Jesus didn't fill any messianic expectations whatsoever. But it might still be that like, the Abrahamic God is real. And then for me, I think really applying my reading of the Old Testament led me to the conclusion that even the Abrahamic God doesn't make a lot of sense. For example, like the Abrahamic God, if we go back to the Adam and Eve narrative, right? So according to the theology, after Adam and Eve sinned, he increased pains in childbirth, right? He made bearing children difficult. Then he cursed the earth, and now we get natural disasters and things, right? This is like a super illogical thing to do if you're God and you actually care about your creation. Like, I can understand maybe a punishment, like some kind of a punishment, like the idea that mankind would have to work by the sweat of their brow to feed themselves. Okay, I get that. Yeah, you have to work a little bit, right? But for the bulk of human history, like a lot of women, like as high as 4% of women died giving childbirth. That to me doesn't check out. And if the God is all knowing and he's all good, it seems weird to me that he would enact some kind of a rule where 4% of women giving childbirth would die. And then there have been time periods where as high as 40 to 50% of the children born would die before they get a year old. So the maternal death rate and the infant death rate has been really high in history. And according to the Abrahamic religion, it's because of what God did.
Yeah, the big question is if the whole experience of mankind should have the need to go through all these awful, difficult phases, and always being on the search for knowledge, new experience, redefining ourselves, who we are, where we come from, where we go to. At the end, if you think it to the end, like if we think of a God who's lonely, alone, and tends to create something beside himself just to keep himself entertained, what is the end goal? To have another entity with the same power beside himself. So this is a real human kind of perspective. But maybe this is his end goal, to have some other entity which is as powerful like him, a playing partner.
Yeah, so I agree. So if there is a God, I'm inclined to believe that there's got to be more than one of them. It doesn't make sense that there's just one God. And if God was all alone and he wanted company, it seems weird that he would create us as opposed to another God. Because like realistically, from his point of view, like we're like toys, like we're pets at
Yes, we are.
best. We're not equals.
Yes, we are. So I'm totally aware of what you try to do for your audience, for yourself, and for us being in the path of deconstruction, which you maybe tend to help. My question is it appropriate to, on the path to deconstruction, is it appropriate to still use tools like praying, which is an inner monologue, to find words, to structure thoughts, to structure fears and hopes, which is a forced dialogue with oneself? Is it appropriate to use these kind of tools, or is this still a trap which keeps us in this, away from the path to deconstruct?
Well, I think that deconstruction is a process, right? So if part of your process, right, involves you still practicing things that we would classify as religion, like I don't think that's wrong. Like so I mean, if it helps you mentally and emotionally, then I'm all for it, right? Like if you're having a tough day and praying to an unknown God or an unknown force in the universe can alleviate a little bit of stress, yeah, I love that for you. I think the reason why we do these live streams is because, as you've probably already seen, there's people that will get up here and justify horrors because, well, it came from my book, right? And so that's the kind of stuff that is problematic that we need to leave behind. But like we've got friends in the space like Reverend Carla, who still practices. She's deconstructed, but she still practices a form of spirituality. We've got some people that deconstruct and move towards Buddhism because they're like, listen, the idea of a creator God doesn't make any sense of anymore, but I still believe in like a spirit realm, and Buddhism offers that, right? So like if 100% of the people that deconstructed here ended up still being spiritual, this probably benign. Like I don't think it really it doesn't hurt the day-to-day process, right? Like they're not going to go out and hurt somebody because their religion told them to. It's the people who have a book that is, thousands of years old, that's unchangeable, unquestionable. That's where problems come in.
Well, maybe this is the last point, because this is not your goal for these live streams, which I'm forcing on you right now. But this is my question, my catalog of questions. I have two questions. Maybe you can help with giving an answer. Is it proof that mankind needs kind of a religion because we, as we know, always did it?
So this is a really good question. I discussed this with a couple of friends of mine, and I think someone like Dr. Joe, who's in our Discord community, would have a really good answer for this. But it seems to be that we've developed, over the course of evolution, we've developed this idea that we it's hard to let go of our parents, right? And so, for example, like we have a deep desire to be connected to our parent, but guess what? Our parents eventually all pass. Like, my dad's already gone, right? But I still have this need. Like, I still wake up sometimes missing my father. You know what I mean? So, like, when we have these God concepts, like they fill the missing parent.
Is it this? Do you think this is one of the aspects of the people who are gone that we try to figure that out and use faith and religion to, maybe. And my last question is: I understand what you think, and your answer. I need to process that. My last question is: if we think of religions like the polytheism to monotheism, are we in a 5,000, maybe 10,000 years process to get rid of religion and faith and get it more and more abstract?
I think it's a long arc. So when you think about the arc of history and the concepts that we've gotten rid of, think of how long it's taken to get rid of some of these concepts. The idea of slavery. Slavery was thousands of years, right? So I think that history has got a really long arc bending towards truth and justice, but I think it's a long arc. And I don't think that people are always willing to change. I think it takes time.
So we keep on working.
Yeah, we keep on working because in the arc, it's not completely parabolic. You'll find pieces in the arc where it shifts, like something catastrophic happens and it shifts, right? We can be the shift. We can be that one thing in history that helped it to shift.
Okay, Justin, I appreciate all your work. I'm a new fan, and thank you very much for your time and your answers.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming up and chatting with me, and best of luck on the journey. If you need anything, reach out. My email's on my account. You can hit us up on Discord. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you.
Cheers, friend. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
What a guy. What a guy.
Yeah, good combo.
Yeah. It's hard to deconstruct when you're in the middle of it. Like I feel like I'm on the end of it. So I've been on the end of it for a while, but I remember being in the middle of it, and I remember feeling lost. You know what I mean?
I intellectually, yes, I can't relate. I'm fortunate to not be able to relate.
But I was deep in it. You know what I mean?
I never was I honestly, I've talked about this a little bit. Like, I try to think of a time when I actually believed in this God and whatever, even treat it as a thing. Like, I've never prayed that it wasn't in a forced way, made to pray, right? I've never voluntarily prayed.
Interesting. Okay. I was a true believer. I was praying without ceasing.
Pray right now.
All right, guys, let me grab some super chats. We'll get on. Also, Atheist Bulldog, Dugald, my friend, thank you for all the gum over on TikTok. And Evan, thank you for the gifts on TikTok as well. I really appreciate that, friend. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the hats and the gum over on TikTok. It's great to see you, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, keep an eye out for Anthony on the Discord if he pops in. I think you and him connecting could be really helpful. And Spinning Reason says, raised a fundy and deconstructed at 14. Wow, good for you. But I never encountered the insanity of the Christians that appear on this stream. This is the mega nightmare. It actually is. And so like the reason why these streams are what they are is because of the reactions that we get. When I first started doing streams, I thought we would be having like actual substantive conversations. It turns out that wasn't the case. Christians just came up and said horrific stuff. And then I changed course. I was like, "Oh, no, we got to be hard on these people. We can't let them. They can't think that killing babies is okay. That's crazy." But you're right. And Vegas says, "Let's hear about Onan's pullout issues. Coitus Interruptus is the name of my new Poison cover band. Who gets to be Brett Michaels? I picked Brett. Brett A." Okay, so it's a great name for a band, by the way. But also, Onan, I mean, the story of Onan's fun one because, like, Onan was kind of a prick to do what he did. But at the same time, it only happened because of God's, like, goofy law system anyways. Like, theoretically, the law didn't exist yet. But let's be honest, the passage of Onan is written as though the law was in place, or else he would have no reason to, the woman would have no reason to wait around for the next of kin to marry. She could have married anyone she wanted to.
Yeah, there must have been something driving that, right? Yeah.
It had to be something, right? So God already had like these horrific ideas in place of the levirate marriage that forced Onan and this poor woman into this situation. It was a kind of a lose-lose situation for everybody. But interesting story. I would definitely look up Onanism. Santa Bark says, God is good, but only if you add another O. Well, I see what you did there. I can roll with that one, Sans. And Anthony, he says, for my friend Ken, Anthony should check out Britt Hartley's No Nonsense Spirituality for Atheists. That's the other one I was thinking of. Reverend Carla is amazing, but I forgot about Britt. Britt Hartley's No Nonsense Spirituality for Atheists is really good. I would definitely recommend checking her out. And Afro says, Doug has spoken to me with his rock hard, waveless words. Let it be so. When there is a guest like Anthony, our chat still runneth over with W's. Wasn't he amazing? What a nice guy. Could you imagine what these live streams would be like if we actually had chats full of people like Anthony? It wouldn't be completely different. Evan says, what did the cannibal get when he was rudely late to dinner? He got the cold shoulder. You're scorching these theists tonight. We're all rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Evan. Evan's especially rock hard because his last name is Rock and his first name means stone in Hebrew. So triple rock hard. Space Lord says James is an epic struggle with his mic and morality. Yeah. So like James, I don't know what's going on with his mic, but it sounded like he was wrestling with it in his front pocket and he just couldn't get it out for half the conversation. I have no idea what was going on with him. Tired of Liars says, not familiar with that. There's a reason ministers never preach from certain parts of the Bible. So you're 100% right. The reason why Christians don't know these Bible passages isn't just that they're lazy. It's that their pastors don't want them to know about it. If their pastors wanted them to know about it, they would. Godwin says, congrats on career change. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much, Godwin. I appreciate it. And all the members and the people who participate in Super Chats is what really keep the channel going. And liking and sharing and commenting on videos makes all the wheels go round. Now, Peter says, being this slippery, the guest must be anointed. Yes. Like oily Josh. That's good. We finally found a Mashiach. Crystal says, you need a compilation of clips where you ask the simplest questions and people won't answer. You'd get hours worth of content using 30-second clips. You're 1,000,000% right. The amount of easy questions that I ask that they run terrified from is this abundance of them. Fable says, is the baby paste thing to point out the fact that their reference for good isn't actually God? Otherwise, it doesn't work, in my opinion. Not always clear. Okay, so I'll talk briefly about the baby paste thing. So the baby paste thing is something I kind of came to over the course of debating divine command theory, right? So if you believe in this God, your worldview entails that anything that God does must be good, and every command he gives must be obeyed, right? Because disobeying would be bad. So if that were the case, then you could just make up the most ridiculous thing ever. You can say, okay, well, what if God told you to do X, Y, and Z? So the thing that I fill in the blanks with is any number of different baby paste scenarios. And so that's what we get. T-Maz, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says you should do a book covering the Bible, God's awful morality, and go in depth with responses to apologetics and all that. You could also answer general objections like, who are you to judge God? So T-Maz, I would love to do this book. It has been done by others before. I think I would do it really well. But that being said, I've got 2 other books I have to finish first. But trust me, a book of that nature is in the works. It really is. And Jim Nessie says, so Satan can rebel against God and then fight him, and he gets to roam the earth freely. But if I take up the shoot, I'm sent to hellfire. Yeah. So that's if you take it up to shoot. Yeah. So that's the thing. And we pointed out in the conversation, you didn't have an answer for, but Satan, like the most evil creature available, God literally created and just said, oh, you can be the God of the earth. That's crazy. Whereas if I sneeze the wrong way, I get sent to hell. Meg says, watching Justin cook while getting stoned for Doug. Big W. Get stoned for Doug. Let Doug rock your world, Megs. And Orc says, can you explain the rapture and tribulation? Yeah, I mean, it's an invention. They kind of get it from 2 Thessalonians when it says that Jesus is going to come with the trumpet cry of an archangel, and they'll meet him in the air. The problem is it doesn't say anything about leaving for 1,000 years. That's what the rapture is. The tribulation doesn't exist. There's no tribulation in the Bible. It's just a bad reading of the text. There's no tribulation to be found in the Bible. The tribulation just seems to be the time period leading up to Jesus coming back. But this idea, there's a reason why these rapture dummies can't figure out when the rapture is and when the tribulation is, because it's not really in the book. Matt Dougherty, I'm going to say Dougherty. Matt Dougherty, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, just started watching your streams, but finding you very cathartic. Thanks so much, Justin. Does Ems have a channel? I'm both straight and married, but damn, I need more of his voice in my ears. Well, listen, I'm straight, but Ems, and when he starts talking, I get a little, my soldier stands at attention. So, I mean, it is what it is. You don't have to be ashamed of it. But yeah, Ems has a TikTok account. You can find him on TikTok. He's also in our Discord as well. So definitely join the Discord and find him. Jeffrey, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says your lives would make a lousy cooking show considering what these apologists bring. You'd have to serve up too much fried bologna. Well, first of all, that's a good joke, Jeffrey. That's a really good play on words. The second thing, though, is I love fried bologna. So half my family is from like a holler in Virginia, and fried bologna was a staple in my childhood. And any way you slice it, I'm going to have a fried bologna sandwich. I love it. But good joke. I will
say you'd have plenty of fuel for any Ezekiel bread you baked.
Absolutely.
Like, so much bullshit.
Absolutely. These Christians are actually full of shit. So I got lots of dung for the Ezekiel bread. And I'm going to read 3 more super chats, and then we'll get our guest in here. Peter says, ironically, being Christian makes you jobless, complex, instead of dealing with jobless or jobless?
So being Christian makes Job less complex.
Oh, I'm sorry. I read a U in there. I did that by accident. Ironically, being Christian makes Job less complex. Instead of dealing with why bad things happen to good people, you just defend God's evil actions. So I've read books when I was younger on like why good things happen to bad people, and they always go to Job. But the reality is the book of Job, the answer to the question is God does bad shit, and who are you to question it? That's the story of Job. Like, you don't get an answer to the question. It's tough luck. Suck it up, Buttercup.
Have you heard about other versions of Job where he's kind of a prick?
No, I'd love to read them though.
Yeah, I think it was Rabbi Hanna was talking about that.
I'll have to check it out. I bet there were alternate versions. There were a lot of alternate versions of Bible characters. Meg, my friend, good to see you tonight. Says everyone will love everyone unless if not, you burn in hell. Love me, damn it. Yeah. So remember, God has to give you free will or else you can't love him, right? You have to be able to murder people or else you can't love God. Also, if you don't love me, you'll burn in hell, because that's true love. Okay. All right. You got me there. Okay. True love is love me or burn. I forgot about that. W says, shout out to the Discord and stream mods for keeping things running smoothly. Herman. Yeah. Big W to the mods, by the way. The mods are super helpful to keep the chat in line and to catch the stuff that I miss that needs to be dealt with before I get my live stream banned. And MRG, thank you so much for the $20 for the 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's super generous, MRG. I really appreciate it. If you have access to a membership to the Kraken Crew Elite, you have access to the cheat sheet. I hope that you make the most of it. I think it's a good cheat sheet. I did just add some more stuff to the appendix the day before, and I'll be adding more this week. So, and I also have a new resurrection tab for entities, characters that died and resurrected outside of the Bible as well. How you doing, Little Red?
I'm doing good.
Little Red, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And
Both.
what God do you believe in?
The God of the Christian Bible.
Cool. Do you believe that the God of the Bible is all good, partly good, or not so good?
I would say all good.
Okay, all good. So are all of his commands good?
In what context do you mean?
It's not a contextual question. Are all of his commands good?
Well, if he is all good, then yes, I would say his commands are all good.
Exactly, right? An
Or-
all good God couldn't give
yeah.
a bad command, right?
I would say yeah. From the viewpoint I have on it, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so
From my understanding,
God is all
term.
good. He only does good, and he only commands good, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. So if I read a command from God, can you tell me if it's a good command or a bad command?
Yeah. As long as I'm provided context, please, if you don't mind.
We're going to read it for you. Have you read Deuteronomy before?
Some of it, not all of it. I'm not complete. I am ignorant in places. Could you give me the passage?
Yeah, we're going to go to Deuteronomy 25.
Thank you.
We're going to go to verse 5.
Thank you. I'm there.
It says, when brothers reside together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her, taking her in marriage and performing the duty of a husband's brother to her, and the firstborn whom she bears shall succeed the name of the deceased brother, so that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. Okay, so easy question. Is this a good or a bad command?
I see nothing wrong with it, so I'd say it's good.
Okay, so women shouldn't be able to practice autonomy over their own bodies if their husband passes away.
Well, if you're looking at the time period this happened in, women don't have the same kind of like power they have today. Power is not the right term I'm trying to use here, but like they don't have the same life sustainability. Like their place in, I don't know. I see this passage as taking in your sister and caring for her and doing the duties. Now, does it apply to us today?
Well, no one's asking whether it applied to us today.
Yeah.
So it says
back
that
then, I see it's a good thing.
when brothers reside together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family. So she's not allowed to marry outside of the family. You see that, right?
Well, does it say she's not allowed or just?
It says she shall not. It's a command.
Okay.
Right? So that means she shall not be married outside of the family. It's a command from God, which means she has to marry within the family. Right? So why is that more important than women having autonomy over themselves?
Well, can you define your autonomy, please?
Autonomy means you have the ability to make your own decisions.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Sorry, I'm ignorant. Like I said, can you restate the question, please?
Yeah, so in the text, God says, if your husband dies, you must marry your husband's brother in order that his land, you can have a son with the brother, and then his land doesn't have to leave the family. The whole point of this is to make sure that the husband's or the family name resides on the estate, right? So essentially what it's saying is that the woman's autonomy is not as important as the man's property.
Yeah, that seems like it's saying that, but I'm not getting where you're getting like she must be married into the family. It is saying she shall not be married,
That's what it said.
though that can be interpreted as in there shall not is a she can't do anything else but this, or this is a you should do this because this is the thing to do or whatever.
It's the same
If
thing
that's
that's
sorry with my
that's used
wording.
in the
It's
commandment. It
bad.
says, "You shall go into her, taking her in marriage, performing the duty of a husband, brother to her, so on and so forth." These are all commands saying, "You do this, you do that." He didn't say you get to. He didn't say you're allowed to. He just says do it.
Yeah, you're supposed to. I agree.
Right.
Like that's what he's saying. You should do this.
That's what I'm
So
questioning. Yeah. Well, so
exactly,
God thinks it's
Sorry.
more important for women to marry their deceased husband's brother than to have bodily autonomy.
I think it's more trying to imply that they're being taken care of and that you should do this because they are your sister-in-law, or if whatever they would use the term sister-in-law, you should take care of them as they are your own wife type kind of thing.
But it didn't say that.
But you can infer from reading it.
No, it doesn't say that.
Well, yeah, and the word infer means to take this context and infer it.
You mean add stuff to the text that's not there?
No, not adding, inferring.
Well, it's a command.
What it's saying.
So could in fact they not take care of this woman without forcing her into marriage?
I would say they could.
Okay, but it doesn't say that.
Too.
Yeah, exactly. They're commanded to,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It says her husband's brother shall go into her. So she doesn't have a choice in this. This is a command.
Exactly. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so God is more concerned about making sure that this woman stays in the family than he is concerned about her autonomy, correct?
I just don't like that statement because
it's true.
No, what you're trying to say does make sense in this context, but I also see it as it's making sure she's being taken care of. Now, why can't she
but
marry
it
outside
doesn't
the
say
family?
that.
I have no idea. Exactly.
Because there's
It
100 ways to
doesn't say
take
that,
care
but
of
that's
somebody.
what
You can take care of somebody without forcing them to marry their deceased husband's brother.
Okay.
It could say,
Yeah,
listen,
I
if
agree.
she becomes a widow, give her a portion of the estate and send her away.
I agree. That's a very plausible.
Right? So
I wonder
this
why I
isn't
didn't do
about
that.
this is not about taking care of the woman.
Why would it not be about taking care of the woman? You'd rather just if they didn't care about taking care of the woman, they'd throw her out on the street
It's
and
about
just take the brother's half. No?
It's about taking care of the estate. That's why it says you do this so that she can have a son by the husband's brother, and then the son can inherit the estate. This is about property. The household or the family property is more important than the autonomy of the woman.
I still don't see your viewpoint. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it.
It just flatly says it.
Yeah, but it also
The firstborn
in this
whom
day and
she
time-
bears shall succeed to the name of the deceased brother, so that his name might not be blotted out of Israel. This is happening so that the name of her deceased husband won't die out. This is about property and name. This is not about taking care of the woman.
I just don't see how you see. How is it not about taking care of the woman when
It doesn't mention a damn thing about this needing to happen for the woman's sake.
but it is talking about taking care of her?
It is not.
In the fact that may I try to explain my viewpoint, because I see what you're saying makes sense, but I don't know how to. May I explain mine?
Yeah, show me the passage where it says the thing you wanted to say.
No, in the same passage it says If the brother dwells together and one dies and has no son, the wife shall not be married out of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her and take her as a wife, and perform the duties of a husband's brother to her. In my understanding, she has no son to take care of her. She's by
I know,
herself
right? Yeah.
alone, right? And this brother is supposed to, as it says, perform the duties of a husband's brother to her, take care of her, shelter her. That's what they did back in this time. That's what they would have done.
But you're missing
So
the
how is it
point.
not?
The command is given so that the husband's name won't die out. That's what it says. It doesn't say anything about taking care of the woman. It says she must marry the husband's brother. If it was just about taking care of the woman, God could say, take care of the widow in your family. Give her part of the estate. Give her money. Give her whatever she needs.
Mhm.
God didn't say that. God said, you must marry your husband's brother so that you can have a son, so that his name won't be blotted out. That's what it actually says.
Yeah, so that is what it says.
So
but
why do you have to boink?
why is it not both?
Why
is
do
what
you
I'm
have to
trying say.
boink your dead brother's wife to take care of her?
No, it's not to take care of her. It's to do as you're saying.
No,
to
why do
carry
you?
on the lineage?
Okay, so it's not about her. It's about the lineage.
No. That's what I'm trying to say. It's about both. It's taking care of her and
No,
carrying
it's
on the
not
lineage.
about
That's
both.
why I'm
If it was
not
about
understanding.
her, she would have just received the property. Do you understand the problem? Like, if God wanted to take care of this woman, his property could have just been given to her. But that's not what it says. It says this woman must marry her dead husband's brother in order that his name will be on the property forever.
Mm-hmm. And how would his name be on the property if she was dead?
That's my point. This whole charade is about the name on the property, not about the woman.
But in keeping the name on the property, does the woman not have to be taken care of
You're
to
missing.
have a son and then to have the property keeping going? That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm not getting here.
I
Because
know
she's
this
being
is
taken
very
care of,
difficult. Like,
and the
logics are like
name
really hard when you got Jesus
is
goggles
being.
on. So the problem is, if God wanted to take care of the woman, he could do it. He could do it without having her boinked by her dead husband's brother, could he not?
He could.
Okay, so then what purpose does sleeping with your dead brother's wife accomplish?
To carry on the lineage, as you're saying.
Oh, okay, so the point of her not being able to marry outside of the family, right? Her not having autonomy is so that she can carry on the namesake of the family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so wrap this all in a bow. If God wanted to just take care of the woman, he would have said, give the shit to the woman. He didn't say that. What he said was she cannot marry outside of the family. It's more important for her to marry within the family and perpetuate the name of the family than it is for her to have autonomy over her own life. Because in reality, she could have married someone else. She could have met somebody else. She could have gone and lived with an uncle. She could have gone and lived with a brother and met somebody else and eventually married whoever she wished. She could have done that. God said, don't. God said, you shall marry your dead husband's brother. That's the problem.
I see what you're saying.
So that means God values the name on the property more than he values this woman's desire to be autonomous.
I see what you are saying and what you're getting at, but what I'm seeing is both is happening here. She's being taken care of, and the namesake is being
It doesn't matter. She doesn't
carried
have a
on.
choice. This is about autonomy.
She doesn't have a choice. No,
God is
that's what it's
taking her
saying.
choices from her. That's what we're talking about. God is saying you don't have a choice. You don't have control over your own body anymore. That's the whole point of this conversation. God says you don't get to control your own body. You must perpetuate the name of your dead husband. If you don't see how that's vile, then you're just as problematic as the book. How do you not see that problem?
Because the way I'm looking at it and reading this, she's being taken care of.
What if
Now,
she fucking doesn't want
having
it, Little Red? What if she doesn't want it? This is what autonomy is about. You can't force charity on somebody. You can't say, I'm going to be charitable to you and go sleep with you and force you to have children. That's not taking care of them. They're being treated like cattle. Please tell me you don't have sisters.
I have many actually. That's a bad many sisters. But still, in today's age, of course we would want people to have their own choice who they would want to marry and everything. But back in the Bible times, women were treated, as you're saying, as cattle,
Yeah.
quote unquote.
By
Not
God.
exactly.
By God. That's the
By
problem. The command came from
no,
God.
yes, but I don't see what you're getting at in this passage.
You do see
It's
it. Yeah, you see the problem. I've told you 5 times. The problem is God is more concerned about the property and the name of the husband than he is for the woman's freedom and autonomy. The woman's freedom and autonomy should be more important about forcing her to be a baby maker for her dead husband. How do you not see this problem?
I don't get how you're not seeing what I'm trying to say either.
No, I see what
We
you're
have two
saying.
different
I'm
viewpoints.
saying, first of all, it's not in
I
the
don't
fucking
think you
book.
do.
Second of all, it doesn't matter. What if
It's right
she
there in the
doesn't
text.
want it?
I don't know. I'm not told if she doesn't want her. I have no idea how
What
that would
if
play out.
she does not want it? What if she doesn't want to marry her brother and produce children for her dead husband? What if that's not what she wants?
I don't know. How am I supposed to answer?
The answer is in the
I
text. It's a command from God. You must do it. You can't
Can
be
you
this
show me
slow.
the answer?
You can't be this slow. I refuse to believe somebody's this slow.
I'm sorry, but you know the answer. May you show me the answer?
We've read it 5 times. 5 times.
No. What if she does not want it? What's the
Tough
answer?
shit.
There's no condition in the text. It doesn't say if she wants it. It says you shall do it. It's crazy.
Okay.
Crazy that you can't get this.
I mean, the answer to that question is tough shit. Like that's what if she doesn't want it is tough shit. It's happening. You know that.
He knows it. He's being a disingenuous POSFF right now. Well, while we got
Yeah, I
the
have
fish
no
on the
idea what
hook,
that stands for. Sorry.
that's all right. While we got the fish on the hook, since we're talking about God's commands, how do you feel about slavery?
Oh, it's completely wrong.
Oh, it was never
I think
good.
we should all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, what about God when he says you can do it?
I still think it's wrong in my viewpoint.
So God was wrong for saying you can own slaves?
No, it's not. It's not.
the
It's
the
not.
pretzels you have to tie yourself into on this topic. It's always wrong. Oh, but when God did it, it was good.
God doesn't own slaves.
God's first of all,
God
he
doesn't have
first of all he
Yes,
does.
he does.
He announces
Okay, what are
it.
his slaves?
He announces it, and but also we're not talking about if God owns slaves. We're talking about God permitting his
You just
people
said he
to
did.
own slaves. He does, but we're not going to let you pivot yet. So we're talking about whether or not God said you can own slaves. You know, he said you could, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if slavery is always bad, that means God said that you can do something that's always bad, right?
That would be implying that.
Okay.
Yes.
So if God only gives good commands, then how is it that this is a good command when he's telling you you can do something that's always bad?
Well, before I can answer this question, I'd have to know what context he's giving them to allow them to do something.
I'll read it. Don't worry. I know you haven't read it.
Thank you.
As for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You might also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So you can own slaves and treat them harshly as long as they're from the nations around you.
Is this when they're going into Canaan, and where's this from?
They're in the desert, and this is a perpetual command.
Oh, the desert when they're wandering around?
Yeah. They're at Mount Sinai right now.
Gotcha.
And God said to follow these laws forever. So.
Until he abolished the
No,
law, right?
Nope. God said to follow the laws forever.
No? But then the old law was abolished.
No, it was not.
Can you tell me why it was not?
Yeah, because God said to follow the law forever, and Jesus agreed. So it doesn't matter what Paul said. Paul's just contradicting God. Just to be clear, God, the one you worship, said to follow the law forever.
So you've read the Bible.
Yeah.
Like, because you're very knowledgeable. You've read it.
That's why I know you're walking into a shit fest right now if you think that God said the laws were temporary.
But you believe that the old law was not abolished.
It wasn't. The lawgiver told you it is forever. And then Jesus came along and said to follow it until heaven and earth pass away. The only one who disagreed was the book of Acts and Paul. They changed it after Jesus died. Jesus died, and they're like, oh, we got to change that shit.
Jesus' death abolished the old law.
No, it certainly did not.
The funny
How
thing
can
about
you
this
go about
is,
reading the Bible without seeing that?
like, the word abolish is a particular word, right?
It is.
It's not all over the book. So it's interesting that, especially with regard to the law, like, you know where it talks about the law being abolished?
I don't have the exact
not?
chapter and verse, no.
Yeah, it's in Matthew 5.
Matthew 5. Oh,
yeah, 17 through 19. I can't wait till he tells me that the word abolish and the word fulfill means the same thing. This is going to be so much fun. Mac, you want to walk him through it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that's fine.
Yeah. No, Mac, I said, do you want to walk him through it?
Oh, like read it.
Yeah, go.
Sure, read it.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Okay.
I think it's on your.
I thought he was reading it.
No, I saw it was on your heart to cook them. I've got it on the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Sure. And those are the words of Jesus, by the way, just so we're clear. Jesus said that he didn't come to abolish the law. He said the opposite.
Said it twice in the same sentence for emphasis. Like, make no mistake.
I see my use of abolish was mistaken. When I say abolished, I don't. In this passage, you're right. He's not coming to abolish it right then and there. He's coming to fulfill it. And his death, does it not fulfill the law?
Fulfilling the law doesn't mean it goes away.
But it's saying that, for truly I say to you, until the heaven and earth is passed, not an iota or dot will pass from the law until it is accomplished.
That's news to me. Mac, did you hear that heaven and earth passed away?
Accomplished.
Are we on earth too?
Excuse me, what?
I think I'm on earth.
Are we on the new earth? Has earth passed away?
What? What are you even talking about?
Bro,
I'm talking about verse 18.
Bro, read 18. Have heaven and earth passed away? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
But that doesn't matter.
It does. Jesus said that The letter of the law will be until heaven and earth pass away.
No, it says, until heaven and earth pass away,
Yeah.
this stuff will not come to pass until it is accomplished. So if it's
Until heaven and earth pass away.
then it will have passed away.
No.
Before heaven and earth pass
All
away.
being accomplished includes heaven and earth passing away. Read it again.
No.
I'll try it for you. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. That means he did not mean to come and get rid of the law. Shit. Well, what did he come to do? I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. Okay, he came to do the law, not get rid of the law. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. That includes heaven and earth passing away. And it hasn't.
So all accomplishing, everything being accomplished is heaven and earth passing away.
It includes heaven and earth passing away.
I see this passage as saying heaven and earth passing away is the only reason an iota or dot would pass away, or pass from.
Yeah, and heaven and earth hasn't passed away yet.
Everything hasn't been accomplished.
Yeah, which includes heaven and earth passing away. I don't know if you know this. Heaven and earth has not passed away yet.
Heaven and earth passing away would make the iota and the dot pass from the law. But also the law being accomplished.
That's not what he said.
Happen. That's what it's saying.
No, it literally didn't say that. He says, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law. So he's saying until heaven and earth pass away.
Until all is accomplished.
Which includes heaven and earth passing away. That's part of the all.
Yeah, it seems to be conflating law and all. I noticed that you said it a few times. He says until the law is accomplished. It doesn't say that. It says all, and under that umbrella of all is heaven and earth passing away.
In the previous verse, it is talking about fulfilling the law.
Yes, that doesn't mean going away. So fulfilling the law doesn't mean the law is going away. It means to do it. If fulfilling the law means the law is abolished, then Jesus contradicted himself because he said, I didn't come to abolish the law. What kind of a goofy asshole would say, I didn't come to abolish the law, I just came to get rid of it? What a dumb statement. You can't be this slow.
No, I also think that the way you're using he didn't come to abolish the law. Of course not. He came to give you a perfect example of it. So that it fulfills all the prophecies.
He didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one. I had no idea prophecies would come up tonight. This is not a topic for prophecies, but listen, if you were really hell bent that Jesus fulfilled a prophecy, I'm more than happy to cook you on that. I don't know if I can turn down an opportunity to talk about prophecies. I can start off easy by listing all the ones he claimed to fulfill that he didn't. He's got to go look them up.
I mean, you have to, right? When it presents itself, you have to talk about the prophecy.
I know there's a list. He did 351 of them. My pastor told me. Genesis 3:15.
That one makes me batty.
It drives me crazy. I still can't believe Christians read that thing and take it seriously. Well, we'll give him a minute. We'll see what happens. Oh, there he's back. Find a prophecy for us?
No, sorry, I was texting someone. That's my fault. It was urgent.
Were you texting Jesus?
No.
You're playing a video game? What's happening over there?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Is this why you can't focus?
No, I stopped playing, but since y'all seem to not actually understand what I'm trying to say, it helps me focus better. Don't worry.
Yeah, I find that doubtful. Okay, so did you want to talk about prophecy, or is this kind of the end of the road?
Yes, please.
Sure. What do you fulfill?
No, you were about to list them.
Oh, sure, yeah.
The ones he didn't fulfill.
I can start with one of my favorites. I can't believe I talk about this one as much as I do because I know people are getting tired of me doing it, but I love the blunder in Hosea 11. I'm going to read you
Hosea
a
11.
passage. Yeah. I feel like most of my audience can quote this from memory at this point. It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more they went for me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." So, I mean, on face value there's really no prophecy to be had, right? It's just talking about the Exodus.
Yeah, from what I can understand from hearing it.
Yeah, what do you think a prophecy is? Like, what do you think? Like, if I said, I've got a prophecy for you, what would you be expecting?
Well, my definition of a prophecy would be like you have this guy that can foresee the future, tell you what's going to happen, then it's fulfilled, type kind of thing.
Yeah, and that seems
But
to
there are
be
different.
that seems to be God's impression too. If you go to Deuteronomy, he tells you that you should be able to test prophecies, right? When he talks about whether or not a prophet is actually speaking in my name, it says, "Anyone who does not heed the words that the prophet speaks in my name, I myself will hold accountable. But any prophet who presumes," I went too far, "who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die." You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So God is kind of under the impression that like the words of prophets are testable. And we should like know that they're actually saying things that are prophecies, right? Because how can you test something if you don't even know it's a prophecy?
Yeah, I can see that.
Right. So when I get to Hosea 11,
Hosea 11, what verse do you have?
Hosea 11, verse 1 and 2,
Thank you.
I'm reading this like a normal human being, where he's just talking about the Exodus, right? It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son." That's a quotation from Exodus 4:22. It says, "The more I called them, the more they went for me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." So he goes out and he's describing all the bad behavior of the Israelites. Because in verse 5, he's going to punish them. He's like, because you did these horrible things, he says, they shall return to the land of Egypt, and Assyria will be their king, because they refuse to return to me. So God is laying out this history as justification for the punishment that they're about to get, right? But there's no like prediction in here about a Messiah, is there?
Not from what I can tell.
Right. No, the problem is Matthew wants you to abandon all reason. If you go to Matthew chapter 2, 14 through 16, when Mary and Joseph had to run, it says, "Then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, 'Out of Egypt I have called my son.'" But we just read it. There's no prophecy about the Messiah coming in or out of Egypt. That's crazy. I don't know what happened to him.
It's stuff like this that pushes me closer to a mythicist position.
I get it.
Like, it's just so obviously fabricated.
Yeah, it's desperate is what it is.
That they ran off to Egypt and came back. This is the entire story of them fleeing to Egypt and coming back.
Mhm.
And it's just to fulfill this alleged prophecy.
Yeah. Red, do you see the problem here?
The problem of what? Him saying it's not pertaining to a Messiah?
The problem is Matthew is calling thing a prophecy that's not a prophecy.
He's saying it's like it pertains to Jesus when we read it, and it seems like it's pertaining to the Israelites leaving. Correct? Is that what you're trying to say?
We know it's pertaining to the Israelites leaving Egypt. It's literally quoting Exodus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. A prophecy, if it's attestable piece of information from the Lord needs to be recognized as prophecy. This is not. The prophecy of Hosea 11 doesn't start until verse 5, and the prophecy is not about the Messiah. The prophecy is about the Israelites being punished. So how did Jesus fulfill a prophecy in Hosea 11, verse 1 and 2 when there is none?
And Hosea was written by Jeremiah.
No, it was written by Hosea.
So this is Jeremiah talking to Hosea.
Nope, it's Hosea
So then
talking to Israel.
in Matthew, like you're talking about, to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet Jeremiah.
It doesn't say Jeremiah in my
Am I just
version.
reading? Am I just reading this?
You're reading the wrong verse.
I believe I am. That's
There
why
is
I'm
a
confused.
quotation, I think, in verse 18 about Jeremiah.
Ah, see, that's where I'm at.
We're in
Yes, thank you.
15.
15. Remain there until the death of Herod. This was spoken to fill by the prophet. What prophet, though?
No prophet name is given. This is an exact quote of Hosea, though. This quotation doesn't show up anywhere else.
Well, if it doesn't say, it doesn't show up anywhere else. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know. I'm not well versed in the prophecy of this one, so
Right.
I don't know what to say. It does seem like they're not connected. I agree.
I know they're not, and unfortunately, all of Jesus'
So if they're not
prophecies are kind
connected,
of like that.
why would you connect them?
I agree, you wouldn't, but the Bible would.
But you are.
No, I'm not connecting them. Matthew is.
But you. No, if it doesn't say a prophet's name, but you connect it to Hosea, you are
Matthew
connecting
called
it.
Matthew called it fulfilled prophecy.
Whose prophecy is it?
I'm sorry, you didn't answer my question.
Whose prophecy is
Why
it?
are you connecting it?
Because it's
Hosea's,
a direct quotation from Hosea.
But it's also a direct quotation from. No, I would agree. Yeah,
He
it would be a direct quote.
directly quotes Hosea.
Okay, but why are you connecting it?
Because Matthew is quoting Isaiah and saying that Jesus fulfilled the prophecy that is found here in Isaiah or Hosea. They went to Egypt to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Out of Egypt I have called my son. Out of Egypt I have called my son is a direct quotation from Hosea 11:1.
Oh, so now I see it more clearly. Yeah, but in Hosea it says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him," and it seems like to me, comma, and out of Egypt I have called my son is not related to the rest of the passage.
It is. It's completely related to the rest of the passage.
Why?
Because Israel is the Lord's firstborn son. Exodus 4:22, you shall say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son. This is about the Exodus, bro. Hosea is not giving a prophecy.
It is also seems to say that it is also talking about, it is connecting the Lord calling Jesus his son and also Israel his son in the same sentence.
It does not.
They're both his sons.
It says when Israel was a child. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. My son being called out of Egypt is from Exodus 4:22, when God says, Israel is my firstborn son, and he calls them out of Egypt. There's no prophecy here. This is history. This is in the past tense. These are events that have already transpired.
But do you see what I'm trying to say?
I see that you're trying to make really garbage excuses to get away from what the text actually says, right? You're saying, well, listen, as long as you say that the context doesn't matter, that grammar doesn't matter, you can just plug anybody into that. Why? Why would I do that? Why would I ignore the context, ignore the grammar, ignore the intention of the actual author just to plug in my Messiah? Why would I do that? He muted himself. I don't know why. You with us, Red? Hello? I guess the answer is no. Okay.
I guess they encountered like a pretty tough boss. They just got to take out.
Yeah. All right. Listen, go play your games. I don't think you're up for Bible discourse. It's not a great place for you. Well, all right. I'm gonna grab some super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here.
Yeah, we get words don't mean words a lot, but like quotes aren't quotes.
Quotes,
new one.
Quotes are quotes is wild. Germ says, do you feel the aggression of modern Christians is a pushback to the fact that the religion is suffering a slow death? Can we outgrow religion? Oh, yeah. Christian nationalism is a movement against what's happening to Christianity. If you can't convert people to your religion, you have to force it on them. That's what's happening. And Gem and Jay says, why was the amp kicked out of church? It's transistor. This is really good. This is a really good joke. I really appreciate that. Electronics joke. It was a good electronics joke. And St. Brush says, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but microphones, hypotheticals, and powers of snarkness. I like the reworking of this verse. I highly approve of this reworking. It seems to be much better than the original. And Phil says, we have free will because the boss says we do. Yeah. Oh my God. That's such a good point. Yeah. We don't really have free will, right? Like we have commands from God, and God says, if you follow these commands, I won't utterly annihilate you. But if you don't follow them, you're getting crushed. But we got free will.
Choice.
Yeah, not even
free choice.
Mac, if you don't obey me, I will light you on fire. But I love you, and you've got free will. You can make whatever choice you want.
Well, thank you for that autonomy.
Seems fair. Russell, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, is the reason for this law that the brother inherits the property and the woman is simply another piece of the brother's property? Yes and no. That's kind of it, right? The biggest issue with Israel was the goal was to not have any of the tribes die out, right? All 12 tribes needed to stay forever in the land. And one of the ways to accomplish that is you made sure that if somebody died childless, that you were able to provide an heir to the lineage, and the property would stay within the family. It wouldn't be sold off to outsiders at some point, right? I'll give you a good example. We've had a family farm in my family for hundreds of years at this point. The last owner, my third cousin, he's going to pass away. Hopefully not right away, but he's going to be passing away. He's older than I am. And his wife is going to get it. She married in. She's not actually part of the family. She's going to inherit what's left of the farm, and she'll probably sell it off. And as she should, it's her property, right? She's married to him. She'll probably sell it off, and it'll no longer be in my family. It's going to be gone at that point. This is what the Bible wants to prevent. They don't want that kind of thing from happening. Now, in the modern age, we say, well, tough luck. That's how things work. Women are allowed to own property. They can do whatever they want with it, right? But in the Bible, they're like, no. We can't allow that to happen, right? The only time in the Bible where women are really allotted property is in the book of Numbers. There's a situation with sisters where their father dies and there's nobody to inherit the property, and the sisters are going to be widows. And there's an exception that's made now because of this situation where God's like, oh my God, I never thought about that. Yeah, in that case, you can inherit your father's property. But that's, God doesn't change his mind. He just gets surprised every once in a while. Hard Work says, Christians, God wants us to have free will so bad, or we couldn't love him. God, F widows, free will. Yeah, widows don't get free will because remember, the widows are their property, right? They're not people. And I am the cheese. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $49.99 super chat. Big W, friend. Super, super generous. I appreciate that. Says most of the Christian boys that call in have a deficit in empathy. Yeah, that's the case. Cannot imagine themselves being discriminated against by their society, like women, slaves, LGBTQ, or other minority religions. It's truly Christian male privilege. I agree wholeheartedly. The fact that if you're a Christian man, you can read this book, and when you read the book, You're the one in power. You're the one who's doing the bad stuff. You're not the one that's being affected. But if you're reading this book and you're part of a marginalized community or a woman, you should be reading this book and be like, fuck, that would have happened to me. That's horseshit. That's horrible. I was reading with a buddy a couple years ago, and we were at a spot, and he's like, I don't understand how women can be Christians after reading this book. I was like, yeah, because it's got some horrible stuff in it for women. It's not good. Reverend Ricky Skaggs, my friend, welcome to the party. He says they particularly vile tonight. Yeah, they are. And that's saying something. Ugh, these people vote counts as much as mine. That's the hard part. But that's why we're doing this, Rev. We're doing this because they vote. Like, we have to be the people pushing the change. If we don't do it, no one's doing it. Santa Bart coming in again says the God of the Bible and the God in the heads of devout are two very different gods with only one thing in common. They're both fictional. Yeah. I mean, we all know that God is imaginary. We're all on the same page there. But yeah, man, it's crazy, especially when we talk to Phil Bros, because Phil Bros have this idea of God in their head that is nowhere to be found, not even in the book, much less real life.
Yeah, you see it all the time.
Chi says again, how rude to play video games when trying to do 1 Peter 3:15. Jesus would not claim to know these a-holes. Yeah. So 1 Peter 3:15 was actually a really important passage when I was a Christian. We heard it a lot in church. It was, I want to say, not a rallying cry, but kind of like a go-to passage of like, don't forget, right? Don't forget your mission, right? And it says, in your heart, sanctify Christ as Lord, always be ready to make your defense to anyone who demands from you and accounting for the hope that is in you. It's crazy that you would have that thing resting in your heart, right? But then not take these conversations seriously. It's weird. Russell says he doesn't know Hosea is a prophet. Actually, Russell, I think you're right. I don't think he knew it. I don't think he understood what was happening. He was out to lunch. And Marcus, my friend, welcome in tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I'm just stopping in real quick to show some love. I can't watch tonight, but I'll catch it on the rewatch. But I converted 2 of my friends to rock hard for Doug this week. He is the foundation. Hell yeah. Get stoned for Doug, friends. That's awesome news. Listen, I'm glad to hear it. Go out there, get the cheat sheet, deconvert your friends, tell them about Doug. And Spinning Reason coming in again says, concerned about your use of fulfill. The dictionary definition is bring to completion or reality, achieve or realize something desired, promised or predicted. I don't think that is it so clear cut. Actually, it is, Spinning, because when we're talking about laws, when you're fulfilling a law, that means you're bringing the law to completion, meaning you're completing the requirements of the law. So to fulfill a law means you're completing the law. In no way does it mean that the law goes away. For the same reason, when I buckle my seatbelt, I don't have to not buckle up the next time I drive the car. Still got to buckle that shit. Holofurfy says, didn't say anything. Thank you, Holofurfy, for sending 20 Deconstruction Zone to gift to memberships. That's 20 more people with access to the cheat sheet. Thank you for your generosity. I really appreciate that. And Bob Arand, good name, says, as you have said in the past, we fulfill the seatbelt law. Oh, just that every time we buckle up, but that doesn't make it go away. Fulfill is not equal to abolish. And this is the point, Bob, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. If Jesus meant to say that the law was going away, he would have just said it, but he didn't. He specifically said something opposite of that. He said, I did not come to abolish the law. Shit, so what did I come to do, right? It can't be abolish. No matter what you think fulfill means, it cannot mean that the law is going away, because that would mean abolish, and he didn't come to abolish the law. I don't think this is hard. I'm baffled that so many people struggle with it. Atheismo says, if heaven exists, it certainly isn't filled with Christians. Praise Doug. Actually, if heaven does exist, it's filled with Dougites and atheists. But obviously it doesn't exist. Best, my friend, thank you so much for the $27.99. Big W, friend. Super generous. Says, any caller that says God wouldn't do that when opposed with a hypothetical should ask Abraham what he thought before asking to sacrifice his son. Yeah, God will ask you to do anything. He will test you with anything he thinks he can test you with, or he'll just kill your family. Jake says, my friend said, congrats on your new job. Well, thank you, friend. How'd you get it? I replied, the same way the Virgin Mary got Jesus. He laughed. A miracle? No, sex. That I can't tell anyone about. That's a good joke. That's a good joke. I appreciate that. Remember, in the gospel, right, it says that the Holy Spirit came on Mary. So I don't know what else to say to that. The book says what it says, okay? I didn't make it up. I didn't write it. That's just what it says. Silatax, thank you for sending out a Deconstruction Zone membership. And Peter, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, exploded my super chat budget for the night. Don't worry, Doug. Doug's okay with it. It says, but really enjoying the stream tonight. So here's more Canadian dollars your way. Keep up the good fight. We need it since the U.S. is so crazy right now from up north. Well, thank you from the Great White North. I appreciate you supporting the channel. And yes, U.S. is crazy right now. I hope you guys don't go through the same nonsense. And Prado says, Prado Division showing support. Praise like, thank you so much, Jay Prado. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting. And Asher's daughter's with us. Good to see you, my friend. Says the reason why she can't marry outside is because she's paid for. She was already a slave. This is such a good point. Because if she's paid for, she's property. They can't lose that investment. They paid for that investment. They're gonna see the reality. They're gonna see the benefit, the payoff. And Design says 20 minutes after declaring God judged good all the time, who are we to judge? That's actually such a good point. So many times they'll say, well, God can only do good. And the minute we read a passage where he's not doing good, we're like, who are you to judge? Well, fuck, before we started, you said that this shit was bad. Now that God's doing it, it's good. Singer Soul, thank you for the $9.99. It says, have you ever thought about using Deuteronomy 13, 6 through 11? I feel like that one offers absolutely no wiggle room for Christians regarding the moral argument. So I have used both Deuteronomy 13, 1 through 5 and Deuteronomy 13, 6 through 11 in conversation. Deuteronomy 13, 1 through 5 is typically joking about Jesus only fulfilling one prophecy, the prophecy of being a false prophet. And then if you keep reading the chapter, there's more goodies in there though. Says if anyone secretly entices you, even if it's your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own sons or daughters, or the wife you embrace, or the most intimate friend, saying, "Let us go and serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known any of the gods." So I'll send them out for you. If anybody in your family or in a neighboring town entices you to worship other gods, you utterly annihilate them. You have no mercy for them. You destroy them. You get rid of them. Right. So any type of treachery towards Yahweh is met with execution. That's what's happening. But yeah, we use that from time to time. And N8C, thank you so much for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Super appreciate that. I think we just got 1 or 2 left here, friends. Peter says, thread carefully, Christians, lest ye be deep fried. Oh, tread carefully, Christians, lest ye be deep fried. Listen, they're going to get deep fried. Let's just be honest. They're not bringing anything. John, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Scylla Taxabit says, atheists have been unalive for centuries by Christians. It's about time atheists did a bit of cooking too. That's actually a really good point. They've been hunting down atheists for a long time. But I think between atheists and Christians, they kill more of their own than they kill atheists. It's crazy how many of them kill each other. And the minister, I got to read this. This is a good play on words. The mineralistry of Doug. I see what you did there. I just can't pronounce it because I have a lisp. Love seeing you cooking more and keeping the spirit of Doug alive. He wants the first frying pan after all. He was the first frying pan after all. You're right. Actually, I cooked my pizza on a stone. Says, best of luck spreading the Doug-matic views. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. I super appreciate the support. And we're going to go ahead and get our next caller into the debate here. Lily's been waiting for a hot minute, so we're going to get Lily in here. Lily, welcome in.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good.
Lily, are you...
I'm over 18 and...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm over 18 and I'm in the middle of deconstructing.
Oh shit, well, okay. So what's the hang up?
So I'm understanding what you're saying about Jesus being like pro-Mosaic law, by saying, think not that I come to abolish the law. And then he criticized the Pharisees for replacing the law with their own tradition. I'm confused about like he picked corn on the Sabbath and he stopped that woman from being um, stoned. So was he just like speaking? Was he being a hypocrite with that? You think, or what was going on there?
So on the first thing of plucking grain, the reality is there's no law against plucking grain. Like, so there are laws against harvesting on the Sabbath, but there are no laws against plucking the individual grains and eating them. That's not considered harvesting. So he didn't do anything wrong. Now, it happens to be though that the rabbis later came in and added additional laws. They called it the fence. So they added a fence around the original law of Moses to keep you as far away from breaking the laws of Moses as possible. So that's what he was breaking. He was breaking the tradition of the elders, not an actual Mosaic law. Jesus was not a fan of the oral law at all. As for stoning of the woman, I think there are two things, and I say them a lot about this story. Number one, it's not original to the gospel. I don't think this had anything to do with Jesus's teaching. It doesn't show up until hundreds of years later in the 5th century. And so if it was original to the gospel, it's weird that it took 500 or 600 years to get it in there. That being said, I don't think Jesus necessarily, I used to teach that he broke the law. And in a sense, he kind of did. Like, he didn't break the law, but he was advocating for an application of the law that would result in it not being carried out. And I'll explain. Because according to the law of Moses in Deuteronomy 22, you're supposed to stone the woman and the man caught in adultery. Now, Jesus, it seems at this point in John chapter 8 that he's skeptical that the woman is even guilty. Who knows? Maybe he thought that she wasn't, and he's like, well, I don't want her to die because where's the man, But they brought witnesses, so there must be witnesses to it, and you only need 2 or more witnesses to stone her. So what he said was, don't stone her, right? Because if he had gone out and said, don't stone her according to the law of Moses, what would they have done? They would be like, oh, how can you overturn the law of Moses like that? They'd be enraged. So what he did was something I think is pretty ingenious. He said, listen, if you stone this woman, you're next. You guys without sin, go ahead, cast the first stone. What he's saying is he's inviting them to stone her, but just know that you're coming next. If you want this woman to get stoned, guess what? You're on the chopping block too.
So it's almost like he was a genius cult leader.
Yeah, actually, if he said those words, that was a really cool workaround. Like, he did a really good job there, but I don't think that's original to the story.
Yeah, it was. He's like a ancient David Koresh.
Yeah, he really is. Listen, he was an end times death cult prophet, predicted the second coming, didn't happen. Said he was the Messiah, wasn't the Messiah, didn't do shit. So as far as I'm concerned, you're right. He's just like David Koresh. He said in Matthew 16, he's coming back with the angels to deal out retribution. And some of his disciples will still be alive to witness it. It says, for the Son of Man is coming with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he will repay everyone for what's been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he's saying he's coming back with the angels to judge. This is quoted verbatim almost in Matthew 25:31 when he comes to judge everybody. So he's saying this is all going to happen before all of his disciples have passed away, and it just didn't happen. So not only did he not fulfill even a single messianic prophecy, he didn't even fulfill his own prediction.
Yeah, it seems like he was very charismatic.
He probably was. I like the Jesus character that they paint in the Gospels. He's likable.
Mm-hmm. Do you have time for one more question?
Sure.
So I was talking to a non-deconstructing Christian about the virginity test in Deuteronomy 22, and they keep trying to say that the 2-witness rule would apply there. So like the bed sheet not being bloody would not be enough to condemn her. There had to be 2 witnesses, and I was like, but first of all, how would they get 2 witnesses for that type of sin? And then also, the 2-witness rule said that if it was found to be false, you had to do to them whatever he was going to do to his brother. Well, he was going to have his wife stoned, but if he was found lying, then it was just chastisement and a fine.
Yeah.
What would your answer be?
So to the second one, there is a passage in Deuteronomy that says if you falsely accuse somebody of capital punishment and you're proven to falsely accuse them of capital punishment, the same can be done to you. I think Deuteronomy 22 and Numbers chapter 5. I think those are exceptions, right? Because if he accuses the wife of not bleeding, it's because she didn't bleed, right? So the only way he could be held accountable and executed is if she did bleed and he still lied about it, right? Then he'd be executed, right? But the occasion that we're given is that he slept with her, there was no blood, and then he's like, what the fuck's going on? There's no blood. So I think that's one thing, right? So even if he lied, or I mean, even if he's accusing her, if there's no blood on the sheet, nothing's happening to him. That being said,
Right.
the way the two witnesses works out, and this is detailed in the writings of the Talmud, right? The way the two witnesses worked out is, first of all, you can't witness every moment of a person's life. That's stupid. You can't be a witness to somebody not doing something. The witness was only there to prove guilt, not innocent. So two witnesses is useless for proving her innocent. The way that the two witnesses were used in the ancient time is at the wedding, they would have a tent where they would lay out the marital bed, and there would be at least two witnesses that saw the clean sheet go in. And then after the couple did their thing and left the tent, they would go in and collect the sheet. So the witnesses were in fact there. They're the ones collecting the evidence.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
Thank you. That helps a lot.
I can send you resources on this and how it's described in the Talmud. If you want, send me a message on Discord. I'll send you the resources over Discord, or email me. I'll send them to you, because they do detail the process. It is interesting, though. They do admit at one point that they stopped practicing it. Like they said that they no longer do this in Galilee.
Okay.
So
Wow.
it must have fell out of favor, you know?
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I've been listening to your videos while I clean the house. You've been a wealth of information. I actually went to Bible college, an unaccredited King James only Bible college, and I thought I knew quite a bit about the Bible until I came into I encountered your channel. So yeah, I didn't even know there's a difference between Bible college and seminary, and so yeah. So thank you for what you do. Please keep doing it.
Big W, Lily. Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks for being honest with these questions, because like what we get, like when I deconstructed, I found these passages and I wrestled with them. And when it turned out that there weren't really good answers for them, like I was willing to admit, like, oh, this is just not good. This is a bad thing. And I feel like so many people, they're in the faith and they see these things and they're not willing to come to grips with reality. Like they'll bend themselves into 100 pretzels, making excuses for it, rather than just being like, oh, well, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, and I don't understand that. Like when I first started deconstructing, well, I mean, I started deconstructing when I was a child, looking back, but what really got me was when YouTube first became big, there was a video that asked, it was like 10 questions from an atheist to a Christian, and I felt like I could answer all of them except for one, and it was, why does God never heal amputees? And I mean, I didn't get mad at the atheist. I was mad at myself because I couldn't answer that. And
Yeah.
it was bugged me. And I don't understand. Like, I see people getting so hostile with you and other atheist content makers. I'm like, just say, hey, I need to think about this and I'll come back later. I don't understand the hostility, especially when the religion teaches love and peace,
Yeah. And like I've worked with atheists for years. I'm an engineer. A lot of people in my profession are atheists, right? And I remember being a young engineer in the field and being one of the few Christians. And like my atheist friends were good to me. Like they did. I only met one atheist when I was a Christian that was just a prick, but he's just a prick to everyone. No one liked him, right? But like in my experience, atheists aren't being hostile towards Christians. I've never had more hostility towards me than being an atheist talking about religion. When I was a Christian, I talked to all kinds of agnostics and other religions and atheists, and we just had decent conversations. Like they never attacked me. It's weird, like when you are on the other side, how ready these people are that have the Holy Spirit living inside of them, how ready they are to attack you.
It's really, really weird.
Yeah, or each other. Actually, that's a good point, Mac. Yeah, they'll attack
Yeah.
each other over dumb doctrines like baptism.
Oh, I was horrible. When I was in my sophomore and junior years in Bible college, I thought that if you were an independent fundamental Baptist church, like your church might as well not even exist.
Yeah, do you go to Pensacola? Where'd you go?
It was a small, a very small new Bible college in Arlington, Texas, which is in the DFW
Mm,
Metroplex. Trinity Baptist Bible College. I
okay.
almost went to, are you familiar with Howes Anderson?
I don't think I am.
Yeah, he had the biggest independent fundamental Baptist church it was outside of Chicago, Hammond, Indiana. Major cult leader. My aunt actually went up there and was a teacher and stuff, and I almost went there, but I ended up just staying close to home, so it'd be cheaper. But yeah.
I get that. I get that. Well, listen, Lily, it was delightful talking to you. And if you ever have questions coming back or hit us up in the Discord, we'd love to hear from you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, cheers, friend.
Bye.
When I was a Christian, I felt like going to these fundamentalist schools were it was problematic whether you were an atheist or a Christian, because I felt like as a Christian they were setting you up for failure. Like they were setting you up to believe that the King James Bible is perfect, when as a Christian I knew it was full of hundreds of problems, right? And or like they would set you up to this really rigid idea of inerrancy. I was like, but there's errors in the Bible. Why are we teaching people these doctrines that are really easy to refute? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I find myself telling Christians all the time, like, you guys would be much better served if you dropped this omniscience thing.
Yeah.
Like, I know they can't, they never will, but like, it just makes so much more sense. You have to do way less pretzeling if you just let it go. Like, it doesn't make sense, even on its own. Like, it also contradicts the other omni properties, but it contradicts itself. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm with you. Right? If the properties of God don't make sense, you need to change the properties of God or realize that the God is fanciful. But let me get our next guest. JD's been waiting in our YouTube queue for a hot minute, so we're going to try to get JD in here. How you doing, JD?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. JD, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I guess you could say the Christian God. I just don't think Christ is God, but the Son of God.
Fair enough. Okay, so you've got like an early church view of like adoptionism.
Sort of, yeah.
Right. Like in the Gospel of Mark, it's not clear that Jesus is the actual Son of God. It seems like he was adopted at his baptism, right? Kind of like David was
Yeah.
adopted in Psalm 2.
Yeah. Well, actually, I grew up with the doctrine believing that Christ had an earthly father, that Joseph was his actual father.
Oh, interesting. That's fun. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the doctrine I was taught since I was young.
Fair enough. It's an interesting doctrine. Okay. Fair enough. So I know where you're at though. Like so you believe in the Old and New Testament. You just have a slightly different take on it than like the Trinitarians. Totally cool with that. Not a problem. So no worries. Oh, wait, you're not Mormon, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Just double checking. Okay. Now, with that being said, do you believe that God is completely good?
If I'm going by the text, the text kind of says that he's capable of doing both, but doesn't refer to whether he's aligned to one or the other.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, so like in Isaiah 45:7, I think he
Mhm.
says, I make the light and create darkness, I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Yes. So God, I mean, according to the narrative, God did create evil. I'm not really, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm asking about God's like his nature. Like, is he good and does he always do good?
See, that's the part that's more ambiguous because I don't think this at least personally to me, it doesn't seem like for his nature specifically that he either aligns with one or the other. He just kind of does those things, like he 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 does it because he can, you know.
So God's not all good. He's maybe partially good.
Yeah, yeah, I guess we could say that. Yeah.
Okay. So how does that jive with the Bible that says that he's just in all of his ways and that he's good?
If you could quote me the scripture for me, please.
Deuteronomy 32:4 is the one that came to my mind. Let me grab it real quick. I'm going to put it on the screen, although you won't be able to see it, so I apologize for that. It says, oh, sorry, let me scroll. The rock, his work is perfect. All of his ways are just. A faithful God without deceit, just and upright. Right? So, I mean, we should be like whether or not you want to equivocate on what good means, we should at least be able to agree that he's just in all of his ways. Like he always does the thing that is just.
I kind of disagree with certain actions that he does. And I mean, I guess personally, I just kind of, you'd assume that God is a reasonable God. So at least you could have some dialogue about it.
Right, but my point is the Bible says that he's just in all of his ways, right? So if we see something that doesn't appear to be just, then either we're wrong or the book is wrong. You see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
when the Bible says that God is just in all of his ways, is that true or not?
I'll assume it's true.
Okay, so it is true, which means everything God does is just then, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so.
Now, do you believe that it's ever just to execute babies?
No.
No. Okay, so that's not a good thing, right? So,
No, sir.
what about executing babies, but like their king did something really bad?
No.
Okay. Have you read the Exodus narrative?
Yes, I read it once through, but I'm not good at remembering everything.
I'll read a snippet with you. Don't worry. So it says in Exodus 11, verse 4, thus said the Lord, about midnight I will go out through Egypt. Every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on the throne to the firstborn of the female slave who is behind the handmill, and all of the firstborn of the livestock. Right? So God is killing all of the firstborn in Egypt. Do you remember why he's doing that?
He said he would show wonders upon Egypt.
That's right. He's
basically like a show of force.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, because he says in verse 9, the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh will not listen to you in order that my wonders may be multiplied in the land, right? So the goal is to show his great strength, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that it's a justified behavior to demonstrate how powerful you are by killing innocent human beings?
Not really. I think it's excessive.
Yeah, right? It seems kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I mean, not only that, even like the slave women had their babies killed.
Yeah, it is. It's an excessive force.
Right. So like when we're reading these texts, right? What seems to be more likely? That these are mythological stories about a God that made sense to them, or that God exists and he's just, kind of an asshole.
It kind of makes sense to me that this is more like a national god. So it's kind of like more like a narrative to give some cohesion or some foundation to like the Israelite society.
Right, but does the God exist, or is it a story for the Israelites to be like a rallying cry for them?
I could assume he exists, but there are certain parts in the book where I'd have to assume that if the people are claiming God is one thing, you know, I'd kind of be like, how do I explain this? Like I think God is capable of making declarations for himself in the book, right? Because otherwise I'd just take that the people are kind of just how do you say, um being what's the word, grandiosing, you know, their God.
Well, that to me that seems to be the point, right? The reason why the
Yeah,
God of the
yeah, yeah.
book seems to be so unjust is because it's mythology. These are people that are creating a god that fits
Mm-hmm.
their Bronze Age conception of a god. Whereas if the god really did exist, if this was a real deity that it actually existed, that was actually just, well, he wouldn't have done the stuff, right?
Right. Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, assuming that, I mean, he's just capable of doing everything, then anything that can happen will happen, no?
Well, not if he's good, not if he's just. Like if God is just, then we don't expect to witness him doing things that are unjust. Like if I told you that like I was a really good tap dancer, I was the best tap dancer in the world, and then I
Hmm.
tap danced so poorly that you had to be like, Jesus, tap dancing Christ, what are you doing? Then in that case, you'd be like, oh, obviously this guy's a liar, right? The story is not true. So I'm saying the same thing about God, right? If the book says God is one thing, and then we read in the book that he's not that thing, then something's wrong. Either the book saying he is one thing is wrong, or the book describing his actions is wrong.
I see. Yeah, because when I read the book, I mean, it kind of seems like the way that God behaves is sort of like how any other human behaves. So
Right.
either you think he's like the most human of humans, you know,
Hmm.
uh,
Yeah, he's like a
or
superhuman,
like,
basically.
yeah, yeah, he's like, yeah, essentially just like a superhuman.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so in the oldest god concepts of the ancient Near East, and the Mediterranean, the gods were human. Like they were like superhumans, basically. It wasn't
Hmm.
until much later that we got these notions of God being like everywhere and knowing all things and being all powerful. Like that's crazy. That's not something that makes a lot of sense. And the reason why the notion of God keeps changing over time is because it seems likely that the God doesn't actually exist, or he doesn't want you to know he exists.
Right.
Yeah. Listen, JD, I it sounds like you and I probably agree the God of this book isn't really all that great. So I don't know if there's much for us to argue about, but I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I still take the book on faith though, so I still kind of choose to believe this. It's the best way I could. How do I say it? I could take the stories and certain wisdoms that they posit in the book to kind of reflect on my character, you know, like how Paul says, I wouldn't have known lust had the law said, do not commit adultery.
You don't
You
think
get what I'm saying?
non-Christians or non-Jews knew what adultery was?
No, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that for me, this is the best tool to for that kind of reflection. For me personally.
You need a book from a guy who kills babies to know that it's wrong to commit adultery?
Not necessarily. I mean, you could learn this kind of stuff like through your everyday experience, but I
Right.
mean,
That's what I'm
it's another
saying.
tool, you know?
I mean, it sounds to me like you're probably a decent individual, which is why you're able to read the book and be like, "Well, that's some bullshit." But I don't think you need it. Like, I don't think it's like I understand that there are some values in the book that you like, but if you can find them elsewhere without all the baggage, why not just find them elsewhere?
I mean, I could. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but for now, this is the only tool I've got.
Try Buddhism, my friend.
Any particular texts?
Well, there's quite a bit of Buddhist writings. I can't recommend like any favorites, but I think you'll like their worldview. A lot of the core tenets of Buddhism cross over with a lot of the teachings of Christ that I think you would like, but they don't carry in
Mhm.
all the baggage of like a megalomaniac creator deity that like executes babies and things.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I appreciate the conversation and thanks for hosting me.
Yeah, thanks so much. Good to hear from you, JD.
Yes, sir. Have a good night.
Cheers, buddy. What a guy. So, I mean, JD was being honest, was he not?
Yeah, yeah. It sounds like he's not long for that world.
Yeah.
I mean, you start asking the question, if you're honest with yourself, I don't know how long you can stay in it. Like, honestly, like,
Right.
There's going to be hiccups and everything, but
I agree. Once you get to the point where you're reading it and you're like, oh, that's not good. Like, if you're capable of being honest with the text, your time is limited in the religion.
Yeah.
Because the text is bad. Zero Supernatural, great name, by the way, says, I love you, Justin. Well, Zero, I love you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel, friend. And Josh sent out 5 more DZ gifted memberships. Big W, Josh. I really appreciate that. And so do 5 people who just got the memberships. And Wes with a $5 super chat says, I'm 77 today. Happy fucking birthday, Wes. Hell yeah, that's a big one. Says, I got a Bachelor of Theology after high school and was an evangelical missionary in Europe for 10 years. Became a non-believer, 62 years old. Well, congratulations, Wes. That is monumental. The amount of people that are able to deconstruct even past their 40s is astronomically low. The fact that you're able to do it demonstrates that you are a man of integrity. So big W for having integrity, Wes. And thank you for coming and letting us know. Bob the Wanderer says, Matthew 4:7, did Jesus take Deuteronomy 6:16 out of context? Seems like he did. And so he kind of, I don't think you're wrong. But in Matthew, Jesus is trying to tweak some of the commandments. Let me grab it real quick. Let's see, how do I, where did the super chat come from? There we go. In Matthew 4:7, he says, Jesus said to him, again, it is written to not put the Lord your God to the test. And you correctly identified this as most likely from Deuteronomy 6. And we're going to find the same thing in Deuteronomy 6:16. Do not put the Lord your God to the test as you tested him at Massah. So here's where I agree with you. What are we talking about when we hear put to the test? Well, putting the Lord to the test typically means testing his patience. It doesn't mean like requesting of God whether or not he's good, because God tells you to do it. In fact, in Isaiah 7, Jesus not knowing context is not a shocker. But in Isaiah 7, God asks Ahaz to put him to the test. He says, ask a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as shore or as high as heaven. And he was telling Ahaz to ask for a test so that he would shore up Ahaz's faith in the Syro-Ephraimite war. So God's not opposed to his people testing him. He allowed Gideon to test him. That was no problem. He allowed others to test him. So when Jesus says, don't put the Lord your God to the test, I agree with you. He is taking it out of context. The original context wasn't to inquire of the Lord to see if he's legit. The original context of the passage was, don't frustrate the Lord. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, like with Elijah and bringing down fire, that was on command, right? That's like a test.
Yeah. So back at the bar then, Bob, to your question, did Jesus take Deuteronomy 6:16 out of context? It seems like he did. I agree with you, Bob. Big W for recognizing that. And Frank says, I think Justin would walk into an active volcano if it meant he could cook somebody on Jesus's failed prophecies once he got there. Praise Doug. Frank, you're not fucking wrong. There are few things I love more than cooking on the prophecies, because this is one category that Christians are sold on. They are confident and they just believe this, other than the resurrection, this is the thing. And if you read the early church, they disagreed. They thought the prophecies were the thing. That was the thing that set our resurrected demigod apart from all the other resurrected demigods, is we had prophecies predicting it would happen. Frank says, let me get this straight. After 400 plus years of being slaves and knowing how bad it is, the first thing the Israelites did after Exodus is take slaves. Right. Makes total sense. That's the craziest thing, Frank. Now, my opinion is that this was all bullshit. This didn't really happen, right? But if it did happen, that's a crazy turnabout. That's weird. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Leslie says, thank you, Justin. You are doing Doug's work. Well, thank you, Leslie. You're supporting Doug's work. I appreciate that. And two more super chats. Space Lord come in and says, Creeping Death by Metallica is my favorite song about Passover. I have to admit, it's been a hot minute since I listened to Metallica. I don't remember how that song goes. Maybe tonight I'll pop it on before bed. And Bryce, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. It says, God is not capable of making any declarations in a book if he needs the book to be written by humans. So here's the thing. God could have written a perfectly decent book with no problems, no flaws, made everything coherent, and he just chose not to. Like, he purposely chose not to, right? So if this God exists, he's either not all powerful or he's stupid. Like, he can't be both. He can't be intelligent and all powerful. That's insane. All right, Mac, let's get our next guest in here. Oh boy, our boy Bitter Truth hasn't been in here for at least a year. Let's see how well this goes.
Hey, it's been a while. So,
welcome back, Bitter Lies. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm here to bring the truth. So, question: you still don't believe that God is real? I have to confirm first before we begin. Like, you still don't believe?
No, I still don't. But right now we're talking about whether or not God is good. Did you want to engage in this particular conversation?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So in your worldview, do you believe that God is all good?
I would say so. I would say he's good.
Okay. Is he all good?
Yeah, all good, 100%.
Okay. Does he ever do anything that's not good?
No.
No. Okay. Have you read Exodus 17 and the War of the Amalekites?
Oh, you mean the judgment after the Amalekites slaughtered the infants and the elderly?
No,
And then the Most High repaid them?
no. That's 1 Samuel 15:3. I'm talking about Exodus 17, the original war that was had.
Oh, what happened?
When they came up out of Egypt, right? So I'm going to read it for you, just the part that's relevant. So this obviously, of course, is why the babies were slaughtered later on, but we're not going to focus on that yet. It says, then Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua, choose some men for us to go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand. So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the mountain, or to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed. And whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands grew heavy, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Okay. So in the story, God is having the Israelites go to war with the Amalekites, and Moses has to hold his hands up during the war. Every time his arms got tired, God allowed the Israelites to get slaughtered by the Amalekites until he put his hands back up. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I'm following. Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you think it's capricious? Do you think it's normal to allow the soldiers from your own military to get slaughtered because some guy wasn't holding up a piece of wood?
Well, if that was the instruction of God to keep his hands up, and then so he had to follow what was commanded by God. So I would say, yeah, that was a command from God to keep his hands up so that his army could prevail. But
well, it didn't say it was a command from God.
Can you put the verse back on the screen? I think when we read it, you stated that he was told let me see. Whenever
It says, Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua, choose some men for us and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand at the top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand. So Joshua did as Moses told him and fought with Amalek, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill. Whenever Moses held up his hand, Israel prevailed, and whenever he lowered his hand, Amalek prevailed. Don't you think that's if God is in control of the war, right? God's handing over the enemy to you. Isn't that awfully weird and capricious that every time Moses' hand gets tired, God's like, well, now we got to let Amalek fuck up some Israelites.
So this is symbolically saying that we have to always keep our trust in God. So this was used as an example. We have to always keep our trust in God in moments like this.
So God,
this was used as
God
as that
had
example.
God had to let the Israelites get murdered in war by the sword every time Moses lowered his hand, so that generations later we'll see it and be like, well, you got to trust God.
Yeah, because in every war there will always be death.
That's crazy.
So what this is saying is that because remember the Israelites they served a powerful God, and
so you've got
what it's saying is that
you got a couple problems better. First of all, it wasn't a command. There's no command from God saying, Moses, you better hold your arm up or else. Second of all, even if that were the case, even if Moses did get that command, Moses should be punished for it, not the army. The people fighting on behalf of Yahweh shouldn't be indiscriminately slaughtered because Moses' arm got tired.
but you have to remember Moses was a man after the Most High's heart. So
apparently not.
He was the one that consulted God every day on behalf of Israel. Israel, they doubted God, so of course they needed Moses in these instances because they doubted God many of times. So Moses was that intervention for them. So that's why
I'll never understand why you think stories is going to help your point. All right. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Moses, if you think Moses was given the instruction, which first of all, it doesn't say that. You're making that part up. But even if it were true,
I thought I read that he wasn't given the instruction.
Better. Even if it were true, it doesn't make it better. Because Moses isn't being punished. The people fighting on behalf of Yahweh, they're getting punished. They're getting slaughtered by the sword. Do you see the problem?
I know, but Moses is intervening for the disobedient Israel in that moment. So as an intervention,
no, it doesn't say anything about Israel being disobedient here.
No, in general, throughout the whole Exodus, Israel they doubted God. When Moses went up, they doubted him.
But we're talking about a specific event. A specific event where God said, go and fight against Amalek. They go and they fight against Amalek. And Moses, when he gets tired, God says, okay, because your arm is tired, I'm going to let Amalek fuck up your soldiers. How is that fair to the soldiers?
It is fair because, again, in every war, there's going to be death. But Moses created a supernatural intervention that saved more than what had been unalived. So without Moses, many would have been destroyed. So Moses actually saved many of Israel, even though
without Moses, they all would have died.
Yeah, because
that's crazy. So God would command his people to go to war and let all of them get slaughtered.
No, but he knew Moses would be there for that save a remnant. Moses will help carry them through the war.
The pretzels you have to twist yourself into to read this book, it will never surprise me.
No, when you read it, see, I'm breaking it down for Moses was that intervention.
Why did God allow any of them to live?
Huh?
Why did God allow any of them to live?
Why did God allow His mercy and also a remnant that would be saved out of Egypt?
No. If the Israelites are wicked and rebellious, why did He allow any of them to live through the war with Amalek? What's the point? If he's just gonna willy-nilly execute them when Moses' arm gets tired, what's the fucking point of keeping any of them alive? Just kill them all.
No, because Moses, again, he prayed on behalf of Israel. Moses, a very good servant of God, and because of Moses.
But you're in a completely different chapter. That's chapter 32. We're in chapter 17.
No, all I said was that Moses was a good prayer or intercessor for Israel.
It, do-
He always
it
been.
doesn't matter. We're not talking about Moses, right? We're talking about the fact that God is allowing soldiers to be indiscriminately murdered by their enemies if Moses lowers his hand. Moses lowering his hand, if you think was a command from God, should be Moses's problem. No one should be slaughtered because Moses's arm got tired. Do you see the problem? If somebody's getting slaughtered, it should have been Moses.
No, that's not true because again, Moses was always a leader for Israel, and everything he led Israel as
No,
that intercessor.
you
He always
just
led
said
Israel.
Moses is being disobedient. Moses is being disobedient. So
No, I didn't say,
if
no, I didn't
Moses
say he
is
was being
being disobedient,
No,
then why is he
I
killing the
didn't say that.
soldiers?
No, I didn't say he was being disobedient.
Then
I never said
then
Moses.
why are they getting slaughtered when Moses' arm gets tired?
So that's just God showing how, because Moses, when he raised his hand, he's raising his hand in prayer to God. And so God's just showing that because of this one person that's praying on you guys or interceding for you on your behalf, he's the only reason why many of you will be spared. And so when Moses raised his hand, he's praying to God. That's
But
him praying. So when
Moses raising his hands has nothing to do with the soldier. You're a soldier. You've been sent into war. Your fate, whether you're a good person or a bad person, now depends on Moses's fucking arm. Do you understand? So this is what I'm trying to say. Moses is doing the thing. The people are getting the punishment. That's the problem.
Well, I wouldn't really call it a punishment because again, he's interceding on Israel who was disobedient. They had to wander 40 years in the wilderness.
Dying by the sword isn't a punishment?
No, if you go to war, that you should kind of expect that.
Is dying by the sword a punishment when God is the one that allows it to happen?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, Bertram, thank you for the jellyfish. If God is in control of the war, right? If God is intervening in the war, he's pulling the strings, he's making shit happen, right? The reality is he shouldn't capriciously and arbitrarily just decide to fuck off if Moses' arms gets tired. If he's good, if he's just, he would just let them win the war.
No, but he's using Moses as an example because it is. You ever heard of a remnant in the Bible? No, you ever heard of remnant anywhere in the Bible?
They're in fucking war. Who's learning from the example? They're holding swords. They're in battle. They don't know anything. They're fighting for their lives. Moses is over here on a hill.
Mm-hmm.
The soldiers don't learn dick.
But the people that remain they will learn and teach future generations. Even though it's unfortunate, the others.
So God's only method of teaching his people is by indiscriminately killing them. That's the only tool in his toolbox.
I wouldn't say he killed them because again,
he is in control of the war, Bitter. He's there. God is there in the war, granting the victory. Unless Moses' arm gets tired, then he fucks off. Like if there's a group of kids fighting in the playground and I'm intervening, keeping the kids from fighting each other, and then say, oh shit, well, Jimmy over here, his arm got tired, so now I have to let these kids destroy each other. I'm not good in that situation. If you're in the situation, you're calling the shots, you're in charge, you're pulling the strings, and then you randomly let people get murdered because some guy didn't hold his arm up, that's capricious bullshit.
No, because you have to remember. So I'll explain it better. So when Moses let down his hand,
there's nothing you can explain to make it better. This is you coping.
No, I'm gonna show you. So when Moses let down his hand, right? Naturally, by natural means, Israel will lose the war. But here's why: you have to remember, Amalek is a descendant from Esau, and Esau is a crafty hunter.
Why would God let them lose the war?
No, he didn't let them lose.
No. Why? Why would he let them lose the war? Why would he do that?
Why would he let them lose the war? No, because as long as Moses was there, they wouldn't lose the war.
Without Moses, why would they lose the war?
Because Esau was a naturally better hunter and more crafty.
We're not talking about Esau.
No, Amalek is a descendant of Esau. So when it says Esau, it follows.
No, Amalek was not. Amalek lived in the Negev. The descendants of Esau were in Edom. They're different people.
But Amalek is a. When you read it, Amalek is a descendant from one of Esau's, I believe, either his son or grandson.
Not only do I don't think that's the case, I also don't care. It's not relevant. It's not relevant who his great-great-grandpappy is. We're talking about a war. If Moses is not there to hold up his arms, why would God just let them get slaughtered? Why would he do that?
Yes, but Moses was there, right? So
Bitter,
Israel win.
pay attention to the words leaving my mouth. Stop answering the question that you want me to ask and answer the question I did ask. If Moses is not there, you said that Yahweh would let them get slaughtered. I'm asking you why. Why would he do that?
Why would he let? Because Moses was the one guiding. So Moses wasn't there as an intercessor.
That's not an answer to my question. I said, if Moses is not there, what would compel God to allow his people to get slaughtered? Why would he do that?
But you're saying if, but he wouldn't allow Moses to not be there.
This
But you're saying
motherfucker.
if.
Answer the hypothetical, Bitter. This is why no one likes talking to you, because you won't engage honestly in the dialogue. This is why no one likes talking to you. So pay attention, Bitter. This is not difficult. Imagine Moses is not there. You already said if Moses wasn't there, God would let them all die. I'm asking why. Why would God let them die without Moses?
So when I say if Moses wasn't there, I mean like if he failed in
This motherfucker. All right. No,
his earthly
get
power.
the fuck out of here, Bitter. No one likes you. This is why no one likes talking to you.
Absolute worst.
He is the worst apologist on TikTok. He has no good answers and he refuses to engage in the conversation.
He's also the pigeon on the chessboard.
He is.
He'll be touting his W very shortly. But I was reading this. It's interesting that like they could fool God by Aaron and her held up Moses' hands.
Just put the rock underneath of it.
Yeah, like a lot of people don't realize that this was the inspiration for Weekend at Bernie's.
It really is. This is the craziest shit. So not only is God willing to just randomly let soldiers get executed because a guy's arm got tired, but it wasn't even about the obedience of Moses, because they just put a fucking rock under his arm and God's like, all right, okay, you got me, guys. Like, what the fuck, dude? How do these idiots read this story and not see God as being an absolute asshole? Oh, it's crazy to me.
I don't know.
Gem and Jay says, I love hearing Christian civvies talk about warfare. F my life. I know. Could you imagine if Bitter was up here trying to explain this to an expat? Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. And Bryce says, why does God need Moses' help to protect his own army? That's what I'm saying. Why does Moses relevant fucking at all? It says God is all powerful. Moses' arms are not. What a ridiculous argument. It's crazy. I've never seen people pretzel so much over just reading Bibles to them, like Bible verses. Max, Bitter drives me crazy. I got to stop letting him on here.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
He's the worst.
What he does to Bash is like you feel for him, but it's also comedy.
Yeah.
Like he flips the fuck out on him. It's so good, but it's just like this guy's just here for that. Like,
yeah. I wish he would just be honest and admit that he's a troll and he doesn't believe this bullshit. There's no way he can believe this shit. Max, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W, super generous. This is Justin. I'm getting books from Amazon daily. Oh, love it. Good. You should. Everything you recommended, I buy. I'm even studying biblical Hebrew. Hell yeah. Get hooked up with Dr. Josh and do your Hebrew class. He says, you're killing me financially. Don't stop. Sorry, Max. I'm not trying to do that to you, but listen, readers are leaders. And if you want to be a leader, unfortunately, there's some investment. When I went to Bible college and seminary, I spent quite literally many thousands of dollars on my library because you need them to be accessed. Like I did private engineering and I worked in ministry when I was putting myself through seminary. So I was busy. Like I was traveling around the country doing work, running my own business and going to school. So I was like, I actually have to own these resources. I can't just go to a library. And it was the best decision I ever made. I still have the resources. I still go to them. I still access them. So yeah, if you can buy the resources, friends, buy the resources. But Bryce Ernie says, what lesson does Bitter think they're learning? Don't let your arms get tired. There is no lesson here. Yeah,
I was like, I didn't want to interject, too much, but I was just like, where is the trust a factor here?
It's not even
like,
in
how
there.
is it a matter of trust? It's literally like lactic acid building up in his arms. Like it's just he could not do it. It wasn't trust.
Well, that's the thing is it had nothing to do with him not wanting to hold his arm up. He was tired. Yeah. Like bro's
old
arm is
man.
tired. He's old. Yeah, he's not dead yet. I think that's chapter 34, but or 43. But yeah, dude's old. His arm's tired. He's at least 100 years old. The Exodus, he left Egypt when he was 80, according to the Bible. Or he left Egypt when he was 40, then he entered the burning bush when he was about 80, and then he dies at 120. They split it up 3 different chunks. But yeah, dude, he's an old man. He's an old guy. He can't hold his arm up forever. Kyle, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. It says, okay, I hope I explained this right. One person says, he says he will talk to God the next morning. Person 2, somehow magical, says the next morning, don't worry, bro. God will always be faithful to us without person 2 knowing. Explain. Hold on. I got to reread this.
Yeah, I'm not getting this one.
Talk to God in the next morning. Person 2, somehow magic, says the next morning, don't worry, bro. God will always be faithful to us without person 2 knowing. Kyle, I love you, brother, but I apologize. I don't understand what you're asking. You may have to flesh that out a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a character limit.
Yeah, I think there's something happened. Hit me up in the Discord if you really want to venture on this topic, buddy. But I appreciate the super chat. And Raphael, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Big says, would 2 Esdras 12, 31 through 34, and Wisdom of Solomon 2, 12 through 24 be good possible Jesus predictions? Sad Christians don't know these because apocryphal. Okay, so on the Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2, this is a parallel to the suffering servant, but it's not messianic. It's actually a reference to the Jewish people being treated particularly bad by the nations, by the non-Jews, right? So it's a parallel to how the Jews, the sons of God, are being treated. But it's not a prophecy anyways. So that's the other problem. It's not a prediction. On 2 Esdras, this gets a little more interesting. So 2 Esdras, for what most scholars say, was written after the 1st century, or at least after Jesus, right? Especially when you get to 2 Esdras chapter 7, where you got the scene of the judgment. So 2 Esdras 12, though, I forget what the contents were, so I'm going to pull it up real quick. 31 through 34. But my impression is that 2 Esdras 12 is just going to be it's going to be late.
Looks a little on the nose. It makes me think what you're saying is accurate. It's just a little too dialed in.
Yeah. So first Esdras has widely been recognized as being pre-first century events. Second Esdras, not so much. I'll show you what my study Bible says about it too. So, oh shit, I forgot about this one. This is good. Okay. So it says, as for the lion whom you saw rousing up out of the forest and roaring and speaking to the eagle and reproving him for his unrighteousness, and as for all of his words that you have heard, this is the Messiah whom the Most High has kept until the end of days, who will rise up from the offspring of David and will come and speak with them. He will denounce them for their ungodliness and for their wickedness, and will display before them their contemptuous dealings. For first he will bring them alive before his judgment seat, and when he has reproved them, he will destroy them, but in mercy he will set free the remnant of my people, those who have been saved, so on and so forth. So yeah, this is pretty on brand for like Matthew 25 vision. And as you know, the textual evidence that we have shows that this was written after the time of Jesus, probably to play on the Jesus narrative. But give me 1 second. I'm going to show you the introduction of Second Esdras in my Bible real quick. Unfortunately, you can't really get it on Bible Gateway. They don't have any like study Bibles, or else I'd put it on the screen. But 1 second. We're in Sirach. Blah, 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 blah. Baruch, Azariah, Susanna, Maccabees. Come on. Oh boy. Maccabees are way too long. Okay, there we go. So should be after 4th Maccabees, right? Or did mine not have it? Where the fuck is second? There we go. Right before 4th Maccabees. There we go. It says, 4th Ezra, the longest and most complex of the three, is also the earliest, written in Hebrew by an anonymous Jew in Israel near the end of the 1st century CE. It sets forth the author's anguished reflections on the destruction of Jerusalem and its temple by the Romans in 70 CE. The author adopts a pseudonym of Ezra, the character known for the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, whom he represents, so on and so forth. So that's like pretty standard fare. That's scholarly consensus on the authorship of Second Esdras. So if it sounds like it's riffing on the New Testament, it's because it is, unfortunately. But it's a good question. It's actually a really good question. Justin Martyr argued that the Apocrypha was removed from the Jewish canon because of prophecies like these. They thought it was a Jewish conspiracy. Unfortunately, scholars don't agree with Justin Martyr. TM says, Jesus, let me in. You. Why? Jesus, so I can save you. You. From what? Jesus, from what I'm going to do to you if you don't let me in. Classic. I love that meme. It's one of my favorites. It's actually, believe it or not, it was one of those memes early on in my deconstruction. When the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, fuck. Jesus is the bad guy. I was like, this, I mean, it's pretty well laid out. It's true. Zakul says, W mention of Metallica. Also, have you listened to Ghost? I saw the movie. Says, if not, then you should definitely check them out. Doug would approve of the Satan worship. Shit, I've never heard Ghost. I've listened to other satanic bands like Mindless Self-Indulgence and like Cradle of Filth, but no, I've never listened to that band. I'll give them a look. Phil Fun, thank you for the super chat. It says, having spent time in the desert, not being able to shower for days on end, when I read these stories, I get stuck imagining the smells after 40 years. Ugh, I don't even want to. There's a reason why they weren't happy, actually. That's got to be one of them. And I've got 2 more super chats, friends. Kyle says, yeah, sorry, I'm having to be careful with money spending at the moment. That's all right. Kyle, if you have a question that requires some in-depth chat, just hit me up on the Discord. I think we're already friends over there, buddy. But thank you for supporting the channel. And last one from Arton. It says, God heard through the grapevine that Moses had been neglecting going to the gym. Clearly, God was having Moses hold up his arms to help him get ripped. Oh, it was for Moses's benefit. I never thought about this. I apologize. I didn't know that was the thing, but that seems to be the thing. That makes the most sense. Welcome in, Christine. Christine? Hello? No? Christine might be up here by accident. We'll just pop you out. No, don't worry, Christine, don't worry. If you want to come back, you're welcome to come back. But gotta pop you out if you're not actually with us. How you doing, Denner?
Dean, the Diener. Hey, how's it going? Great, you?
Good, thanks for asking. Diener, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 18. I'm almost 50. Well, I'm 50 and I'm a believer, yeah.
Fantastic. And what God do you believe in?
Well, I believe in the biblical God, but I believe that he's veiled in the Bible. That the entire Bible veils the true God until you're ready to meet him.
Cool. Do you believe that the biblical God's all good?
What's that?
Do you think that the biblical God is all good?
No, he's the exact version of God that Satan presented to Eve.
So not good.
No, he's terrible. In the letter, the God of the Bible is terrible. So,
Okay.
but the New Testament says that in.
Cool. So we agree. Congrats. Welcome to reality. All right, let me get the the next guest in here. Looks like next up is MGE from our YouTube queue. If I can read those letters correctly. How you doing, MGE?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Welcome in. Can you hear me? Oh, he thought he was going to do something
definitely
there.
worth the wait.
Yeah, he was in the queue. He had to be in the queue for like an hour.
Jeez, it's so embarrassing.
Imagine being
to.
a warrior for Christ. He's a warrior for Christ. That's the best he can do.
I bet I get him to shut his live down with this.
Oh my God, is it shut down? Oh no, yeah, no one gives a fuck. Okay. These people, it's like they have no common sense whatsoever. None, no sense about them. All right, well, we'll grab the next. We've had quite a few people trying to get in on the queue here, so we'll bring in the YouTube queues a little bit backed up. So try to work through some of them. How you doing, my?
We're gonna fucking rape you and kill you, you fucking.
Oh, they're really crashing. I mean, we can do this all night. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna kick you. All right, we'll move on to the next one, and we'll take care of all these Jesus warriors all in one rip. How you doing, Fleece? Fleece, did you get fleeced? Fleece? Are you in the box too long? Okay, well, take care of that. Next one looks like it's Johnny. Welcome in, Johnny. Johnny?
Is this microphone working? Oh, there we go.
Now it's working. How you doing, Johnny?
You good?
Yeah, are you good?
I'm doing great.
It's a little bit delayed. Let me do a sound check real quick. I'm going to count to 3. You say 4 when you hear me say 3. 1, 2, 3.
Niggers.
Oh, wow. God's really doing his thing tonight, and he's powerful. I think I just converted. Mac, did you feel that? Did you just convert right now?
I felt some kind of pull, yeah.
Yeah.
Not quite there, though. He didn't stick around long enough.
It's weird, but the live is still up. It's almost like that shit doesn't do anything, and you guys are stupid. Okay. Well, we got 2 more people in the queue, and then we'll move over to our TikTok queue. Welcome in, Kyle.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Kyle?
You can hear me?
Okay. I'll just take care of that. And we'll try Fleece for the last time. How you doing, Fleece? Fleece has no working hardware, apparently. All right, we'll just take care of Fleece. We'll get Fleece out of here. Actually, Kyle, I see your camera works. You can get on the stream as long as you show your face on camera. So we'll just do this for the rest of the live stream. If you're coming on YouTube, you got to show your face on the camera, or else we're not going to bring you up because it's not worth my time. And we got people actually waiting to come on the TikToks. While we're doing that, Rez, thank you for the $20 super chat. Rez says, if the Sith code were written by ex-Christians, Christianity is a lie. There is no God. Through no God, I gain clarity. Through clarity, I gain serenity. Through serenity, I gain knowledge. The truth shall set me free. Actually, that is the case, right? Learning the truth, studying the book, studying history and science, setting a lot of us free from this cult madness. So big W, Rez. And also, Holofurfy, thank you so much for sending out 50 DZ memberships. That's Huge, friend. That's huge. Thank you so much, Holler Furphy. Everyone who got a membership, you have access to the deconstruction cheat sheet now. Make the most of it. Thank you so much, Holler Furphy. Keegan, welcome in.
Hello.
How you doing,
Can you
Keegan?
hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Keegan, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 42. I'm not. I was raised a Christian. Hey, sorry, my dog's getting all over me. You just said it, but like, 'cause I was just talking to someone earlier about how I feel like Christianity is a cult. It's like the biggest cult in the world, in my opinion. I just feel like you're trained to not question authority or question doubts. And anyways, that's just some thoughts I had about it. And
well,
it
I
kind of,
mean, we do agree, but we're just looking for debates, okay, buddy? But I mean, listen, you and I are on the same page.
I appreciate it. No, I just got on. I didn't know, but have a good night.
Yeah,
Good
no
luck.
worries. Big W. Have a great one.
You too.
He's not wrong. He is not wrong. All right, we'll grab our next guest. We're going to try Fleece again. He's got his camera on. Let's see if his audio hardware works. Fleece, welcome back. So your audio doesn't seem to work, and it looks like you don't have your microphone selected properly. When you come into the room, you have to tell the room what microphone to use, and it looks like you're not really doing that. So we can't hear you. So refresh the page. When you come back into the room, make sure you select your microphone from the drop-down menu. Hopefully that works for him. You should see what's happening in my waiting room right now. I can't put it on the screen because of the words, but I'll when we get near to the end of the live stream, if the loser is still here, I'll put him up on the screen so you can see what kind of a big loser this is. All right, welcome back, Fleece. Yeah, still nothing. Something's wrong with your hardware, buddy. Your stuff don't work. Maybe get a microphone or join TikTok. I don't know. I think your microphone's broke on your phone. Sorry, Fleece. So I'll send you pictures later. Actually, I'm going to take a screenshot real quick for everybody in the Discord. Hold on. All right, I got it. These people are funny. All right, we've got a couple people waiting. I'm going to give, I think Kyle is a real person and Fleece is still trying to get in here. So if we can get this working with Fleece, I want to give Fleece an opportunity to talk. He's been waiting for a while. Welcome back, Fleece. Any luck this time? No? All right. Listen, buddy, your hardware is broke. You got to get a different device, okay? All right. We'll try Kyle in here. He's got his camera on. Kyle, how's that?
Am I working now?
Yeah, it's working now.
All right, there we go.
Welcome in, buddy.
You see,
Kyle, are you a believer?
well, that's like that's hard to explain. I'm sort of, but I'm sort of not. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess you could say I'm going through the deconstruction or doing that, I suppose.
Okay. Well, we're doing debates here tonight.
Yeah.
So if you want to debate, you're welcome to debate me. If not, we can talk offline on the Discord or something.
Let me put something here. But you see, well, do you mind if I ask that one thing I had sent a super chat about?
Sure. Oh, you're that Kyle.
Just that one.
Oh shit! I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were that Kyle. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you see, a long time ago when I was this. I don't know if I should explain this or not, but like when I was like 7 or 8 years old, I was sitting in my room playing a video game. I don't know what I was playing, maybe like a little Super Nintendo game or something. But all of a sudden, something urges me to get up from what I'm doing, to pause my game, and go to the refrigerator and tell my brother, "Don't worry, Stephen. God will always be faithful to us." And then I went back to my room and I sat back down at my game and kept playing my game. Now, me and my brother, we stayed in separate rooms. So he like told God the night before he went to sleep that he would talk to him in the morning. Like, is there any way to like explain this or like, explain it away, like telekinesis or something, or just random?
I don't know what you're talking about just yet, so I'm not sure I know how to explain it. But
Like it means that somehow or another, he's saying somehow or another, like God spoke through me to him, saying that I said that to him because of what he said last night, that he would talk to him in the morning.
and what happened?
Well, that's what I did. Like, he told God that he would talk to him the next morning when he woke up. I get up from my game and go tell him that the very next morning. And now he's saying that well,
I mean,
I did have some.
it sounds like
Go ahead.
a coincidence or like one of those instances where you have false memories. Those are pretty common. But I mean, the big question I would ask is if God is so concerned about individuals that he would like send you like midnight messages or morning messages like that, then why in the world is he just letting 3 million children die a year of starvation and thousands of them die from bone cancer? Why care about this minute stuff that has no meaning when there's like an infinite amount of suffering in the world?
That's what I keep telling him. It's like, this book is not. You have proven so much to me that this book is totally wrong from the bleeding on the cloth thing and just so many things. I've tried to like jot down all of the different contradictions and things you've talked about. Man, it's just unbelievable.
And check this out too, Kyle, because like these types of coincidences, like these spiritual encounters, they happen to other religions. Like it happens to Muslims, Hindus, right? So
yeah.
If that's the case, then it seems like these are just people's brains having experiences that they don't know how to interpret, or all the other gods are true as well.
Yeah. Well, let's see. There was something I had wrote down here. Well, oh yeah, you wanted debates. Well, okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Kyle, yeah, thanks for stopping by, buddy. It's good to hear from you. If you need anything, hit us up on the Discord.
Yeah. Well, oh yeah. Did you? Well, what did you think of that testimony of truth thing? Something about that, like it's saying that Jesus was supposedly that he was the one that gave them the apple, that he was the snake.
I don't know if I recall the details from it.
Well, I think I sent you the link on Discord, like on a message. Yeah.
Did I read it?
I don't know.
Sorry.
Well, I mean,
sometimes
maybe whenever you get time.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a couple days to get through all the messages. But Kyle, I appreciate you stopping through, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
All right. I think Fleece is already gone. Let's grab our next guest from the TikTok queue. It looks like Queer Seminarians coming up, and we've got a super chat in here from Flux Channeler. Great name. Says, if God is really good, why would he inspire people to spam slurs in your stream? That's actually a really good point. Like if these people are warriors of Christ and this is what they're bringing, it's really weird that like that's what God would inspire them to do. Like that's just a weird thing. But how you doing, Queer Seminarian?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you today?
Doing well, thank you for asking. Are you in seminary or completed?
I am in seminary.
Cool. Which one?
Wesley Theological Seminary.
Cool. All right. So do you believe that God is all good, partially good, or no good?
I believe that, I believe that God is all good.
Okay. Do you think that he ever does anything that's not good?
No.
Okay, so all of the stuff that he does is good.
Yes.
Cool. Do you think that Satan's real?
Yes. But depending on what you mean by that word real. I certainly don't have a doctrine of Satan that is orthodox, I would say.
Does Satan exist in the real world the same way God does?
I don't think Satan exists in the same way God does, no.
Okay, so the Bible's not true. Okay.
I think that the Bible is true in a more complex way than the evangelical framework has it.
Yeah, it's true. Like the metaphysical substrate scaffolding of your subconscious mind, some bullshit like that. So Jungian archetype.
No, it's a library of stories that are really important.
Are the stories true though?
In some of them are factually true.
Why would you say the stories about Satan aren't true, but the stories about God are true?
Well, I don't. Pardon me. I don't say that the stories about Satan aren't true in the sense that, like, the stories about Satan have deep meaning to them.
But are they true?
God, I mean, it really depends on what you mean by that word true.
Jesus
if you mean that...
I can't with these people. And we're not doing this. Sorry, seminarian. If you can't understand basic words like true, you're in the wrong place. We don't do Jordan Peterson bullshit. What's the meaning of is? We don't do that here.
You mean my truth?
Oh, it's your truth. Oh, what was I thinking? Your truth, not my truth.
Not the truth.
I'll never but he's in seminary, so here's what I know. That motherfucker's already started deconstructing and realized this thing's all bullshit. And he's trying to hold on to it the best that he can. And the only way to do it is to go through some goofy, subconscious, metaphysical substrate. It's true, but only on like a theological level. These things aren't really true. They just represent these archetypal characters that supply meaning to it's some bullshit from Jordan Peterson.
Christ consciousness, preterist.
Yeah.
The path is littered.
Chief Snack says, if Yahweh is eternal, think how bad his breath and gooch stank. That's why he's so upset. He's immaterial. He can't even brush his teeth. He's got no toothbrush. And Commander Gumball says, the spamming made me want to counteract them by sending some cash. Well, thank you so much. Is DZ running a PSYOP? Who cares? Either way, screw those guys. Thank you so much, Commander. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. We will not go down easily, that's for sure. And Jam and Jay come in and again says, the starved and graped Vix. Glad Kyle's brother's okay. Yeah, actually, I'm glad his brother's okay as well. I understand his story after he explained it once or twice, but I understand why that would be convincing to him. But I think there are better explanations. And also, Flux coming in again says, I'm a Magic the Gathering reference. Oh, sorry. Magic the Gathering's fun. I played it a couple times, but I apologize if you have too many of the references. I won't catch all of them. I'm not that good. I don't know all the references. And last one from our friend Nathaniel. Nathaniel, thank you so much for the generous $49.99 super chat. Big W, friend. Says, this is Nate from earlier. Oh, yeah. I know. Okay, so you're the Nate I talked to earlier. Says, I'm non-theist. Okay. I have seen religious institutions be predatory. Genesis 1, 3 through 11 is literally a polemic against the Enuma Elish. I agree. I interpreted emergentism as one way to explain to theists transcendentals without God. Interesting. This is an interesting point. So Nathan, first of all, just up front, you probably know this about me. I don't believe in any transcendentals at all. I don't think they exist, right? I think like Christians want them to exist, but I can't see a good reason to ever believe in anything being transcendental. So it's not really, it's not a compelling argument. Like I can't see a reason to try to make an argument for transcendentals existing without God, because I just don't see a reason to believe that they exist in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have to fight my urge to just bristle at all that stuff. Like, I should probably take it a little more serious. I don't know though. Again, it never gets you to the God. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. But I mean, either way,
Like,
Nathan, we appreciate you being here and supporting the channel. But, you know, got to understand from our end, it doesn't get us, it doesn't do anything for us. You know what I mean? Like, I'd have to believe that transcendentals existed before I tried to think of an argument for them. I don't know. We've got now Slava with us. How you doing, Slava?
Good, good. Thanks, guys.
Slava,
Listening,
are you a Christian?
no, what is a Christian? I think a Christian is a name of an institution. I believe in God. Is that your answer? Yes.
So you're a Christian?
No, I am a believer.
In who?
I believe in God and Jesus.
Jesus Christ?
Jesus Christ.
You're a follower of Jesus Christ?
Exact.
So you're a Christian. Cool. So do you believe that the Christian God is all good, partially good, or not good?
But why a Christian? If you look at the Bible, I don't know where you find
That's the
word
definition
Christian.
of a Christian. Just look up the definition of a Christian. You're it.
But the definition doesn't make a statement true.
It sure does. A definition is somebody who is professing Christianity or its teachings, or a person who is a believer in Jesus Christ. You're those things that makes you a Christian by definition. You don't have to like it, but that's what words mean.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
Okay. Now, you think that the Christian God is 100% good, correct?
His intentions, yes.
No. His actions and his intentions, right? Like God can't accidentally do bad things, right?
His actions comes out of an fault of a broken creation. So yeah.
That didn't answer my question. My question is, do you believe that all of God's actions are good?
Yes.
Oh, that seemed easier. Okay. Now, if I read you, I don't know, some commands and actions of God, can you tell me if these are good?
I believe, yeah, because otherwise God didn't let them do, and otherwise we don't have the history about it. So yeah, I think yes. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what's happening in Isaiah chapter 13?
Enlighten me, please.
So in Isaiah chapter 13, God is going to punish the nations, namely Babylon. Like he's going to bring divine punishment on them. So we can read part of this in chapter 13. And God says, "Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place, and the wrath of the Lord of hosts on the day of his fierce anger, like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them. All will turn back to their own people and will flee to their own lands." This is where it gets good. "Whoever is found there will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, and their houses plundered and their wives raped." You think that was a good thing for God to make happen?
Let me ask you this question, and I think I answered, and I give my answer to you. What would you do if you are a creator? You created everything in the hope and in the belief. You created something beautiful. Then shit get happened. You, yeah, trust me. You warned several times. Many times you give people warnings. You send, I don't know who do you send, and if they don't listen, and in something you created and you see it broke down, what would you do?
I tell you what I wouldn't do. I wouldn't have a bunch of women get raped and have a bunch of babies get murdered. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I cannot find that's part of murdering babies and raping women.
Yeah, it's verse 16, Isaiah 13:16.
Yeah, hold on.
I was reading it. Did he not hear it?
Ja, maar ik wil hem ook nalezen. I got him. Say again.
Okay. So as part of the punishment, it says in verse 16,
Which
there,
one? Which chapter? Which?
Isaiah
Who do you call?
13:16. Let me know when you find it. It'll be right after 15.
Normally, yeah, I know. Isaiah, you call? After who is coming?
It ain't Jesus.
Which book is that? Sorry?
Isaiah 13.
Yeah.
It's on the screen right now, by the way.
And who is before Ezekiel? Never mind. No.
I'll read it for you. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, and their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. That's what it says.
And hold on, because I'm ashamed. The Ezekiel, in which part? Is that the Old Testament or the New Testament?
It's in the part where God is punishing people with rape.
Okay, so that should be the Old Testament.
Yeah. Do you think that Jesus is God?
No, of course not.
Okay. Do you think that the God of the Old Testament is God?
Of course.
Okay. Do you
But
think that this
the
was
New
a good thing?
The New Testament was
And
also God.
no one
The
cares.
Son.
Yeah, we're asking about the God of this passage right here. Did that God do a good thing?
First, I have to find it. And I'm very stupid because I cannot find it. If you say what is right, I go search it later. And you say it like it's you told me, and it is correct. Of course not. Then it's not right.
It's just Isaiah 13.
Something keeps me from finding it. Never mind.
Do you have
My first
a
on.
table of contents in your book?
I know the Bible.
Do you know where Isaiah is?
I thought I know.
So you don't?
After which other he comes?
Isaiah?
Yeah.
It's 3 books after Proverbs. They all know Proverbs, right?
It's the first of the major prophets.
But you got prophets 1, 2, 3. So
Number 1. So your wisdom literature is in the middle, right? Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, right?
Yeah, I know.
And then right after the wisdom is the prophetic books. First prophetic book, Isaiah. I'll tell you what, Slava, go ahead and find it. When
Yesaya. Yesaya.
Yep.
Okay. So, Yesaya 13, you tell me?
Yeah, 13, 16.
13, 16. 8. Thirteen, 16. Oop.
See it?
This one you don't want to hear if it is Josiah. 30 or 13?
13, 1, 3.
16, huh?
Yep.
You're right.
Yeah. It's pretty gruesome, eh?
I don't know.
Why would God do that?
Why would God do that? Okay, let me raise something from next to Turkey. Isaiah, the son of Amos, no, so far. Therefore, shall all hands be weak in each heart, and each heart will paralyze from fear. The people are in panic. They are robbed through cramp and pain, like a woman gives a birth to a child. Shocked, they will see each other, and fear in their faces will glow. Listening, the day of Java come, rootless, with raisiny and branded wood. Ah, nou begrijp ik waarom de vrouwen verkracht worden. Ja, natuurlijk begrijp ik dat. I understand why.
Yeah, it's punishment. I said that. I started the conversation. God is punishing the Babylonians by having invading armies come in and rape and pillage the women in the villages and kill the babies. That's God's doing.
Yeah, but you know what? Do you know what then? Yeah, but of course he will do that. Of course.
Of course he'll do it. What do you mean, of course he'll do it?
Of course.
But he should be locked up.
Why? So he
do you think
created
it's
something.
What do you think should happen, okay, if there are two countries at war and one comes in and rapes all the women and kills the babies?
It depends. If you warred some country for 6,000 years and not only warring it, you see that in that country, the people that you created, like your image, raping each other, being gay, being a lesbian, go.
That's because a real piece of shit.
Yeah, he's descending now into the bigotry cycle here. So
exactly.
Focus. Okay, when is it ever okay to kill babies and rape women? When is that ever okay? Because maybe I'm crazy. My mother told me growing up that two wrongs don't make a right.
I don't know what the difference is between killing a baby and a grown-up man.
You don't know the difference between killing a baby and a grown man?
No.
That's crazy. If God told you to dash a baby against a stone, then you'd do it. You'd be like, okay, sure, I'll.
You kill one person, no matter if it's a baby or a grown-up man, because it's a baby and in your eyes innocent, it's sad. And a grown-up man is less sad because he's grown up. You kill a person.
Right, yeah, and you're okay with killing babies. I'm not, but you also seem to be
But
okay
there's no
with.
difference between
You're
babies
also
and
okay with sexually assaulting women in war. Then that's the other half of the equation. Do you think that
go
it's okay to go to
further.
war and sexually assault the women?
I know, but you have to read the Babylonian was a city of
Slava, no
hookers.
one cares. I'm asking you if it
No,
ever justified
no,
to
but
go
I
into
care
war and
because
rape the
you
women.
only read. No, you only read that one lyrics. But if you know the whole story of the
I know the whole
Babylonians,
story.
no, then you also know that that city was filled with gays,
No, it doesn't say
hookers,
that. Show me that verse.
raping. They mean in the Bible by fuck those
Slava, you're lying. That's not even in the Bible. And just so we're clear, if you've got a nation of people that are doing wicked stuff, that doesn't mean you get to now go in and do wicked stuff to them. That's not how that works. That's why I told you my mother raised me right and said 2 wrongs don't make a right, right? So you don't just get to go into another country and rape their women because you don't like what they do in their society. That's not how that works. It's also just not true that that was happening in Babylon. You lied. You made that up. That's not in the Bible. It's not in the history books. It's not in the Babylonian literature. It's not in the Akkadian literature. Not in the Egyptian literature. It's not in the Mari letters. It's not in the Nusi letters. It's not in the Hittite corpus. It doesn't exist because you made it up. Now he doesn't know how to unmute himself.
The Babylonian Empire is filled with founts.
Prove it.
With painting. Prove it?
Prove it.
The history proved it.
No, it hasn't proved it.
Go search for Babylonian Empire bathhouses, paintings.
Prove your claim. You said the Babylonians were raping each other. I want to see the proof for that.
No, I said there were hookers living over there.
So what?
I was not saying
no one gives a shit.
Fuck off. Huh?
No one gives a shit that they had sexual prostitution. That's voluntary. They're allowed to do that.
Exactly.
They're using
and what these in the Bible mean.
They're using their own freedom, right, to serve at the temple. They don't have to. I don't know if you know this, but young women aren't forced to serve at the temple. They can choose to serve at the temple. They're not forced into it. They don't have to do that. They're not being taken advantage of by being temple prostitutes. This guy's crazy.
Like, does he think Israel didn't have the same things?
Yeah, he does. It's crazy to me that he thinks because Babylonian had practices that were ungodly. That's really what he's getting at. Because practices over there were ungodly. Now it's okay to rape them. That's just what he's saying. He's saying it's justified to do horrible shit to people if they're doing things that your God doesn't like. I mean, unless I miss something, that seems to be exactly what he's saying. All right. Well, listen, Slava. I mean, was he Russian or Ukraine? What's Slava, Russia, Vici, Ave, Caesar mean? Does anyone know what that means? I'm gonna type it.
No, I'm sure it's nothing good.
Slava, Russia, Vici, Ave.
Oh, is it Vici conquer?
Maybe.
Like Veni Vidi Vici? Like I came, I saw, and conquered?
Yeah. Someone who knows languages, let me know what this means. Is this Latin? Let's see. Means Slava, Russia, conquered, hail Caesar. Is he Ukrainian or Russian? I don't know what he is.
Pretty sure he's Russian.
It kind of seems that way, right? What's Slava mean?
Slava's like, it's like long live or go or something like, you know what I mean? Like glory.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
like live.
Yeah.
So he's like, he's Russian. He's pro-Russian. Okay, so you think it's okay then to like invade other countries and do horrible shit to them? Let me make sure I understand. Are you Russian or Ukrainian?
my friend, let me ask you this question. If you have a
No,
son,
you're going to answer my question. Are you Russian or Ukrainian? Because it kind of seems like you're Russian right now. So just trying to figure out who I'm talking to. Are you Russian?
let me ask you this
It's
one.
a yes
You
or
got a
no. Are
son,
you Russian?
have a son, and your son gets.
Yeah, you're not going to do that. So it was the easy question. All I asked is, are you Russian?
Getting raped. What would you do to the rape?
So easy question. Easy question. All I need to know is if you're Russian. It's just a yes or no. Are you Russian?
What would you do to the raper of your dog?
Okay, so he's just a piece of shit that won't engage. Okay, we'll just take care of that. I assume he's Russian, which is why he didn't want to answer. This is the type of person that thinks it's justified to go in and invade Ukraine, a sovereign nation, and do whatever they want to them. That's the type of person we just talked to.
Well, he was also trying to put like the whole like propaganda on like they are coming in and like essaying Russian girls.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
That's where he was going with that. Yeah,
it's justified, right? I still hold by my mother's advice. It's never justified. If somebody comes and rapes and pillages your village, you don't get to go do the same thing to them. There are other ways to handle that without hurting innocent bystanders. Remember, babies are innocent bystanders. Women that you go into their house and rape, innocent bystanders. They're not at war with you. These are not enemy combatants. These are civilians, and there is a difference. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll go to our next guest in here. Zakul says, depends on what you mean by hail and Satan. I mean, fuck yeah, Dark Lord. And James says, Doug is just in all of his ways. Obviously he is. Doug is firm. He's just. He's never slaughtered a baby. Doug wouldn't do that. That's crazy. Jennifer says, Isaiah 30:33, Yahweh's breath is burning sulfur. I know. I think we talked about that recently on another stream. But yeah, Yahweh's got bad breath, guys. It's not good. He's also, depending on how you read the text, he's got quite a bow. But Timo, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, I'm rock hard for Doug, and I can feel his hardness deep inside of me. Thanks for the work you're doing, and thank you for the cheat sheet. Well, Timo, thank you so much for supporting the stream, and thank you for being a member and getting the copy of the cheat sheet. And we do have a Patreon now for those who want to use Patreon rather than going through YouTube or TikTok. You can do the Patreon in my link tree. And Diablo says, Synagogue of Satan, awesome metal band name idea. Actually, if I had a metal band, that would be on the top of the list, Synagogue of Satan. I'm shocked it's not already used. And X Million, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $9.99. Says, so greatly appreciate all you do. Prophet Justin. Please describe for us believers what transpires when Doug manifests in molten form. I'm actually just groveling, almost anxious for a big W. Well, big W to you, X Million. Thank you for supporting and for being a friend of the channel. And Doug does manifest in molten form. It requires a lot of heat. Unfortunately, Doug prefers to stay rock hard. So I've not seen him in molten form because Doug is always rock hard for me. He'll never let me down because he's never flaccid. He's always rock hard. So I don't know what he's like in molten form. And Kyle says, when I showed Jephthah sacrificing his daughter to some of my families, their jaws dropped, as they should. If you read Judges 11 slowly, it's clear that God was okay with it. He made the vow while under compulsion by the Holy Spirit. He didn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Kay says, remember, guys, Justin has lived under a Doug when it comes to popular culture. Love you, Justin. Actually, Kay, you're not wrong when it comes to pop culture references, but I'm deep under a Doug. So many of them go over my head. I'm just not up to speed. My idea of a good time is sitting down with a good book. I'm not crazy into movies and things like that. I'm the boring guy, and I'm okay being the boring guy at like a party. I'm down with that. Daniel, thank you for $15 over Penvo over PayPal. I appreciate that, Daniel. And Small Johnson says, seminary guy definitely isn't going to study the Old Testament. He's coping in the New Covenant. Also, good to see you tonight. Small Johnson, it's great to see you. I hope you're having a great time at work. And you're right. The seminary guy is in the cope cycle. Like, he's got the seminary. He's learning some hard shit because he's going to a real seminary. And he's like, if this is all true, I don't really like it. I need to make it true, but not actually true. Like, it's true, but what does true really mean? Bob the Wanderer come in and again says, Matthew 7, 9 and 10, Jesus says, if a child asks for a fish, will you give him a snake? Yeah, in Numbers, he literally did that. They literally ask for food and God sends serpents on them. It says the Israel complaint about food, God sends snakes. So this is actually a contradiction that shows up in our deconstruction cheat sheet. That's on there. Such a good reference, Bob. And Ashera, good to see you again, says, Justin, I don't think, you read, my last, super chat, hi, Mac, I like you here too, well, Ashera, if I missed a super chat, I'm really sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to miss any. I try to hit every single super chat because you guys make the show possible. But that being the case, who doesn't love Mac here? How could you not?
Oh, thank you. Thank you both so much.
Mac is rock solid. He's Doug approved in every way possible. And Silver, a couple more super chats, friend. Silver Surfer sent a game over. I agree. Game over for that guy. Thank you for the super chat. And Just a Ranter says, may the power of Doug sober up this man. He did sound a little, he could be more all there, we would say. He's had too much Kraken. Having the right amount of Kraken. And Kay says, baby paste, okay? Homophobia. So, Kay, we are going to get more baby paste tonight. I got another guest loaded up. I want to get some baby paste tonight. Let's see if we can corral the conversation to baby paste. And Design says, observation, these books seem like tools to filter the worst of us, marriage them with the most complacent of us in service of the most shameless of us for use against the rest of us. So this is a really good saying. I've actually not heard the saying, but this is true, right? These books probably started as stories that people early on realized that they could leverage as propaganda. And now that's what we have. We've got leverage propaganda. And
yeah, I almost wonder about that because it seems like they may have started innocently enough, trying to explain just mysteries.
Yeah.
But then, like you said, people figured out that there's an angle to be worked here.
There seems to be some true Israelite theistic ideas that we find in the pre-Davidic period. But once you get to the period of the United Monarchy, it's clear that they have a program. Like they need the two nations, the North and the South, to be united into one people group. And so they're going to go into these texts and make them say what they need to say so that they get this united monarchy. Now, that's a generous view. If you read the writings of other people who do source criticism, like Richard Elliott Freeman, he thinks the same thing, but he's placing it after the Assyrian invasion. He's saying when the Assyrians invaded and the northern tribes had to come south into Judea for protection, that's when the narratives got combined and used as propaganda. But if you're being generous, you could say the same thing. When David and Solomon came to the throne and tried to unite the two people, then they combined their propaganda. Realistically, probably happened at both. Both events probably resulted in propaganda combinations. But sorry, Supreme, didn't mean to talk over you there. Welcome in, buddy. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
So I wanted to say something real quick about what you were just speaking on with the union of the northern and southern kingdoms.
Mm-hmm.
What that's actually going into is going into the broken branches that were broken off from the tumult that was made by the Most High, right? When he sent the other nations to split up the nations. This is why the nation of Ephraim, which was the part of the northern kingdom, actually started going off and following after idols and following after the other nations.
Are you Hebrew?
Are you asking that because I know the scriptures?
No, I'm asking because you sound like you've got talking points from the Black Hebrew Israelite cult.
I'm not making talking points from a cult. I'm
He's
actually
stuttering
speaking from what the
pretty
Bible
hard on there. Okay, just so we know. All right, we know where you're at. You're from the Black Hebrew Israelite cult. Fair enough. We're not here to disprove your cult tonight. We're just here to talk about your God. Listen, whatever your crazy belief about the book is, you're allowed to have it. We're not arguing theology, okay? So you can have it. You're a Hebrew tonight. So in the book, does the God, is he all good, partially good, or no good?
Everything that the Most High God does in His scriptures is good. Now the question,
So everything.
The question.
So does he
Right.
give
The question-
only good commands as well?
Yes, He does.
Okay, so
Right,
all
the
of his commands are good then.
Right. Real quick, the reason why these questions come into play. The reason why these questions come into play is because of things like judgment. Right?
They just have to sound really smart and preach. Listen, no one cares. Just pay attention to the passage. We're going to read a passage. I know.
I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to run a script, right? I see. Go ahead.
We're not running a script, okay? Listen, you're not smart. I know the Black Hebrew Israelite cult taught you a bunch of things that you think you have special knowledge and now you're really smart. You're not. You're in a cult. You just haven't realized it yet. So I'm going to read a passage to you. Your theology doesn't matter for this passage. Nothing in your weird cult theology matters for what we're going to read. So I'm not going to waste any time on it, okay? I'm going to read Deuteronomy. Oops, my screen's going crazy. Deuteronomy, and we're going to start, I think verse 13 is where we need to start. There we go. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. Okay, so right off the bat, he sleeps with the woman. He says there's no evidence of her virginity. What evidence do you think he was looking for?
There's multiple things that as a man that you would know that we could tell if a woman is a virgin or not.
Like what?
By going into her.
Like what?
Like one of those things would be like you could tell from like if she starts bleeding, this would be a sign that she was a virgin, right? So this would be an easy thing
Anything
that he
else?
would be able to tell. Well, that's a simple example I'm giving you.
We said multiple.
We don't need
Do you have another one?
Another one could be from, I don't want to get too graphic, but like the grip. So that could be another thing that he noticed. Maybe
No,
she
that's not actually true, by the way. If you actually know, like,
some
if you actually know an OBGYN or a medical doctor, that's not true. Like a woman having sex doesn't make her tighter. That's crazy.
Well, that's why I was getting ready to say that some people do say that some women are they get more open when they're more interested. So that's an option too. But I gave you a good point. Just the blood alone. That's a good example. If you want to go on that.
Yeah, I'm sure you think it was a good point. Okay, so easy enough. So when he goes into the woman, he is expecting blood. Now this is what it says though. So he makes up charges against her, right? It says he makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. Okay, so the evidence that you bring to court would in fact be the bloody sheet, right?
Right, go on.
Okay, now, if in fact there is blood on the sheet, the man has to pay a fine for lying. Fair enough. It says, though, in verse 20, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town will stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act by prostituting herself in her father's house. Okay. So the passage is pretty easy. You don't need a degree to interpret it. If a woman bleeds on a sheet and a man charges her of not being a virgin, they can bring the sheet and say, look, she is a virgin. Here's the blood. If he charges the woman of not being a virgin and they bring the sheet and there's no blood on it, then she can be stoned. Agreed?
Yep.
Okay. And do you think this is a good command?
As I said earlier, all commands that was given by the Most High is good commands.
Mm.
Like there was even a command where he told the Israelites to honor the Sabbath, right? And there was a guy who went to pick up sticks.
Yeah, Numbers.
The Most High had him.
Numbers chapter 15. We know it.
Right. So the Most High had him unalive.
I know.
Now,
He had him killed. Listen, this is not preach mode. We all know the story, okay? Like I know that you went to some Bible study and now you feel like you know a lot, but we all know the Bible here. You don't have to preach. You don't have to go into Bible study mode. You don't have to tell any stories.
All right, well,
we all know the
I'm not telling
stories.
I'm actually rebuttaling you.
You're actually not. I didn't even make a point yet. You're not rebutting anything.
Right, so well, actually, when you say something wrong,
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't even make a statement.
You don't want to
I asked you a question. You're not rebutting anything. I didn't make a statement yet. I asked you if you thought this was a good command, and you went on the Ramble Railroad. No one gives a shit about that. All I needed was an answer to whether or not you thought it was good.
You're running a script.
I'm not running a script. I need you to pay attention to the dialogue. So you already answered my question. All I needed was for you to say that, yes, it's a good command. That's it. That's all you needed. Now, so we're at the point where we read the command. You said the command was good, which means I get to ask you a last question. And the last question...
Now, this is the next part of your script. When do I get to say something?
It's not a script. Just pay attention.
Okay, so when do I get to put in my input?
You can enjoy the dialogue for what it is. I brought up a topic. It's not a dialogue because you won't shut up. So if you
ask me, can I ask you questions?
So if you would stop talking and stop trying to run away from the passage, we could finish this dialogue and stop wasting time doing this. So it's
all right. Respectfully, if I could ask you questions.
So the question is, are you?
If I could ask you respectfully, if I could ask you,
I need you to stop talking. So just stop. No one cares about your next question. We haven't finished the first one. So, are you aware that not all women bleed the first time they do the thing? Are you aware of this?
You said you're a gynecologist, right? You would be aware of that. Now you have the studies of the vagina,
actually,
right? Of the vaginal.
Actually, didn't say I was a gynecologist, but as it turns out, I know gynecologists, and I've looked up the data, and only about 40. This is why we can't have a conversation. I said I am not a gynecologist. But if you look at the studies, only about 43% of women bleed the first time they do the deed. So only about less than half, which means a high percentage of the women that would have not have bled here would have been innocent, because not all women bleed their first time. In fact, we do this every time we go live. Shit, we've got 2,000 people or more in here. Put a 1 in the comments if you did not bleed the first time you did the deed. And you're watching on TikTok.
And then put a 1 in the comment if that guy was a white guy.
You're in the TikTok, so you can see the comments. See all the comments from women going in and saying that they didn't bleed the first time that they did the deed. And the reason why they didn't bleed the first time that they did the deed is because not all women bleed the first time they do the deed. In fact, some of them don't even have the physical anatomy to bleed the first time they do the deed. So that being the case, being that women's bodies are not a monolith, that not everyone actually bleeds their first time, do you understand why this is actually not a good commandment? Because that means innocent women are actually going to be brought up on charges.
Now I do see the point that you're making, right? But the understanding goes off because you don't realize that this whole book is not about your people. It's about my people.
He always has to bring it. The Black Hebrewites can't help themselves. They have to make it about race. They can't do it.
It's about his people, the wandering Arameans.
Yeah, it's a bad commandment, but let me
But
tell you how
actually,
racist I am. It's crazy to me that you guys think that this is proper
also,
dialogue. It's amazing to me that you guys get sucked into this cult and then you trounce around the internet thinking that you're smart. Meanwhile, everyone who's actually read the book is laughing at you as you clowns dance around in your purple dresses in the Bronx, pretending like you're strong. You're not. You look like fools dancing around in your purple dresses. Go somewhere and cry
yo,
because
man.
you're not going to do it here. Yeah, but Mac, have you considered that this is a bad commandment, but it's okay because racism?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it puts a new light on things. I'm gonna have to ponder that.
Yeah, but I'm shit. I mean, now that he said it, I kind of feel like I want to join the cult. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, look, I'm purple and gold. It's classic. You got Lakers jerseys you can wear with it.
You're right. Listen, the color scheme's not bad. We're gonna give him that. The color scheme's not bad. All right, friends. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our last guest in here. Your mom's favorite, great name, says, was Fraggle Rock worshippers of Doug? I have to assume that is the case. I'm spitballing, but I do believe that is the case. And Master Machetier says, may Doug give you a heart of stone. Yeah, that's how you know the Bible God was wrong. Yahweh said he was going to take your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. Fuck that guy. We want the heart of stone. We want the heart of Doug. The type of God that doesn't stone women for bleeding or not bleeding.
Yeah, a flesh heart is corruptible.
Yeah. Written in stone lasts forever. Heart. Like the 10 Commandments were written on stone because it would last forever. Right? Mm-hmm.
Reluctant, they got it all backwards.
They're so confused. Reluctant says, God couldn't sacrifice kids by fire. Thought never came into his heart. Yeah, that's from Jeremiah. He says, swords and spears and rocks, though, Yahweh, he's all right with that. It's crazy that he brags about, I would never consider sacrificing these children to Baal or Molech. But then again, I will dash their heads against a stone and rape their women. Oh, what a merciful guy. Like, but have you considered that Liz, I know he's doing this horrible shit, Mac, but have you considered that, I don't know, he did allow us to live?
Yeah, I mean, look, it wakes you up every morning.
Right.
Because you die at night, I guess.
Ignore the cries of the woman down the hall that you can hear screaming as she's being taken advantage of. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Mike Leitner says, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, just came back from getting drenched at a Weird Al show. Listen, huge win for Weird Al. Says, and to my surprise, Doug provides, my bones are warmed by your cooking. Thank you so much, Mike. And let me know sometime what your favorite Weird Al song is. I'm a huge fan of Weird Al Yankovic. Huge fan here. You guys already know I'm a nerd. Okay. This shouldn't surprise anybody here that I like Weird Al. That's just... I am who I am. Okay, friends. And Basketball says, I love how we need to teach grown men basic biology. Yeah. Well, that's because they didn't learn it. They dropped out of school. They were discouraged that they didn't finish school. And then somebody told them that they were special. You can be in a cult now and you can be real Hebrew Israelites. And now they think that they're really special. They just have nothing else going on for them. Evan says, Yahweh's bow probably also stinks. Actually, there's no way you're not wrong. There's no way that has to be the case. I refuse to believe otherwise. Rashad said, peace be unto Justin, Doug's one and only holy prophet. Well, thank you so much, Rashad. I appreciate that. And we've got quite a few of prophets of Doug in the community. So big W, shout out to the community, and we'll get our last guest pulled in here. And see if I could pronounce the name. It looks like
what's up, man?
Haji
Yama. Yeah, that's me, man.
Haji Yama, very good. Can I call you Haji for short?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Haji, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 19. I am a believer.
All right. And which God do you believe in?
God,
Adorable. What's his name?
the one and only. Jesus, Yahweh, God, everything.
So you're a Christian.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a Christian. I believe in God, but I am not a Christian. I believe in no religion.
Do you believe that Christ is God?
It's hard to say, but I do.
Are you a
this
follower of
is
Christ?
the one and only. What?
Are you a follower of Christ?
Oh, of course.
That makes you a Christian. Okay. So
No. Jesus did not come here for religion. He came here to get his people out.
what do you think the definition of Christian is?
You're not listening to me.
What do you think the
Just because
definition
you
of
ain't
Christian
Antichrist.
is?
Do you know what the Antichrist is?
What do you
right?
think the definition of Christian is?
Do you know what the Antichrist
This
is?
guy can't answer a question. I'll just read it for you since you're not
All right, listen.
you're not old enough. Your
Did you say-
your testes haven't descended
say-
yet. What's up,
Did
buddy?
you say Antioch?
Antichrist.
Did you say? Oh, I thought he was talking about Antioch when they were first called Christians in the Bible.
Right. Yeah. No. He does. Trust me. He doesn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's way too much inside baseball for this guy. No way he knows that. So the definition of Christian, I know you think I'm lying because I'm the Antichrist, says relating to or professing Christianity or its teachings, a person who has received Christian baptism or is a believer in Christianity. That's you. You believe in Christ. That's what it means to be a Christian. A follower of Christ is a Christian. Now, you don't have to like the fact that Christians made a bad name for themselves, but that is the reality. You are a Christian by definition. You'll never get out of this. You might as well just bone up and say, I am a Christian, and own that shit. Don't be lukewarm about it.
So listen. Anyway.
So, anyways, we were actually in the middle of a dialogue tree. No one cares. So, of the Christian God that you believe in, do you believe that
Listen, everyone in here, all 700.
No one gives a shit about your preaching. We know the Bible inside and out. We've heard thousands of sermons. Nothing you say is ever going to be new information. There's not a word that can come out of your mouth that we haven't heard. You're wasting your breath. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your energy. If you think saying dumb shit out here like Jesus loves you is going to save a single soul in this chat, we're here to have adult conversations. If you're here to have an adult conversation, we'd love to actually have an adult conversation.
A regular convo instead of you muting me every second. I'm confused.
I'm muting you because you think preaching is what you're here for, and you're not here for preaching.
No, it's not. This is not what I'm.
If you think preaching is what you're here for, you can go preach somewhere else. This is not the place for you preaching. So I'll ask you for the last time. Would you like to engage in the actual topic? Keep in mind, it's a yes or no answer.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Who are you to come on?
Motherfucker, I'm the guy running the live stream. You're the guy terrified of the topic. So we'll try this again. Would you like to engage in the topic? Again, it's a yes or no. You can say no.
No, yes, for sure. But let's have a regular convo.
Yeah, I tried. You already lost. Okay, you lost the minute you started preaching. So you can't have a regular convo when you talk over me and go into preach mode. So until you shut up, we won't have a
demon.
Until you shut up, we won't have a convo.
Everybody that listens to this, demon is to this.
Hey, come on, guy. Stop it. You're embarrassing yourself.
Buddy,
you're embarrassing yourself, kid.
Just so you know, kid, this is on the internet. People are going to see this on YouTube. They're going to see it on TikTok. There are over 2,000 people watching you right now, completely incapable of getting hold of yourself and having an adult conversation. I'd love to have an adult conversation with you, but I need you to stop crashing out to do it.
All right. So can I just tell you something?
No, nope.
I just want to have you look. You didn't.
Nope. No one cares. You're not here to preach. This is not your live stream. I don't know if you know this. This is not your live stream. No one's here to listen to you preach.
I'm not.
No one gives a shit about what you have to say. They want to hear you have a dialogue with me about the topic that is on the screen. If you're not capable of doing that, I'll move on to the next guest. So I'll ask you for the last time, would you like to have a conversation with me about the topic that is on the screen?
No, for sure. But can I just ask you one question
Well,
since you know so much about God?
no, you can't.
I'm.
This is not your live stream, child. You don't get to take over the live stream and decide what's going to happen. It's my live stream. I get to decide what happens here, not you. So no, you're not going to avoid the topic by asking me irrelevant questions. So I'll ask you for the last time, would you like to have a conversation with me about the topic that's on the screen?
No, for sure. But I want to ask you something. Like, you know more than me.
Nope, we're not going to do this. Okay, child. God is not sending his best tonight. He's just not.
This is why, like, some hosts will not do under 21 and some do 25.
I get it. I like when Thinker has the limit at like 21 or 25. Dude, I get it. Because you get these 19-year-olds, they think it's their platform. They think they're going to come on your show and they're going to take over. That's not how this works. Motherfucker, you can go host your own live. 5 people will show up. Nobody will care what you has to say. And you can ask any question you want to. I'm not going to be there. If you want to talk with me, you're in my live stream. This is the topic, and this is what we're talking about. Oh, well. Let me get our new last guest in here. He was supposed
the actual last guest. That was a test for everyone.
Yeah, he was too much of a POS to make the last guest.
Congratulations.
Too much of a POS. Holy fuck, Galactic. Turn your Bluetooth off or whatever's happening over there.
Turn your Bluetooth off or whatever's happening over there.
Hey,
sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you, but you're in your car driving and I'm on Bluetooth and it's delayed, so I can hear me talking through your Bluetooth and I can hear your car.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm sorry. I've been waiting for a while, so I was driving while I was waiting, but I'm pulled over now.
Yeah, it does
Can you
sound
hear
like
me
okay?
okay?
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
Galactic, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm an atheist and I'm 41.
Well, fucking
And
hell!
I
Welcome
had,
to the reality.
Thank you. I actually requested quite a while ago. You're very popular, but I wanted to request earlier. It was back when oh man, I think his name was Rob. It was probably a few hours ago, but he had made a comment about you were asking him about his moral beliefs on slavery and grape and all of these kind of things. Oh, there was
Yeah, he was the guy who said, if God commanded that his wife gets grape
wife.
because he cheated.
Yeah.
His own wife. Yeah.
If you ever wondered if somebody's getting clipped, that's going to... The minute you say that you're okay with your wife getting graped, you're getting clipped, by the way. He's going to be on the internet forever.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Yeah. But no, he had made a comment about, well, that his argument seemed to be, well, that's just how it was back then.
Yeah.
And like, in other words, that's historically how things were. So, that's how people were back then. And I was just thinking at the time how great it would be. And obviously this is just wishful thinking, but I was just thinking about how great it would be if some higher power showed up and could like tell us a better way.
If only.
You know what I mean?
If only.
Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great? Yeah. I just thought that'd be really cool.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
It would be phenomenal. Yeah.
Listen, it wouldn't even be hard.
I pray for that. Yeah.
If you're an omnipresent God that's all powerful, you wouldn't break a sweat. Like it's just
right. Why is your only option killing babies and raping people? Why can't there be another?
It's crazy. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't. So I don't run the divine hiddenness argument often, but to your point, I think when we look at the arguments against God, I think divine hiddenness is a strong argument against God.
I don't think I know that one.
I think the first time I really heard it done well was by Danny. Danny was a friend of mine. He recently cooked Jordan Peterson to an absolute crisp by making him admit that he's not a real Christian. But Danny did this. He does the Trinity a lot. He's really good at debunking the Trinity. But at one point, he did divine hiddenness as well, and he knocked it out of the park. But the fact that God demands a relationship with you, but will not reveal himself, means that either one, he's contradictory, or number two, he's an asshole. Number three, he doesn't exist. Those are the only conclusions. And we lost Galactic. I hope he wasn't driving. It's a shame. I really need to get a fan or an air conditioner in my room that's quiet. It gets warm because I've got set lights on my on me because it's dark. Like I have no natural light, so I've got these set lights blazing, like 150 watts, just cooking me over here. I'm starting to sweat. I was like, holy shit.
Hey, wait a minute, brother. I'm in Arizona. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, sorry. Listen, I got nothing to complain. You over in Arizona, you're literally in hell. Well, we lost our guest. I think he lost reception. So there's that. I don't think he's coming back. But he was an atheist anyways. But he had a good point. I think divine hiddenness is a pretty big problem. But let me do this. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and then I want to talk to Aaron for a second. Mike says, "So many dare to be stupid. Everything you know is wrong." Smells like Nirvana. These are Weird Al songs, by the way. It says Fat, and of course Beverly Hillbillies, just to name a few. So these are really good songs. I think the song that is still near and deep in my heart, even though it's kind of out of vogue, is "The Night Santa Went Crazy." Maybe one of his best works. I get it. I know why it appeals to young people, and it's maybe not. I'm too old. It's not for adults anymore. But I love that one. What do you have there, Mac?
Yeah, I had this Weird Al tape when I was a kid. I just like wore it out. But it was like another one, Rides the Bus. I Love Rocky Road.
Yes.
I think maybe I don't think Fat was on there. I think it was might have been Eat It though.
Oh, Eat It's good. Oh, so Eat It was the first one I ever heard from Weird Al. That was my introduction.
Yeah, that was his breakout. Yeah, for sure.
I would say that White and Nerdy hit me pretty hard. Like that spoke to me. But I'm a white engineer. What are you going to do? Sunrise says Doug can have different manifestations, right? He can actually. It says, I want to grab a Sharpie so I can keep a handsome Doug in my pocket for conversation. So listen, in order to manifest Doug, all you need is a Sharpie or googly eyes. In fact, I need to start selling googly eyes, but you can get googly eyes at Walmart, Hobby Lobby, as long as you want to listen to weird Christian music with the lyrics removed. Michael's Arts and Crafts. You can get Amazon to you, if you want to support the bald devil. So yeah, put some googly eyes on a rock and Doug is with you always. Luke says, which book of the Bible is most historically accurate in your opinion? Love the channel, and Doug bless everyone. So Luke, this is a good question. And to me, this is a subjective answer, but to me, the most accurate books in the Bible are the books of 1st and 2nd Kings. They are actually recording history. A lot of it is verifiable history. Like I can go into the Babylonian corpus, I can go into the Assyrian literature, and I can find where these events, a lot of them took place. Not always to the way they're described, pretty damn close. Because a lot of them are just military conquests. So-and-so fought against so-and-so, so-and-so defeated such and such army, Pharaoh Necho went to battle at such and such time against so-and-so. These are things we can confirm with actual history. And so that's why 1st and 2nd Kings have a really good historical bend to them. First and Second Samuel are, they're historical, but there's a little bit of propaganda involved in First and Second Samuel. But the most propagandized history is like Chronicles. Chronicles is doing a lot of what First and Second Kings is doing, but it's written so much later that they really are idolizing this Davidic kingdom, right? So like all the difficult stories about David that show up in First and Second Samuel and even Kings, they get whitewashed in Chronicles. Chronicles really does a job to work on David's appearance to make him not seem so dastardly. And you think there's stories that show up in Kings but not Chronicles that very well could show up, like the story of Abishag. Mac, you know about Abishag, right?
I don't.
Oh my gosh. It's in First Kings. Give me a second. First Kings chapter 1. There's a crazy, is it First Kings chapter 1 or chapter 2? Give me a second. The Ascension of Solomon. Let me make sure I remember correctly. Solomon, David. So maybe it's at the end of Second Samuel. It's when David dies. Give me a second. Let me just put Abishag in here. First Kings chapter 2, not Second Kings chapter 2. Did I say Second Kings? I should have said First Kings.
I think you said First Kings.
Oh, I did say
think you said First Kings 1, and then you said maybe it's in 2.
Oh, it is here. I'm an idiot. Not only is it in the verse I thought it was, I just overlooked it because I was going too quick and I'm a dummy. Okay. So this is a story that happens at about the time that David's dying, right? So he's on his deathbed, right? The death of David. So David dies. This is David slept with his ancestors. So we need to go just a little bit before that. We're going to say David's instructions to Solomon. We need to go after that. Wise man, death of David. David slept with his ancestors. It's got to be at the very end of it's got to be in Second Samuel then, with the succession of David.
Well, chapter 1 says a struggle for succession. Was it before that then?
It's before the struggle.
Okay.
I thought it was in First Kings, but it must be. It's only in Kings. How did I miss it? Give me a second. It's got to be in First Kings chapter 5. Chapter 1. Yeah, First Kings chapter 1 at the very beginning. I'm an idiot. Okay. It's the very beginning of First Kings chapter 1. I went too far. I thought it was further down in the chapter. So it's titled Struggle for Succession. Fuck that. That's not what it is. It says King David was old and advanced in years. Although they covered him with clothes, he could not get warm. So his servant said to him, "Let a young virgin be sought for my lord the king, and let her wait on the king and be his attendant. Let her lie in wait in your bosom, so that my lord may be warm." So they searched for a beautiful woman throughout all the territory of Israel and found Abishag, a Shunammite woman, and brought her to the king. The young woman was very beautiful. She became the king's attendant and served him, but the king did not know her sexually. Yeah, the fuck he didn't. So
why did she have to be beautiful?
Yeah.
Why did they have to go find it?
What the fuck is that?
Go find a more voluptuous girl.
David's got like 12 wives. What do you mean? You mean they can't dogpile the bed and keep him warm? Like David's so cold, he's shivering to his bones. They're like, we need to find a young hottie toddy and bring her in and lie with the king.
She's got to be a smoke show, though.
But she's got to be hot. She's got to be a smoke show. And but don't worry, he didn't know her sexually. But well, listen, why would you have to put that in there? Like, why would you need that in there if this wasn't exactly what it looked like?
Yeah, it doth protest too much.
All right. Fucking justice for Abishag. That's crazy work. Sorry, I don't know how we got there, but sorry, let me continue. My Doug is a whetstone, and trust me, Doug sharpens iron better than iron sharpens iron. So I'm with you there. And Flux says, I mentioned earlier that I bought a Bible, specifically the New Oxford Annotated Bible, because I believe you said that was the best study Bible. What about the Quran? Got any recommendations? I do have an academic translation of the Quran that was published by Oxford. Unfortunately, it's downstairs on my bookshelf, but I think I could show you a picture of it. Hold on. I did check with Ems to see if it was the best translation, and he did say that that was the translation of the Quran to get. I got like an expensive one that has like a sleeve that goes into it. It was like a nice one for people that like wanted like a family Quran. But it should be the same as this. It should be the Quran. I'm gonna put it on the screen. The Quran translated by M.A.S. Abel Halim, published by Oxford World Classics. But let me see if there's so the edition I had a red cover, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so I would get the one from Oxford. I don't know if I see the one that I was looking for, but the Oxford one, as far as I can tell, is probably one of the best ones you get. Oxford did release at some point a companion to the Quran somewhere where you can, I don't want to use the word commentary, but it's kind of like that. So that might be a good place to start. But yeah, for a good copy of the Quran, I would hit Ems up in the Discord, because that's who I'm looking to. I'm looking to Ems. Ehud the Leftist, a fucking amazing name. Look at people bringing out names for their screen names out of the fucking woodwork. The first two chapters of Judges, Ehud is the judge that fools the king by being a left-handed guy. So his dagger was on the wrong side of his hip. He crossed over, was able to kill Eglon, the fat king. He killed Eglon with a dagger. It went so deep inside of him that the fat folded over his hand. That's who Ehud is. He's a badass. But amazing name, great reference. Don't worry, your reference to the Bible is not lost on me. No matter how vague your reference is, I promise these references aren't lost on me, friends. And Weird Al says, Weird Al, the saga begins equal fire. I agree. The saga begins is good. Running with Scissors is good. That's a good one. And there's some other good ones. Weird Al is a legend. He really is. I think he's vegan. Is he atheist?
I feel like yes. I don't know though.
Let me see. If he's not an atheist, I'd be shocked. Let's see. I'd be so sad if he wasn't. Oh no.
Oh, it says he's Christian.
He's a Christian. Why?
Yeah, he shuns alcohol and is a vegan.
Well. Oh well. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Adam Woodman says, in Job, it says there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. Who is the sons of God? Are there heaven meetups? Okay, so these are really good questions. The sons of God. So in your Bible, a lot of the times it used to say angels. Where it said angels, it actually says sons of God. That gets taken from the Greek Septuagint. So the Greek Septuagint a lot of times would translate sons of God as angelos in Greek, which means angels. And so our English translators kind of followed suit. But the reality is, now that we have the Ugaritic material discovered in, was it 1928 in Ugarit? It's somewhere in the 20s. So because we have that material, that we now know from culture, from history, from language, that the sons of God was a very specific reference. There were 70 sons of God. They were born to El, the high god, and Asherah, or Atirot, the equivalent of Asherah. And there were 70 of them, and they were called the sons of God, sometimes referred to as the Elohim. So this idea in the Bible that we have the sons of God, this is the divine council that's made up of the actual sons of God. But when you get to the biblical monotheism of the Hebrews, they couldn't have this idea of the sons of God being actual sons of God, because that would make them God. So they reconceived the notion of what the sons of God kind of meant. They were more or less lesser created beings. You can read a little bit about this in the writings of Mark S. Smith. You can catch a little bit in the writings of Michael Heiser, peace be upon him. Michael Heiser was a Christian, but he wrote on this topic specifically pretty well. Mark S. Smith is a professor. He writes on this a lot. But yeah, we know exactly what the phrase sons of God means. Before the 1920s, we didn't know what it meant. We just didn't know. So we followed suit with the Greek Septuagint and just said angels. But now we know. It refers to the actual children of El, the Most High God, in the Ugaritic pantheon, the pantheon of the Northern Israelites.
And there was 70 of them?
70 of them, yeah. If you read John S. Day wrote a book called Yahweh and the Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Canaan, and he touches on this, the 70 children of El and Athirot. So he touches on that. You might capture a piece of it. I forget if Jonathan Tubb writes about it, but shit. Jonathan Tubbs wrote a book on the Canaanites from an archaeological point of view. I thought he touched on this, but not super heavy. William Devers will touch on this a little bit in some of his works, but I think the best look is probably in John S. Day's book. And that one I think is available on archive.org. So it's a great book though. If you have, 25 or $30 floating around, get the hardback. You won't regret it. Anyways, Syl Taxabit still with us. You've been with us all night, buddy. He says, is my rock with googly eyes a legit Doug too? It is. Your rock with googly eyes is a direct manifestation of the real Doug, because Doug is with you always. He loves you. And Dennis says, for me, God is most obliviously evil in 1 Samuel 2:33. Slaughtering everybody is bad, but it's such a waste of agony if everyone dies. Sparing to weep out his eyes is pure evil. Hail Doug. So in 1 Samuel 2:33, you're referring to the prophecy that was given to Eli concerning the house of Eli later when they're slaughtered in 1 Samuel 22. So in 1 Samuel 22, after David goes and eats the showbread, and then the priest is held accountable, Ahimelech, the entire household of Ahimelech is murdered by the sword by Saul's henchman Doeg. And this was to fulfill the prophecy given in 1 Samuel 2:33 to Eli. And this all happened. All this bullshit happened, right? This entire household of people got murdered, when men, women, and children. They were murdered all because Hophni and Phinehas, the children of Eli, were hooligans. That's it. So God said, listen, like 3 generations later, I'm going to murder your entire household, but don't worry, I'm going to leave Abiathar. He'll escape. He's going to cry his eyes out. Yeah. Great reference, Dennis. We didn't bring up that story tonight, but it's a good story. I bring that up quite a bit, and my heart is warmed knowing that you even know the story. Kitsune says, in Exodus 3, do you think that the story of Moses and the burning bush is innuendo for Moses smoking some ganja and getting stoned for Doug? Unfortunately, I don't think that is the case. I would love if it was the case. We know, based on the excavations of the temple at Arad, that they were in fact burning incense that had cannabinoids, and so they were literally getting high for the Most High. That being said, I don't think that's reflected in Exodus 3. I think Exodus 3 is, we have this idea in Exodus where God is manifesting as fire. And believe it or not, this was a pretty common theme in the ancient Near Eastern literature, this idea that where God is, there would be fire, right? And this would be expected if you have a God that originated from Midian. So please, on this topic, if you're interested, look up the Midianite hypothesis and look up how Yahweh is associated with copper smelting. We've seen lots of work on this recently. It seems to be that Yahweh is associated as an early Midianite deity associated with copper smelting and volcanic activity. And if that's the case, if Yahweh originated as a Midianite Edomite deity associated with fire, volcanoes, and copper smelting, then shit, Exodus makes a lot of sense that this asshole's appearing in fire all the time. So there's that.
Yeah.
If you want academic resources on this topic, hit me up on the Discord. I'll send you the resources. Alex says, please clip the Black Hebrew Israelite. Trust me, he's getting clipped. Very few Black Hebrew Israelites don't get clipped. They're always entertaining, and they're wildly uneducated.
Oh yeah.
Like, I've never seen a classification of Christian that are such a combination of completely uneducated and incredibly confident in their worldview. Like, they are so fucking confident in what they're saying.
It's absolutely Dunning-Kruger on ice. It
is.
Yeah.
It is to a T what we call the Dunning-Kruger effect. The idea that you can be so convinced of something and know so absolutely little about what you're talking about. They're the poster child.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Fun says, Justin, the gynecologist. You heard it here, guys. Now, I'm a gynecologist. What do you call those? The speculum that they insert? I got to get a pair of the speculum. Put it on my shelf behind me, just in case people wonder. Could you imagine a worse? Listen, women, I love you, but I can't. It's hard for me to imagine a worse career than sitting down and looking at people's genitalia every day. I love OBGYNs. I couldn't do it. I don't want to see people's private parts all day, even if it's a woman. Not interested. Rainbow Wolf says, friend says, God's ways are higher than man's ways equals thought-stopping cliche. Actually, I agree. LDS, use it on me when I step out of line. So Rainbow Wolf, this is the case, right? So if you're asking hard questions, if you're pushing boundaries, right? You have two options as a believer. You can engage in honest dialogue. They're not doing it. They won't do it. Or you can use a thought terminating cliche. You can say some dumb shit like don't major in the minors, whatever. And you can just end the conversation, right? Or go pray about it, right? That's what most people do. They're not prepared to get introspective about this. Rainbow Wolf comes again and says, Christians, queers are depraved. Also Christians, grape of captive women is justified because God is a just God. So Rainbow, I mean, this is the dichotomy we point out constantly, right? They say we don't have morals. It's horrific to be LGBTQ, but also it's okay to grape children. Like, listen, you can't make it make sense, guys. And Kyle, thank you for the super chat. It says, so if I believe in God, but not the Bible, your question is, I should become Buddhist. I also believe in a spirit world. That's what I'm saying, right? If you believe in a spiritual world, you don't believe in like a creator God. You don't believe these bullshit creator God concepts, but you do believe in like the spirit world. I think you're a Buddhist. You may not know it yet, but you are in fact a Buddhist, my friend. So check it out. Buddhists are peaceful. Typically, I think you'll like it there. The temples are gorgeous. The Buddhist temples are gorgeous. They have great rituals. So check them out. Johanna says, why would I worship God when he won't even acknowledge equal rights? Yeah. So Janet, this is the point, right? Even if you believe this God is real, like you can acknowledge the God as being real, but then to worship this motherfucker? Nah, get out of here. That guy can go, he can go somewhere else. I'm not interested. Kyle says, oh yeah, something I should have asked about. Is it true that the city of Jericho was already destroyed before the Israelites even got there? So the answer is true mostly. Here's the problem. The dating methods of archaeologists, while they're good, they're not perfect. On the dating of Jericho, I think a lot of people will go to the writings of Israel Finkelstein. I think his co-author was Silberman. I can double check. It's kind of a seminal work. It's a really good one. It talks about the destruction layers at Jericho. The reality is we've got multiple destruction layers at Jericho, and we don't always know exactly when they are, but it seems to be from the evidence we have that they don't coincide with the Exodus of the Bible. The other problem is that we don't really know when the Exodus of the Bible took place. A lot of scholars will place it in the 1200s, but the Bible itself says it was in the 1400s, 1 Kings chapter 6. clearly states that the Exodus was 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple. Solomon's temple was completed around 970-ish, which makes the middle of the 1400s the time of the Exodus. If that's true, then it certainly doesn't line up with the destruction layers at Jericho. So there's that. Good question, though. And Acme Hero says, Schism time, Sharon Stone is greater than Doug. I don't disagree, Acme. And I don't even think we have to have a schism about this. Sharon Stone, behind every great male god is a female goddess propping them up, doing all the dirty work. Sharon Stone, 1,000,000% is greater than Doug. I wouldn't argue that at all. Without women, nothing goes around. Not even the deistic world. And Flecker says, imagine if an atheist used the argument, we just don't know nature's ways are higher. Or people are different long time ago. There's no equivalent to an atheist view. We don't need to defend hordes. This is okay. So I never thought about this, but this is actually a really interesting topic, right? If we go into an atheist argument and we just say, well, nature's ways are higher, Christians would lose their goddamn minds. There's no way they would accept that. We really need to start just using bad Christian arguments against Christians to see what they're going to do about it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I've been stewing some more sort of underhanded, duplicitous ways to get them to see the problems. Like I'm thinking specifically of one with Ezekiel 14:9, where it's if the prophet is deceived, I, Lord, is deceived. But they will never go along with that. But I feel like if I changed being deceived to rewarded, and if a prophet speaks truth and is rewarded, I have rewarded that. Get them just to agree to that precept. They say, okay, we're going to switch some of the words out and give you the actual thing, and then watch them squirm.
It's a good idea. And they haven't read the prophets.
Yeah.
They'll read parts of Genesis, but they're not reading prophets.
Imagine for a second if I told a pre-supper, if I said, reality is the precondition for intelligibility, and the way I know that is because of the impossibility of the contrary.
They would lose it. They would you can presup the presupposition.
Yeah, I've seen that done. Like if I had any interest in talking to those people, I would employ that.
Yeah. Taco does that. Yeah, he's really good at it. I do need to put together some really fun Philbro topics just to look. Cooking Philbros is not specifically difficult, but you can have a lot of fun with it if you know what you're doing. I really need to put together some list of like discussion topics just to make fun of them, because they're not really good for debate purposes. They're not entertaining. They don't have good points. But if you can make it fun by like kind of subliminally making fun of them, where a lot of people catch it and they don't know they're getting made fun of, I'd go for that, right? Like if you're using their own bullshit look at the tree argument against them, well, how do you know atheism true? Fucking look at the trees. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be
let me
fun.
tell you, I have not forgotten about our precept cheat sheet. The reason I haven't released it yet is because I'm working on the precept cheat sheet right now. So J Mike, Jack Angstrike, and Detroyer, right? We're all working on this together, and it's not done yet. But once it's done, we're going to release it to the whole community for free.
I love it. Let me know when you get it finished. I will support this endeavor as much as humanly possible and support monetarily. I love this idea. I so want a precept cheat sheet.
Yeah, it's really big. I started it, of course, as an ex-presupper, and I just didn't want to release it because I thought, well, let me get some really high-end, master's degree philosophy friends to critique it, and then once it's done, then it'll be fantastic, right? So
I can't wait. The precept philosophy is wild to me. Like when I was a Christian, like if I was at Bible college and we were talking about like bringing like atheists into the fold, right? And they brought a precept argument to me. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, no, but you will never convince a non-Christian of Christianity by using that garbage. Like I still can't believe people try.
Yeah, which is partially why William Lane Craig has like been outwardly, known to say that it's just a giant begging of the question.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Like any real Christian who truly believes the stuff, right? Who truly wants to bring others to Christ, you're not going to use presup. But presup is to convince yourself that you're not crazy. That's the point of presup. You will never convince a non-Christian of Christianity using presup bullshit.
Yeah, presuppositional apologetics is a defense mechanism.
That's a good word for it. Yeah, it's a defense mechanism.
It's to keep them in the fold.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. All right, let me grab a couple super chats. Apostate Exam, great name, by the way, says Weird Al is Doug manifested in flesh. I don't disagree. It says sing from the Psalms of his holy hymnal. You Don't Love Me Anymore is my favorite. It mentions the Antichrist. I don't remember the lyrics to that song, but now I'll listen to tonight after the stream. You know what else doesn't get a lot of love is he did a rendition of I'm Happy, and he renamed it I'm Tacky.
Tacky, yeah.
I love that one.
He did a Lord song too. Royals. He did Foil.
Yeah.
It was like I think Patton Oswalt was in that one.
Like he's timeless. Weird Al is just timeless. And a lot of his songs are better than the original. I'm sticking to it. Amish Paradise, better than Gangster's Paradise. Sorry, Coolio. He can't come after me. He's dead now. Noah's Lions, my good friend. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I can send you a spec. You got one? You got a plastic one? Okay. It says, but I needed more shirt design ideas. Might as well make a shipping worth my while. Okay. Listen, Noah, I've got lots of shirt ideas. If you can ship me a speculum, I will give you all the shirt ideas you want. And you can post them and sell them on Etsy no matter what. If you have my permission. I got your back, friend. Let's make this a reality. And Jimmy Panos says there's probably a God, just not what we're talking in our religions. I think atheists are just as lazy as theists in terms of asking the questions. And Jimmy, you'd be 1,000,000% wrong. And it's a shame that you paid $4.99 to be wrong and to be wrong publicly, because if you've been around here for even more than 5 minutes, you would know that we have lots of reasons not to believe in any kind of a God, not just the theistic gods of the Abrahamic faiths or anything like that. You're new here. It's okay. You don't know any better. Stick around a while. You'll figure it out. All right. I think we just got a couple more super chats here from, I think 4 more. Adam says, in Job, it says, there was a day when the sons of God came. Oh, sorry. We got that one. I apologize. Jose says, as a gay man, I'd rather be in hell than Hobby Lobby. Listen, I don't disagree. Sometimes when I go into Hobby Lobby, I feel like I'm going to burst into flames. So like, I get it. It's weird going into Hobby Lobby. A lot of times you can only get stuff at Hobby Lobby. I try to go to Michael's or Joann Fabrics when I can. Hobby Lobby is an evil empire. But I'm glad that they spent millions of dollars buying fraudulent Bible artifacts. Like that really warms my heart that these buffoons are wasting millions of dollars on fake artifacts. And Chance, my friend, thank you for the $9.99, says, been here the whole time too. Took me 13 years to deconstruct and finally hit 100% a few weeks ago, thanks to you. Now the holes in the Bible and my faith are so obvious. I admire you all. Well, Chance, we're glad that we can get you to the finish line. Jesus only came once, and then he never finished his promises. We get you to the finish line. We want you to finish. We're not satisfied until you're satisfied. So thank you so much for letting us know. I appreciate that. And listen, Chance, you've been here long enough. You know, just got to read the book. The book is horrific. There's no redeeming this thing. And Sunrise says, if I'm kicked out of the garden, I can know good from evil, right? Yeah, it says you can, Genesis 3:22. As an interior critique, therefore, who are you to judge the punished? I don't know what you mean. So in Genesis 2:22 or 3:22, it says that the human beings now know right from wrong, right? So if that's the case, if human beings now know right from wrong, that means I have the ability to know right from wrong, which means I have the ability to look at God's bullshit and say, that's some bullshit right there, right? Now you may disagree, but it's okay. You just don't know right from wrong yet. You're being deceived by an evil book. I'm not. So there's that. Let's see. Last two from Flanker. Good to see you, my friend. Says, how did the universe begin? Well, the universe's ways are higher. We can't understand everything about the universe. The fact that we have to know everything and they just need an ancient book is crazy. So Flanker, first of all, I appreciate the joke in this response, but you're right. Like when we ask them difficult questions, they just get to say, I don't know, God's ways are higher. When we are presented with questions and we legitimately don't know the answer, like why is there something rather than nothing, we can just say, I don't know. And they're like, oh, your worldview has no explanatory power. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I didn't learn every mystery of the universe. By the way, I don't need to know every mystery of the universe to know that your God is fake. Your God is bullshit.
Think about the craziness as well. I was just talking about this with a bunch of my humanist friends after our dinner tonight. Think about this. How many times do they tell us, like we atheists, humanists, whatever, we don't have any morals, but yet they'll turn right around and tell us that anything that Yahweh tells them to do, regardless of how horrific it is, it's by definition good for them to do. How can they say that we don't have morals and they do? It's absolutely the opposite.
Yeah. Well, that's how baby paste got invented. The baby paste argument is just the most ludicrous thing I could think of to make Christians agree to demonstrate like this bullshit that being an atheist means you can't have morals and you're willing to turn babies into paste. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. That's crazy. You guys are sick. You're sick people. Kyle, I already see what you're saying here, and I agree. It says, if the timeline of when Ramses storehouses was built was off in the Bible by 200 years, then I believe it's safe to assume that it would be off by a bunch of years concerning the Jericho thought. Yeah, I agree. Right, so the Bible's off by about 200 years concerning Ramses, right? That being said, could it be off as well? Could it be that Jericho was conquered, but the timeline's off? It could be. It could also be true that the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah was actually a result of the destruction of Tel El Hammam by a big air blast resulted from a meteor strike. So like we have these, just to be clear on my perspective, right? I think a lot of these old stories are rooted in some kind of event that got turned into mythology, right? Is it possible that the Israelites at some point banded together and invaded a city and that was their first captured city? Yeah, I actually believe that. I actually believe that there were Israelites that accumulated in the foothills of Judea. They were brigands, they were outlaws, they were Habiru, according to the ancient language. And they went and they raided and pillaged some cities. Did they do that successfully? Yeah, probably. It seems to be the case, right? If you look at the letters from Tel El Amarna, it looks like there was a shit ton of Habiru at the time of the Israelites that were going around, these nomadic despots that were banding together and conquering these little city-states. Probably some of the Habiru were actually early Israelites or early Judeans. Certainly plausible, right? That being said, does that mean that the mythology of these people is true? No, that's crazy, right? That's like, for example, was it 2016 when the Cleveland Cavaliers won the championship? What year was it? But like, they could tell the story, because imagine they didn't have TV, they didn't have radio, they didn't have newspapers. They can tell the story that, well, LeBron James got a triple-double in 2016 in the championship win, the seventh game of the series championship game, right? And then 100 years from now, no, he got a quadruple-druple. The story can keep growing, right? And that seems to be the case with these ancient stories. There probably was a kernel of historical fact in there somewhere, but like how big that kernel is doesn't appear to be very big. Like the further we dig in archaeology and history.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking about that earlier today. I was like, the time machine thing. Go back and see like what really was it? Like what was actually happening there?
Right. And so
Be
this is
interesting.
like if you, I implore anyone interested in the Bible, get familiar with German scholarship of the source criticism of the Bible. Get like the Four Horsemen. Get some Hermann Gunkel going. Get some Julian Wellhausen going. Look at some of the earliest historical textual critics in the German vein, and you'll kind of see what we're talking about. Once we went over there in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and we started to do real archaeology over there, what we discovered was that like a lot of these peoples, a lot of these places really did exist. But what we learned about the people that were there is very different from what the Bible said, right? So like I'm inclined to believe that these stories don't have any explanatory power to the Hebrews unless there's a kernel of truth in there somewhere. There's no reason for a lot of these stories to exist unless there's a kernel of truth in there somewhere, right? But just like the Babylonian narratives, they're exploded. Like they're so disconnected from the original story that they sound preposterous, right? If you read the Babylonian histories, like read the military exploits of Ashurbanipal or like Sennacherib, read Sennacherib's Prism, and you'll see the same type of stuff, historical actual events, but the way that they tell the stories have been mythologized. They've been hyperbolized. Is that the right word to say it?
Yeah, that works.
They just don't match reality. They match this grandiose idea, you know? But Donnie says, how long will these fools sit across the table from an empty chair before they realize they've been stood up for 4,000 years, 10,000 years? Stood up, question mark, then 4,000 years. So here's what I think. I think every year that we get further away from Jesus, we get further away from Christianity. Every year that passes and Jesus does not come back, there's one small percentage of people that's like, oh, he's not coming back to this fucker doesn't exist. It's fake. It's mythology. How long
went out for cigarettes?
Yeah, exactly. He went out for cigarettes, just didn't come back. I don't know how many years we have to wait before it's 0%. Is it 10,000 years? I'm personally inclined to believe that after 10,000 years, this cult of Christianity is gone. That's me personally.
I mean, the other thing that's interesting too is like, look how much Christianity. Well, there was an article I read that talks about how there's no one Christianity. There's Christianities, plural, right?
Right.
But look, in the history of Christianity, right, we've seen it evolve so much in this many years, but it hasn't. I mean, the history of humanity, it's not really that many years. So you wonder, like, how much more will Christianity evolve in like 100 years from today? It's probably going to look like, if it's even around, it'll look nothing like it looks today.
Right. I agree. Yeah. So they'll invent new copes, they'll invent new hermeneutics, and they'll do some Jordan Peterson bullshit. Metaphysical substrate. It's true as long as you don't know what the meaning of is. They'll do that kind of bullshit. But here's what I think. When we finally find life on other planets, right? When we finally discovered shit, there's life here. There's intelligence here. I think when we get to that point, that's when Christianity is doomed. Because Christianity cannot account for life on other planets. It can't. I don't think it can do it. People will try, but I don't think they'll be able to do it. You know. All right. 2 more super chats. Guys. I love you guys. Don't send me any more super chats. I gotta go to bed. It's 12:51. Rainbow Wolf says, "Go to AMNN and look at the comments on the Queen James version of the Bible and watch Christians crash out. I don't know about this. What's AMN-N?
That's Jeff Bezos' project.
What?
It's just Bezos' website. I don't know.
Oh,
if
go to
people wanna not say-
Amazon
Yeah.
and look at the Queen James version. And now I got to see this. Queen.
I think the AMN was a typo.
I don't know about the Queen James version, but I'm looking at it now. I can get a paperback for $28. It's called the Gay Bible. Listen, I don't know what's in it, but I'm buying it tonight apparently. I don't know what else to do. The Queen, how could you not buy the Queen James Bible? I don't get it. You have to do it.
Here's a stupid question I've been wondering about, Justin. What is the purpose of all of these freaking extremely boring genealogies in the book of Numbers? You're just reading name after name after name. What's the point?
Okay, so the genealogies are interesting. So my understanding of the genealogy was that it was important for cultural status. So, for example, if you're in ancient Hebrew, and say you're living in the time of the post-Assyrian invasion, pre-Babylonian invasion, right? And you're now combining your people with the Judeans, right? The Israelites and the Judeans are now combining because the Assyrians came down, they fucked up the 10 tribes of Israel, and now they've got to go run and hide in Judea. You've got a huge problem. Who the fuck your dad? Who's your daddy? We don't know, right? The other thing is like, what's your lineage? And if you want to have a united front, you want to have a kingdom that's united, you've got to find a way to unite the people, and you have to find a way to tell a common backstory. And for a lot of these people, we have to trace your lineage. So the Palestinian region, the ancient Levantine region, they were legitimately, according to archaeology, divided into tribes. So we know ancient Palestine was tribal. It was a tribal territory. So the question becomes, how do you establish your tribe? Just like the current Philippines. If you go to the Philippines right now, you will find people that know about their ancient tribal inheritance from before the Spanish got there and fucked it up, right? So there's some actual history going on where there seems to be real tribal people in the Levantine region that felt that their tribal allotment, their ancestry was important enough to keep. And then the other thing is, not only is that important as a historical artifact about your family, it's important once you are mixing all these people together to determine, well, who's special and who's not, right? Who gets to be a priest? Who gets to not be a priest, right? These things are done by tribal allotment. So, like these books, like Numbers and whatnot, they weren't important at the time of Numbers, most likely. They became important later. Once people realized that their lineage was connected to status, once it was connected to power, once it was connected to their quickly vanishing identity, then it became important. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And for the chat as well, I didn't mean to imply that it's like objectively boring. I realize it's probably not boring. It's just me. Like when you first read it, like, I just like you, I grew up in a Christian home, right? My dad's like, you need to read all these and you have to memorize this and just, and I'm sitting here like reading the book of Numbers. I'm like, I'm dying here. I hate this. This is so boring, right? Because I don't have context. And I always wondered that. I was like, why is this? So you're right. It's probably not boring once you have the context. But if you don't have context, you're reading through all these names. You're like, oh, I'm dying.
Okay, so here's the other thing. There's the last thing I'll say on this topic, but okay. So here's the other thing about the genealogies. People think they're boring, and I get it. Now, here's the thing. They're not boring if you really know your Bible. So there's there's like subtext in the genealogies because they're picking and choosing who gets to be in the genealogies, and some people are left out, right? So I had a professor in Bible college. Last name was Schweitzer. Shit, I forget his first name. He wrote his PhD dissertation on the Chronicles, and it was literally titled "Chronicling Through Chronicles." And the thing that he was pointing out was that a lot of the people in the genealogies of the genealogies of Chronicles, a lot of them were picked for specific reasons. And if you know the text well enough, you can see some of the undertones, some of the subtext, some of the shade that is being thrown on people by reading the genealogies. It's kind of like if the 2025 Cleveland Browns win the Super Bowl, but then they leave out Deshaun Watson because he's a rapist. I'm going to be honest. I don't want him on my team. But if we leave out Deshaun Watson from the 2025 Super Bowl winners because he's a rapist, hundreds of years from now, people will probably have the information that he was there, and they'll probably have the information that he was purposely left off of the roster. And you can deduce that it was because he was a prick. He was not a good person, right? We can find the same stuff with the archaeology and the stuff happening in the genealogies of Chronicles and Numbers and whatnot. If you look close enough, if you really know the culture and the Bible well, you can see that there's a lot of subtext at play that gets left out. And like normal people read it and they're like, what the hell am I reading? This is so boring. But the original authors, like, it's kind of a piece of like a work of art.
So it's effectively more than meets the eye.
Yeah. But it's one of those sections of the Bible where if you're not really intimate with the Bible, they're meaningless sections to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I knew it.
And you'll find it even in Genesis. If you look at genealogies or the Teleodot of Genesis, you'll find some genealogies in there that are like really like there's a lot of subtext in there, and it seems like the subtext is more important than anything else. But listen, that's a lot. Listen, you can read. There's good commentaries written on this. You can read those commentaries and get the subtext. But I get it. For most people, it's boring. That's something that you want to worry about much later once you've mastered like all the bullshit prophecies of Jesus.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, good question. All right, Rainbow Wolf Rainbow Wolf's having a great late night feast here. He says Christians like E.M. Young, cuz kid. I'm sorry, I read this wrong. I'm gonna try to say this properly. Christians like 'em young. Then there's a comma. Never forget your comma. Christians like 'em young because kids are easy to indoctrinate. And I don't know if there are statements that I agree with more. One of the reasons why Christianity is trying to get in your family, trying to get in your house, trying to get your children is because it's hard to convert adults. Adults who didn't grow up in this bullshit don't believe it. They need your children. They need you to believe that you're going to hell before you reach the age of accountability and critical thinking. So, Rainbow Wolf, I agree with you, man. Like, they're doing this because it's the only way they can survive. And last super chat from John the Baptist, still one of my favorite names on YouTube, says, "Hey Justin, only just joining the stream as I'm in Australia. Well, welcome on the other side of the earth where gravity doesn't work. Have you managed to have a look at my ebook series yet? Keep cooking." John, shit, I'm trying to remember which ebook series it is now. If you emailed it to me, I don't know if I looked at it yet. Please accept my deepest apologies. You have to understand I get a lot of messages and a lot of people wanting me to review their videos, review their work. So if I didn't get to yours yet, I apologize. Send me another message. Let me know which one it is. I'll make sure I can get to it. Now that I'm like a week into doing this full time, I have a little bit more time for interacting with stuff that the members in the community do. So I should be able to get to it. But just keep in mind, like, I get a lot of people that will send me like 100-page articles of like, hey, can you talk to me about this? Or I wrote this a whole long thing. Can you read it and tell me about it? So you have to understand that, unfortunately, I get a lot of people requesting me to spend time on stuff. And so eventually something gets dropped. I apologize if you got dropped, but thank you for being here, friend. Also, Aaron, I'm going to be talking with your friends pretty soon, I think in August.
Yes, I'm very excited.
So my friend Aaron Philodragon is part of I want to say a humanist group. Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah, I'm the vice president of the Human Society here in Phoenix.
Yeah, so we should be like, as the time gets closer, we should be doing some advertisements so people can listen in.
Yeah, and of course we'll be, we'll be hosting it live, once it takes place, and you can too. And then of course, like once it's recorded, we'll give you the recording and all that good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited for it. It should be a lot of fun. Now, with that being said, it is 1 a.m. I was supposed to be at bed an hour ago. Do you guys have anything that you want to add before we cut the stream?
Nah.
I appreciate you
Already
guys
switched over.
being here. Guys, if you're not following Philodragon and you're not following Mac, Doug's sad. You're going to see crying rocks. These are like really good friends of mine, by the way. So like, please drop them a follow, be part of the community. And then is anyone live right now that we can go raid?
Thinker, of course.
Oh my gosh. Of course. Yeah. It's Sunday night. Thinker's going to be live. Let me pull Thinker up. Yeah. And growth. Okay. I want to put Thinker on the screen, friends. Okay. Thinker's going to be live on YouTube and on TikTok. YouTube and TikTok, right? So we've got 1,200 people on YouTube still hanging around and like 500 people on TikTok. Let's go raid Thinker's live stream. Let's go raid. Let's say Justin, Aaron, and Doug raid Thinker's live stream. So her actual name is N Growth on TikTok. N Growth on TikTok. Her title. What's that?
Sorry, Arch Thinker on YouTube.
Yes, on YouTube, it's Arch Thinker. Give me a second. She's a great friend of the channel, and she's wicked smart.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go raid Arch Thinker.
He says my healings belong.
Arch Thinker on YouTube and on TikTok. Let's go flood the zone. I see 75 people watching on YouTube. Let's get over 100. And I'm sure there's a shit ton of people watching on TikTok. Guys, I'm going to see you over there on Arch Thinker's live stream in just a moment. Actually, I'll join on TikTok. I'll see you over there. Let's go raid the stream and let's go stir some shit up in the chat. Let's go dog on some people. You know what I mean? But friends, thank you so much for being here. You guys make the channel possible. I'm nothing without you guys. So thanks for being here. We'll be live again on Wednesday night. So let's go support our friends. Let's go support Arch Thinker.